Well, hello, everyone, and a warm welcome to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series. Day shift upon us. Nick Schulman beside yours truly, Ali Najad. And we've got a lot to sink our teeth into, Nick. I'm going to dive straight into it. 10th day of coverage here from the Landing Casino, Jeju, Shinhwa World, playing host. It can mean only one thing. The beginning of the flagship event. I'm talking about the last no limit long deck on our hands, 100K main. It's going to be played over 3 days, 50-minute levels, 250K are the starting stacks. Late reg open until the start of day 2. It isn't what we're going to be bringing you coverage of here today. More on that later, as we do have a champ still to be crowned in the 150K. Nick, last chance at glory for the non-PLO and short deck players. Perhaps a little bit of fatigue setting in at this point in the stop?
Perhaps, but it's the main. You know, it gives you a little jolt.
Sure. And it gives you, a little bit more playability with the 50-minute levels, the 250K starting stacks, and obviously, if you feel like taking a swing, as you well know from here in Jeju, short deck wasn't your specialty. You picked up a title, got there in the streets.
Yeah. Yeah, I did, Ali. Thank you.
You learned on the fly, as it were. Jacob and Co-Watch, obviously, also available to our main event winners. That's something that everybody that's won one tends to like to wear on the wrist when we're out here. Winners so far in Season 3 in terms of mains, we had Ibinger out in Monaco, and then Tim Adams took it down in London. So then let's turn the page. 3:45 in the morning, the wrap time yesterday here. And when Jonathan Jaffe and I walked out, we ran in to Dan Smith, and he was feeling pretty jiggy out there. Why? That's, of course, because he took down a title in the 50K Turbo Bounty. It's his second ever $300,000 in bounties to tack on to a $951,000 first place prize. Let's call it a 7-figure score for Dan Smith. And Dan, I don't know if you'll agree with me, Nick, it feels as though he hasn't received the level of credit or the level of acknowledgement maybe of some of the other guys out. And I think he's a little bit aware of that. And honestly, let's put some respect on the man's name.
I hear you think he's aware of that. Has he said something like that to you, or is that just a read?
It's just a little bit of a sense that I get sometimes. You
That's
know what I mean?
interesting.
Because he's not sneaky good. He's just stone good, and the numbers don't lie.
Yeah, I was saying it the other day, and Will liked it. But what I said was my favorite part of Dan's game is that he wins huge all the time. That's, I think, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If he is a little bit slept on, it's only a matter of time, I guess, before it's really all-time great territory. Maybe he is a touch underappreciated in that regard. We're talking about all-time great.
Yeah, yeah, no question about it. For Coleman, his first Triton stop, a second-place finish, and another $300,000 in bounties.
Coles.
Not a negligible haul for him whatsoever. For Seth Davies, though, the weight goes on, Nick. And surely, with Seth, I mean, Haxton, another one of those guys that we kind of bring up, has yet to do it. Time must come sooner than later.
Yeah, and remember, sometimes with these, like, the weight goes on, when is it going to turn? He's still leaving here with more money than he came here with. So it can be a bit deceiving. Great finish. But, yeah, I hear you, Ali.
Yeah, I don't know if we can make final accounting assessments, though. There's a lot of buy-ins left between here and when the bags get packed. Okay, Punat Pansri following up, of course, on that victory he's already had here in Jeju, backing up his win in the 50K with a deep finish here. Shirzat Hisu, his second final table, and a late arriving Webster Lim notching his first
Welcome,
cash.
Webster. The buy-ins got big enough, I guess.
Exactly. Don't want to sleep, by the way, on a late arriving Durr as well. I believe it was a 4th place finish for Dwan, if I'm not mistaken. Going to have an eye on the PLO and short deck streets. That's where he tends to do his thing. So then, with that, let us turn our attention to the order of the day. It is the 150K, and we played from 9 down to 6, didn't wrap the final table. First question I have for you is, when you disrupt a final table in that way, when you dig in at the FT and then all of a sudden you got to pause, sleep, come back, is that, in terms of game flow, just a little bit unsettling for you? Would you rather wrap it all up at once? We wouldn't have gotten there in time. 3:45, we wrapped it up.
I don't think so. Not for me personally. It depends. If there's been times I'm locked in and everybody is exhausted around, if it just comes down like that, sure, I'd like to finish. But it isn't a thing where hitting the pillow, knowing you're coming back to a 6-handed final, that's always good.
Yeah.
And I really enjoyed you and John Jaffe last night.
Jonathan Jaffe did wonderfully.
He's so good.
He really was hanging on by a thread toward the end of it, though, as we
Except that he
burned it at
was.
both ends. You
It's
picked a good
different.
night to check out.
Yeah, right.
It's different, though. Go on.
It's different in the booth, honestly. Those late nights when you're playing, you kind of go unconscious.
Yeah.
But anyway, I really enjoyed that. I dozed off watching in bed.
There it is.
To the sweet sounds of Ali Nejad.
I apologize for that. Not
Woke
exactly
up in a cold sweat hearing Ali's voice.
By the way, Wang Yi, chip leader coming in, he is the man that got dispatched in 7th. Obviously, pretty disappointing spot. It all came undone rather quickly for him. A rough run, dare I say, but the Chinese delegation still ever present in these final 6. You got Ding Biao, who's very much been on form here in Jeju. And, of course, not to be overlooked, the man that Rasty is christened the Sleeping Dragon, Liang
Sleeping
Shu,
Dragon.
still sitting in there, 3rd of 6 runners.
Yeah, the Chinese contingent really showed up for this one. You're right, it's a little bit disappointing to have the chip lead and come in 7th, but it happens.
Mm-hmm.
And Ding Biao and the Sleeping Dragon are, they're ready to go. So.
Not to be overlooked, the semi-autonomous region in the building as well. I'm talking about Hong Kong's Elton Sang. He now leads. He picked up ace-ace against queen-queen, and then an ace-jack against the ace-king. That was what unraveled Wang Yi. Finally, Elton chip leading 7.3 million. Why don't we dive into the Triton Poker Plus app for a quick peek at the layout. 3.9 million, average stack, 20 bigs. You got 3 above, 3 below, and the shortest of stacks all have 10. It's kind of a tale of two, maybe 3 people, Liang Shu kind of midfield, Sang and Ding Biao up at the top, but there's going to be a lot of jockeying. I mean, look at these payouts here. $4.2 million up top, 2.8 for second, 1.9 for third. These are all 7-figure scores, let's call it, but the jumps is what I'm focused on. Because if you're in those 3-10 big blind stacks, you're going to be very chiselly out there.
No, you're right. You were saying it's kind of a tale of two. It is an interesting dynamic. We have Elton, Ding, and Shu Liang north of 20, and Ding and Sang north of 30. And then, as you said, 3-10 big blind stacks. It's very exciting, and there should be a lot of kind of close, interesting spots. Kulev, Watson, and Chen are under a lot of pressure.
No question about it. Kulev, among those short stacks, doing his best to continue to represent for the Bulgarian delegation.
Kulev always shows up.
They've made their mark out here in Jeju, by the way. Dimitar Donchev already with a title. Bogdanov an FT or 2, I believe. Fahdin Mustafov hasn't really made his waves yet. But these dudes can play. That flag shows up, and we lay some respect on it, no question. Do want to touch on the fact that Kulev had his hands full last night trying to get rid of Sean Winter, who at no point during the event had over 840,000 in chips until late in the FT. Spun it up to like 1.2 or something like that. But this dude continues to do it, always seemingly off of the short stack.
I've seen Sean have chips plenty of times. I think at this point, because he's so entertaining when he has 4 bigs and so unique, he really is with his approaches. For starters, he's limping off 3. He limped off 3.
Folded.
He folded off 3. To me, it's
not in this event, by the way. This was a different FT.
But he just plays with such conviction. He doesn't care what we or any of you guys have to say about him, and it makes him, to me, one of my all-time favorites. Whenever you see somebody play their own game like that, Ali, it's cool, And
it also sometimes will make you question if the deviation is that broad. Like, does this dude have a secret sauce that I should be, investigating the recipe on?
I think he's often a genius in these roads that are very less traveled. And I know with Sean, I've seen him go one way, and I've thought this is totally ridiculous. What's he doing?
Right.
And then he was right. I've seen that with him multiple times.
Jaffe told me in a very standard spot where he opened and somebody 3-bet him, he just paused and looked over at the
ace-queen suited. I heard
suited.
that. The deck reads, if we're going too extreme, I don't know.
Right.
Right. That's a slippery slope. What's next? We feel like we're going to lose with aces. I mean, what's next?
Right. That's what he said. He said, I feel like I'm going to lose this hand, and just tabled it face up.
You got to be careful with that. But
a little bit careful. Also, $544,000. Got to be a little bit careful if you're taking that in cash and walking out you know, the door. I don't think that's what's happening out here.
Fair
but
enough.
Just, you know, lessons to be learned. Well, Aussie Millions, was it? Somebody took their payout in
Yeah.
cash? Anyway, sorry for whoever I just jogged that memory on. Sam Grafton, Squiddy, ended up finishing in 9th, 422,000. He had about 14 bigs, by the way, when he got showered in that spot. Winter, that 544 for 8th. Wang Yi, 737. The on-tap payout, 983,000 for all 6 of these gentlemen as we dive into today's coverage. Third day of this 150K, not the main, a side event, but a $17.5 million prize pool and change, making it the largest side event ever at a Triton Super High Roller Series. Those chip counts there brought to you by Poker Stake. And there are those payouts aforementioned. Let's call it 6-7-figure payouts. Let's round up, you know. I mean, I'm almost tempted to say let's take a little something off those top 5 slots and give us a 6th million.
I respect the purity of sticking to the formula, but I hear you on that.
I get it. I mean, listen, nothing to be scoffed at. 5-7-figure paydays available to
You only got to shave 3,500 off of each for that milli for 6.
You see what I mean?
But nothing to scoff at all, Ali.
$270,000 jump, Nick, between 6th and 5th. And I think you and I both expect there to be some tightly wound behavior here as we get things back underway, day 3?
I would say that this is among the least tightly wound for this situation, but it's still wound. How could it not be?
In terms of the characters?
Yeah, just look at these guys.
Right. But those 3 short stacks, man, you could mess around, spin your way, slither your way up to a ladder or 2 worth $500,000.
Absolutely.
$1 million. So patience is profit.
Not going to be patient with this one, though.
Taiwan's James Chen, known in the super nosebleed cash game streets. And here he is, no time being wasted. Is a patron available elsewhere in the field? It's not going to be Kulev. Oh, Watson, though. King, queen, small. How much do we like this?
We don't love it at all, but do we feel it's mandatory? Let's see for Watson off of 9.5 against the similar stack of Chen, essentially identical. These hands do dominate all of the suited broadways. He's trying to figure out how wide he thinks James would jam. And in these situations with huge pay jumps, we really prefer to be doing the jamming than the calling.
Of course. Yeah.
Does let it go, and that was nice from Watson.
Begrudged, but behind.
A little bit.
Now, Liang Shu, King 3 suited. Does he want to open the spigot and possibly shower Chen here?
Convention would dictate no, but with the sleeping dragon, Ali, one can never be sure.
Yeah.
Take it, sir.
These conventions, there's some spectrum there on the Dragons convention.
Hollywood to get him to call too. I was like, all right. I was like, all right, I need to hit. Mike has a monster.
Green tea. Thanks, yeah.
I was like, all right, I need to flop big.
Nice start there, by the way, for James as he breaks slightly free. Might be a generous way to describe it, and generous is a couple of 10s under the gun for Elton Sang. Min raise open, and look at James Chen. Note how the ace-8 suited is happy to open for almost all of it, but the ace-7 suited in the face of the open from Elton is not happy to get in there. And now Watson again with one of these annoying spots. Ace-8 into the bin. Liang Shu, King-Jack offsuit. I don't think he's really looking for excuses to get in there against a chip leader, and hence the fold.
哎呀，没人来。
哎呀，压得你死死了。没准。
Ding Biao's brought the Dior flavor to day 3 here.
Yes.
Easier.
Got some style on him, does Ding.
裂开。
And Chen wearing a get-up similar to yours, Ali.
I mean, I like
It's a
the Mandarin
somewhat
collar.
similar style.
Yeah. I gotta be honest, when I first looked up at it, I had visions of Enter the Dragon, famous
I like that.
Bruce Lee film. I
Yes.
believe there was a shirt he wore at one point very similar to that.
Chen giving it a once over, he's gone. Kulev as well.
Genuinely, every time I look up at Mike Watson, and I know this isn't the case, he looks like he's gotten the worst news anyone can get at any given time.
It's funny.
so weird.
If you watch chess, the best players in the world never look like they're having a good time. That's kind of what I feel with Watson. But I think he is.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
He has that same vibe of like just an ultra grandmaster. You know, this isn't fun per se, but it is. That makes sense.
It's like, yeah, no, I don't know that. It's weird because I know there's nowhere he'd rather be. Day 3 FT 150K 4.2 up top in the office, right? But when we do look at him, it is somewhat tempting to think that, but I would caution against any presumption that that implies Watson isn't either A, operating top of form, or B, quite happy to be where he is.
A7 suited for Ding.
Let's see how much happiness is attached to this on the button. Some, quite understandably. But proceeding with caution, of course, is the order of the day for Ding Biao, to the right of Elton as the number 2 stack.
Elton will be attacking Ding here a lot in this situation. Does he want to do it now? We're not sure. But you're right, Ali. Did toy with it. Seemed genuine. Should do it.
Into the bin it goes. Rail filling out Ding Biao's brother. I Spy in the white Triton hoodie there. Also Kulev's girlfriend, Rosie.
没拿水过来的。
Coffees and teas being distributed here, as the haul could be long. You're on day 3 of a marathon 150K event, 2-day final table. King, Queen. Is limp ever an idea, given Elton's presence there and the aversion toward allowing him to swell things to an uncomfortable level as a 3-better?
So, in general, at final tables, we're reverse incentivized to limp in theory. But as we know, theory is just a suggestion and a guideline. So perhaps there are little pockets where limp is available. I don't really play that strategy were I in Ding's seat. But I know what you're saying, Ali.
And I think also for Ding, as we see him take it upstairs and get through one more time, with each successive opportunity to do this. Now, granted, it could have little more to do, little more than to do with Elton having dust. But you start to feel more and more emboldened. Do you not? More and more relieved that, okay, this guy's not just going to be all over me anytime I step out.
I suppose.
A little early to make that determination still, but had these last 2 opens been, 3-bet healthily, maybe Ding is a little bit more averse toward the next open.
If he opens this, it would certainly lend to that idea. He is gone.
6-3 off here for Tsang.
You can tell he wants to attack. Does
Yeah.
let go with a 6-3. Chen as well, a little BVB and a nice one for Kulev, 7.5 bigs.
哎，你怎么不抢他们？哼，很烂，好一点我就抢。
Now, Jaffe sort of touched on the scouting report on Kulev as being one of these guys, and I think maybe this had something to do with your assessment in terms of the tightly wound nature of the FT I brought up earlier. He's not a character out here who's going to be afraid to keep his chips in motion, and there they go.
And a very interesting choice from Kulev, going for 2.25 as opposed to just jamming off of his 7.5.
Now with
So
Watson, ace-10.
We must observe the ideas, and we would think it's going in for Sir Watts, and this is quite cold.
All in.
Yeah.
Good
A
luck,
little
gentlemen.
liquid nitrogen. Dousing. Watson's ace-10.
他们两个合体。
A 哥和什么 A 10
As the
哦，靠
update delivered to the rail by Kulev. Dominant.
有可能赢你。啊？他俩太弱了。36不同花。可能两家都跟我，一家跟了。
Not a lot of oil left in the lantern for Mike Watson here at this FT. Can he find help? Broadway gutter as he goes from an immediate 3 outs to 4.
有 K
Second
你都不
pair
抢。
for Kulev. Not really relevant.
哎呀，不会来个吃的。
Blank turn.
And Watson does cover by a hair. Is that right, Ali? I think it is.
Just 100K.
Oh, go on, Sir Watts. My, oh my, GG. Took him a
That's very close.
brief second to process what had happened.
Good game, Alex.
It just really caught us all by surprise. The gut shot Broadway on the river. Watson reversing fate as
发
Kulev,
的好上头，
obviously nothing he could have done.
有点
And a spot he would have asked for time and time again. But an early departure, the byproduct of Ace-Jack versus Ace-10. Alex Kulev, second final table already here in Jeju, but there will be no first title, as the 6th place finish earns him just shy of $1 million, and he will be up and over $2 million in career Triton earnings, courtesy of this, his 9th career Triton cash, as 5 remain now.
Checkbox live. Like whenever he's like, he has call any. So whenever.
And in
when
terms
he
of
jams and,
dynamics
like,
now,
when
Nick,
he jams,
James
he always,
Chen
like,
stands
snap call, like,
alone
it's
as
all
a
in,
sub
it's
10 BB stack,
Like
with
it's-
Kulev's departure
yeah,
and
yeah.
Watson's infusion.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. Snap call.
That he does, Ali.
I rarely see people call that fast, even like if they have the nuts or something. I guess it doesn't matter, but like it's just funny.
For the dragon, matters are a bit complicated by the 9 BB stack of Chen. This is quite a pretty hand.
And a nicer setup for Elton in some ways to begin activation.
That's very well said. The 3 shorties, he still kind of gets piled on a lot, but with the 1 lone shorty, that is go time for the chip leader. Liang does defend.
And flop top pair.
Clean start for Shu Liang.
Checks it over with the flow of play. Let's see if Elton feels abusive with little more than backdoor hearts to speak of. The answer is yes. To what tune? 400,000 into 1-1.
16.5 bigs for Liang. Is extending some rope to the two undercards. Oh, and that's an interesting card. For starters, the king is much better for Elton, as he can connect with it in the form of something like King 6 of Diamonds, where of course Liang couldn't. That's what that means when a card is much better for somebody. They really can have it in all sorts of ways that the opponent can't. And of course he picks up the hearts. Complicated spot for Liang. And this barrel seems very nice from Elton. If he does in fact do it. He stutter step before it's in, Ali.
And a pressure-packed development, as if Liang Shu finds the call, he's really going to be praying for a check back if unimproved on the river. And this is not a given the ICM, which can be leveraged by Elton.
Brutal spot for Shu Liang, you're right. If we call here and never call all in on brick rivers, we shouldn't really be calling here. So you have to make somewhat of your decision now. He does get away very understandable, and a nice barrel from Elton Sang.
Now I know this is a game that perhaps is far less familiar to those both in our audience and for that matter those that are out there playing, but I know you've played it. We're both mixed game players. It's sort of like the 6th Street decision sometimes in 7-card stud,
well,
is it? Or the 5th Street?
I would say 5th.
Yeah, 5th. Big Bet Street.
I like that, Ali.
Elton will sit this one out after bullying Liang Shu out of that last one. And now, maybe an example of what you allude to, the gods forgive it, you know, just the lay down there, the discipline being exhibited. Granted, he was in the lead, able to jam from the small now against Ding Biao. Covering stack, but 10-7.
390万整。
这么多就推了，太多了。
What do you show?
这不推，
这么多就推了，
多少啊？10几个。
瑞士嘛，跟都可以用。
算了，哎呀，现在
万一不中嘞？
这万一不中嘞，你拿个什么八勾什么的跟我一下，
你瑞士我肯定跟我这牌。啊？你瑞士我是肯定跟的牌。
抢个50万差不多。
抢个50万，也不想你跟。
对，我也不想你跟。
AA 就想你跟。AK
这是你的。
If you're Sir Watts out there, you know, as who I believe is the only non-Mandarin speaker at the final table at this point in time, under normal circumstances, perhaps you're a little bit discombobulated by a lot of these exchanges, but first and foremost, the Triton Super High Roller Series, its roots, its seeds come from the East, a lot of Chinese-speaking participants, and second, I don't think I've ever observed or even heard any of the Western contingent express true deep concerns about any of those discussions being untoward or unsporting in nature at any point.
Yeah, I think if Sir Watts is in a 3-way pot with Ding and the Sleeping Dragon and they're off to the races in Mandarin, it could be a
right, with cards out.
Sure. But they were in a heads-up pot, and you're absolutely right. Elton defends.
Queen 5-3 as the pretty one turns ugly for Tsang. Club and pair free. Board texture for him.
Elton never makes it easy. Even there, before checking a spot that's very standard, he kind of looked around, took his time, checked with a glare. 300 to go from Watson, quarter pot.
You're right, he can be a little bit of a glue trap out there.
And it's one of those things. He fights hard every hand. He's
Not
gone, but it's still... Take it, Sir Watts.
You do a little bit of that when you're out there, Nick? Kind of don't just effortlessly, promptly put it into the bin so as to create that mystique?
No, I snap fold a lot and check and just keep it moving. But I do, if I feel like I have to sort of check somebody or remind them that I'm here, I will sometimes pick a random situation and just kind of remind you that I'm engaged in the game, especially if I've been drifting off a little or whatever. We all have some bad habits. Another king jack off for Shu Liang. He's had a few already. Imagine we'll be hearing from this one.
Confirmed. 400,000 decibels.
Not the one for James Chen.
Oh, and at sub 10 BBs, when a pot does get open, one would imagine it is only in the form of a jam that Chen would
盖个4-4-2
want to continue.
马亮的
YouTube, Twitch. Good day, friends. Thank you for being alongside us sweating. Hope you're somewhere safe, somewhere warm, perhaps with a good meal. Wherever you might be, we appreciate it.
I just hope you're somewhere with good internet.
Yeah, that's a key to sweating.
Nothing worse than that glitchy or super pixelated feed.
know.
You know,
It's true.
You're watching UFC. You're like, I don't know who's even throwing this punch.
I know.
Ace-9 suited now as Elton's going to throw a punch from the button.
A little bit of a decision for Elton. 7 for Chen in the small, 20 for Sir Watts in the big. Perhaps he just opens normally, but sizes and such are considerations. He does just put it in, which really puts a lot of pressure on Sir Watts, of course. For Chen, we don't know, but this looks genuine. Maybe he hasn't put his cards yet on the reader, but we would believe he's looked.
Does a little accounting. A deep sigh of sorts. Plenty of time banks available.
Chen has fooled me before in these spots where he then just has 9-3 offsuit. He's a little bit strange, but this one feels legit, does it not?
Agreed.
He's gone? I hope we get a glimpse.
Oh, no.
No glimpse. You got to show those cards, James. Take it, Elton.
And bad news for Chen as tournament staff Sonny advising blinds are going up.
Might that have been the pause to have the button when the blinds go up? There are the stacks, Ali.
125, 250. Every orbit, 6 1/4. Shaved right off with 5 remaining. 7-figure payouts locked up for all parties. 1.25 million. The jump between 5th and 4th is a healthy over 300,000. 309 to be exact as you get a peek at the payouts brought to you by Poker Stake. The lion's share of the 17.5 million plus collected in this one looks for homes.
Yeah. Okay.
What a nice score this is for these 5, too. In particular, if they're going to be playing the back half. You know, this is a bit of a free roll, dare I say, for the rest of the way. You know, all the buy-ins going to be taken care of. Multi-bullets as well.
I certainly agree, Ali. I think we all agree.
Releasing some fiscal pressure.
Looks like 500 to go from Elton.
That's
250 now on the blind, and for Sir Watts, we don't love it. especially with Chen having 5, but this is a rejam sort of hand. He knows Elton has a propensity to attack off the chip lead, no less. So we would imagine we have quite a bit of fold equity.
2.5.
He is going to take it upstairs.
And for Elton, is it just a touch weak? He's thinking it through. He knows Sir Watts has to be highly respectful again. Chen on fumes. So that makes Watson apt to play tighter.
Elton chewing on it. Ace 9 off, Nick. This is really not a delightful one to dig in.
No, Watson starting with Take It, Sir. Great pickup for Mike.
And I was going to say before that one, Watson came in basically level with Liang Shu. Both of them 3x James Chen stack, and the presumption that even if Chen finds a double, you've still got 50% more in chips than he does in this war of attrition. That $309,000 in separation between 5th and 4th. Patience, profit, these notions.
I'm close too.
Indeed.
I'm close too. Close? I don't remember. I think I would fold 6s, but I'm not sure. It's right on the borderline as well. Same as the hand I had.
Watson suggesting his holding was right on the borderline.
And I heard him mention folding 6s, but we
I
missed the
I
context.
believe someone else was the one that said, I think I fold 6s.
I don't want to
Unclear.
miss
You
Watson
jam, I kill
giving
you,
us
you
strategy gems,
Maybe a
but
double. Am I very
And
dead?
he doesn't want to
Am I
miss
dead?
a
Three
button
outs or
open
three
with
outs?
ace 4 off suit, which has run into an ace queen.
great
For Liang
timing.
Shu, the dragon awakens as the lenses come down and
We've
he
seen those
observes.
happen.
Always nice to have a clear-cut decision.
There is the clarity on display.
哎，这么好的牌，
他救你了，
不让我看，
这么好的牌，
你推了我肯定不要了，你 open 我就要。
这把我不会推你。
你我的牌挺好的，出铁连撩，
现在是50-50还是什么？25-25。
12万5 25万。
It is a good thing Watson
What's the
doesn't
thing,
strike me as a paranoid human being,
Yeah,
because in a
Google
spot
Fly
such as
Hotel.
this, one could
没有哪
see
个牌？
really some people going off the deep
You
end.
speak a little Mandarin, right? Just a little thank you, how you doing, all of that, or no?
啊，
I sing in Mandarin.
往
That's
起
what
来，
I
往
do.
起来！
You have a few
I
go-to
got-
karaoke
You know
songs.
what happened? I went to UC Berkeley for
Hang on,
college.
hang on
Cal.
one second. I don't want to know what happened. Is that okay? Can we save it? It sounds like a great story, but I just feel like this one could be going for a bit. And I'm hoping deep in our, you would allow me to pump the brakes this particular time. With love and respect.
You know what? How could I possibly say no
Thank you, Ali.
in a situation such as this to actually continuing my story? So as I was saying, no, I'm kidding. I'm done.
Limp from Ding.
哎呀，
Thank you, Ali.
和谐。
You're really maturing.
不看了，不看了。
No, I promise that's not the takeaway here. Let's not overreach. As Ding, cautious, limping the queen 10. Unimproved are both holdings here.
And Ding does find himself under the most pressure. His stack is worth the second most in the tournament, so he has to be that much more cautious. He is stabbing limp check, and for Elton, not a whole lot. Does he want to float? Bluff turns, or even raise now?
Do you find the limp and lead with such holdings to be curious at all?
It's always curious, as it's a fairly wide range.
But he's supposed
But
to
he
be
is gone.
snug against Elton.
And
So
I think Elton
leveraging
felt that as
yeah.
well.
Easy float, Elton. Come on.
There's levels to this.
Easy float, Elton. Come on.
Yeah. No balls.
I have
Huh?
I have 5 bigs. You can just. Oh no, he covers you. Oh no, you cover him.
Well, we did acknowledge and welcome those of you who are streaming this Triton Super High Roller Series on Twitch and YouTube earlier. Pleased to have you with us from wherever on the marble you might be. Hope that you're enjoying our coverage, and if you are, do us a favor. Click like, click subscribe. Don't make us hurt you. Okay, empty threats. But nevertheless, this is all we ask in terms of the exchange.
Hit that like and subscribe. If Ali run the numbers up, if Ali and I run the numbers up on that, it's good for us. The team notices. And then they say, great job, Nick and Ali. Smash that like and subscribe button one time. It helps our bottom line. Raise from Ding Biao 6s. Goes for 600, 2.4.
Now I feel like people are going to try to bribe us in the chat in exchange for likes and subscribes. Nick's being a little facetious. I just want, for the good of the Triton Super
And
High
for
Roller
Chen
Series.
off 3 1/4, does he want to defend? He is the clear runaway shorty. He is defending. This seems nice. Can he hit?
Just 500 back for Chen. As over
Sorry?
half of his stack has been invested. Queen, Jack, deuce.
And we might go for the stop and go if we're James. Of course, just 9 high and a gut shot, but it puts things like we're looking at and some king highs with no backups in a weird spot. He does do it, and I think for Ding, we just give it a try. He snapped.
Ooh, more outs than I thought.
Not too bad for James to be only a 3-2 dog, Ali.
Well, as you
Backdoor
suspected,
heart
the
line.
stop and go is indeed the manner in which the chips get forward for what is ultimately 9 high. Gutter, backdoor hearts, aforementioned. Help needed for James Chen to continue. Not available on the turn as the 6s pull further ahead. A little less than a quarter of the time, though. James is hauling in 2.5 million, and this
Go
will be
on,
one of those
James.
times.
What a card. Huge for James Chen. Ding's a touch sick. Little shake of the head. And the war rages on, Ali.
Braden Hall in the YouTube chat, Nick, asks, Ali, how much to have you narrate my home game? Now, Nick, you and I have known each other a long time.
Yeah,
I know you got good business sense. What sort of price should I put on that?
It's not that much. If you hit Ali, you know, slide in the DMs or something. I have a feeling you could snag him for...
Then what kind of catering we got out there, Braden? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
if
would
there's a
need-
nice spread.
He's particular about where he stays and his travel, but...
Right.
你没了？
他把我淘汰了。
对啊，他把
哎呀，
我淘汰了。
这样子。
Put me in the point end of the plane. Give me a cheese platter and a couple of, shekels. Let's talk, Braden.
Yes, Ali.
Where am I?
Cheese platter and a
done,
couple of
James.
shekels.
How much do you have now?
Well, 8-9 offsuit performed oh so well moments ago for James Chen. Let's see in the stewardship of Tseng from the button with the chip lead.
A lot of James Chen sweats in the chat.
He's a bit of a legend. Look at it rip city here as max pressure applied.
And we can certainly see the merits of just jamming there,
Immediate.
clearing the king 10.
this is
Did we not
solid.
get Chen's hand again,
This is
or did I
solid
miss
full
it?
I don't remember seeing it.
We got to see his cards
这把
every
是
hand.
澳门
Everybody.
king nine
啊，这一把3F King 9，找一把不该推的，我应该带的，我一走手打错了。
Can they fix they eliminated me,
Yeah,
so we don't have the stack sizes. anymore.
he's not on the app.
Oh my God!
I'm not in the.
He's out on the app.
That's not
Did
cool.
James Chen just suggest that as everybody's looking up at the tournament info board, the screens above the
Alright, guys.
table,
GG.
that he's been just eliminated for some
Bad
reason?
way
His
to go,
stack's
but
not
the rules
up
are the
there.
rules, you know?
Rules are the rules.
I mean, I got to tell you,
did
I'm
he?
not that superstitious, but if I looked up and I was like, guys, you know something I don't know about what's going on out here?
That is a touch ominous. Sure, they'll correct that momentarily.
Six, 4 suited.
$14 bigs for Sir Watts into the very similar stack of Shu Liang. Coming with limp. And these navigations, as we see ladies for the Sleeping Dragon, great restraint from Sir Watts pre. That is a hand where bold moves come to mind. That offsuit 9-7, 9-8, 10-8 region sometimes does activate. We can see Mike really saved himself.
Yeah. Well served not to have activated on this occasion, as he came with limp and a finger wag from the two queens of Liang Shu. Will end this one. Pardon me. That was... Wow.
.45, I think. Yeah, 2.45.
Do we still feel as bossy off of 30 bigs with 20, 17, and 17 big blind stacks surrounding us as Elton?
No, we don't feel as bossy as some of the prior setups, but still James with 10, there is some of that going on. But it clearly isn't as if Elton can just raise every hand, so to speak.
Baby suited his shoe, folded around to his small. Limps in, queen 9 suited for Ding Biao. We await his thoughts on it.
I like this check from Ding. Strikes me as the idea.
Ten, 7, 4 clubs. Bottom pair up against the flush draw.
A little bit merit to both. We're not delighted to be out of position with just bottom pair putting chips in, but Clearing certain hands is always good. Not many turns we like. He goes for 300, and for Ding, has the 7, 9, 10 working as well, and the 9, 10 queen, just as far as potential straights.
Let's go. Played one time.
Is coming for call.
So another 600 will slide into the middle.
And the dragon drawing dead.
Clubs arriving for Ding Biao.
He, of course, cannot like that turn.
Shu.
Shu. And for Ding, I think the normal route to go would be something like third pot. Not sure about the third entirely, but putting some chips in that's fairly reasonable price-wise. But check is an interesting idea. Looks like he is reaching.
Especially with the 4-6-7 coordination out there. Obviously, we block the 9, but maybe there's some sort of straight that rolls off for the opposition.
He's going big, fair enough, exactly right. Targeting something like a straight or two pair. Not so much the 3-4 of diamonds. Take it, sir.
Can I order a coffee, please? Coffee? Huh? Just black coffee, yeah.
All right. Back at the desk here, Ali and Nick, as it seems that we do have a scheduled break on our hands here in the third day of the $150,000 largest buy-in of this series. Last of the long deck events taking place elsewhere in the room. That's the 100K main. Only one departure, and it was that of Alex Kulevnik. Showers for him, ace-jack against ace-10. Let's take the pause with everybody. When we come back, we'll dissect what remains of this 150K. Sound like a deal?
Deal.
All right, keep it close, guys. We'll see you in a moment.
Welcome to the Daily Dose of GTO Quiz of the Day. You shove 75% pot on the river. What value to bluff ratio should you use to make your opponent indifferent? 17% bluffs, 30% bluffs, 33%, or 43%? Find the answer in the Daily Dose of GTO, our free ebook designed to help you master GTO poker in just 5 minutes per day.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
Your way up to a ladder or two worth $500,000,
Absolutely.
$1 million. So patience is profit.
Not going to be patient with this one, though.
Taiwan's James Chen, known in the super nosebleed cash game streets. And here he is, no time being wasted. Is a patron available elsewhere in the field? It's not going to be Kulev. Oh, Watson, though. King, queen, small. How much do we like this?
We don't love it at all, but do we feel it's mandatory? Let's see for Watson off of 9.5 against the similar stack of Chen, essentially identical. These hands do dominate all of the suited broadways. He's trying to figure out how wide he thinks James would jam. And in these situations with huge pay jumps, we really prefer to be doing the jamming than the calling.
Of course. Yeah.
Does let it go, and that was nice from Watson.
Begrudged, but behind.
A little bit.
Now, Liang Shu, King 3 suited. Does he want to open the spigot and possibly shower Chen here?
Convention would dictate no, but with the sleeping Dragon Ali, one can never be sure.
Yeah.
Take it, sir.
These conventions, there's some spectrum there on.
I suppose.
A little early to make that determination still, but had these last two opens been, 3-bet healthily, maybe Ding is a little bit more averse toward the next open.
If he opens this, it would certainly lend to that idea. He is gone.
Three off here for Tsang.
You can tell he wants to attack. Does let go with a 6-3. Chen as well. A little BVB and a nice one for Kulev. 7.5 bigs.
你怎么不抢他们？很烂，好一点我就抢。
Now, Jaffe sort of touched on the scouting report on Kulev as being one of these guys, and I think maybe this had something to do with your assessment in terms of the tightly wound nature of the FT I brought up earlier. He's not a character out here who's going to be afraid to keep his chips in motion, and there they go.
And a very interesting choice from Kulev, going for 2.25 as opposed to just jamming off of his 7.5.
Now with Watson,
we must observe the ideas, and we would think it's going in for Sir Watts, and this is quite cold.
All in.
Yeah.
Good luck,
little
gentlemen.
liquid nitrogen dousing Watson's ace-10.
他们两个合体。
As the update delivered to the rail by Kulev, dominant.
有可能赢你。啊？他来了，太弱了。我36不同花，我可能两家都跟我了，一家跟了。
Not a lot of oil left in the lantern for Mike Watson here at this FT. Can he find help? Broadway gutter as he goes from an immediate 3 outs to 4. Second pair for Kulev, not really relevant. Blank turn.
And Watson does cover by a hair. Is that right, Ali? I think it is.
Just 100K.
Oh, go on, Sir Watts. My, oh my, GG. Took him a brief second to process what had happened.
It just really caught us all by surprise. The gut shot Broadway on the river. Watson reversing fate as Kulev. Obviously, nothing he could have done. And a spot he would have asked for time and time again. But an early departure, the byproduct of Ace-Jack versus Ace-10. Alex Kulev, second final table already here in Jeju, but there will be no first title as the 6th place finish earns him just shy of $1 million, and he will be up and over $2 million in career Triton earnings, courtesy of this. His 9th career. James Chen stands alone as a sub-10 BB stack with Kulev's departure and Watson's infusion.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Snap call.
That he does, Ali.
I rarely see people call that fast, even like if they have the nuts or something. I guess it doesn't matter, but like it's just funny.
For the dragon, matters are a bit complicated by the 9 BB stack of Chen. This is quite a pretty hand.
And a nicer setup for Elton in some ways to begin activation.
That's very well said. The 3 shorties, he still kind of gets piled on a lot, but with the 1 lone shorty, that is go time for the chip leader. Liang does defend.
And flop top pair.
Clean start for Xu Liang.
Checks it over with the flow of play. Let's see if Elton feels abusive with little more than backdoor hearts to speak of. The answer is yes. To what tune? 400,000 into 1-1.
$16.5 bigs for Liang. Is extending some rope to the 2 undercards. Oh, and that's an interesting card. For starters, the king is much better for Elton, as he can connect with it in the form of something like King 6 of diamonds, where of course Liang couldn't. That's what that means when a card is much better for somebody. They really can have it in all sorts of ways that the opponent can't. And of course he picks up the hearts. Complicated spot for Liang. And this barrel seems very nice from Elton. If he does in fact do it. He stutter step before it's in, Ali.
And a pressure-packed development, as if Liang Shu finds the call, he's really going to be praying for a check back if unimproved on the river. And this is not a given the ICM, which can be leveraged by Elton.
Brutal spot for Xu Liang, you're right. If we call here and never call all in on brick rivers, we shouldn't really be calling here. So you have to make somewhat of your decision now. He does get away very understandable, and a nice barrel from Elton Sang.
Now I know this is a game. Welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series from right here at the Landing Casino, Jeju, Shinhwa World. Ali Najad, Nick Schulman with you on the day shift as we pick things up. Obviously, you've already got a glimpse of the 150K final table, but I feel compelled to correct something. In the pregame, I think I led people astray and suggested that maybe we're not going to bring you day one of that 100K main. Indeed, after we crown a champ here, Nick, in this 150K, we are going to take you to that 100K. But if you're thirsting, salivating for a little bit of intel on what's going on in the interim, well, I direct you to the Triton Poker Plus app. If you haven't downloaded it so far, please explain, Nick, what a short, an oversight kind of that is. Is that QR code on your screen is how you can get involved.
Get the app. It's fantastic. It's so seamless, easy to use. I'm not good with apps, technology. Even if I can figure out the Triton Poker app, the Triton Poker Plus app, then you guys can too.
Yeah, and it really is amazing in terms of giving you access to player bios. You can even track their hands as played at any given moment, go back through kind of the chip graphs and whatnot, and of course, keep up to date on everything that's already transpired here in Jeju as we've rounded the bend, and we are drawing the curtain with this main event on the long deck street, still PLO and short deck to come. So with all of that said, we have lost one player from the 6 that joined us for this 150K Day 3 resumptions. Alex Kulev showered ace-jack suited against ace-10. Cold world there for him. James Chen on the shorty with 8 bigs, though, and it seems like Elton's back in a nice setup to continue accumulating chips.
Yeah, it's not the stone cold runaway train, but he's definitely in a nice setup. 8 BB stack of Chen, 16, 14, 21, and the 35 for Elton. So he definitely can lean on them. But let's see.
Yeah, absolutely. $4.2 million. Up top payout, $1.254 million. That's what 5th is good for on lockup. $309,000 jump between 5th and 4th. All things to be apprised of as you soak up this continuing coverage. Chip counts there brought to you by betacr.eu. Now then, Sleeping Dragon, Liang Shu under the gun here. Pocket 10s. Now, it does say hijack, but of course 5-handed. Under the gun is the hijack.
That's right, Ali.
Up we go. King Jack for Ding Biao. He rides in second coming into this one. Liang Shu in third.
We'll see Ding play pretty tight in this spot in general. He's toying with 3-bet. He does do it 1.2. And this is a 3-bet type of hand, King Jack off.
In the sense that it interferes with some of the peskier...
That's exactly right. It interferes with jacks, kings, and ace-king. Was that a snap fold from the Sleeping Dragon?
It certainly was.
Fair enough. Great timing from Ding Biao. Surprised to see the dragon fold immediately.
You know, not lost on Liang Shu, I have to imagine, is the aforementioned pay jump between 5th and 4th. The 4.2 that's hanging up top. The short stack of James Chen. And sometimes we'll see this sort of behavior. Just, you know what, guys? I'm not trying to enter murky water.
Very much so, and the setup calling for Ding to play fairly tight as well, we're sure was on Shu Liang's mind.
Pocket 5s for Watson. We saw him activate as a 3-better over the top of, I believe Elton saying earlier here at this FT.
It's going in here. Cannot get cute with 5s in this situation.
He agrees. And this one, an easy fold for Liang Shu, though he made those 10s look like an easy one as well, and it's just my speculations as to why it is that they would find the bin as quickly as they did. I don't know if you have any other perception as to... you've observed these things, though.
Yeah, I think he plays a pretty instinctual game, and it just made up his mind in that moment and went with it.
I touched on Sean Winter having given us moments such as that himself. So it is within some of our combatants. Ace Jack now. Small versus big.
Does push 2 million forward. $2.4 rather.
The bulk of his biscuits
我希望你跟啊这个牌啊，
Ding
我
will
是
be
希望你
buttering
投的
with。King 8.
算了，
What did you show?
没看懂，
S Jack S Jack，
Thank you.
我没看懂。
他开的太朝你那边了。还是要
我投的这边我怎么看呀？
不是的，就是照规矩还是要开嘛。
没事没，你说我给你看的。
你现在不看不到，一会儿也能看到，反正。
不是嘛？我的意思是说规矩就是这样子嘛，因为别人也不知道你有没有看到。他开在你那边。
跟嘛，你可以 raise 我。
我跟
你 raise 我，你推了。
我有牌我就直接推。
没有用啊，我还是
很大的牌我另
我看你们的牌。
就这2个。
哎，你夹住我以为你推了呢。这么早就上啊？
7 off suit for Chen. Got an idea here. 1.7 of it deployed. As he tries to keep his head above water going into the blinds. King Jack suited for Ding Biao. How tempting is it?
It's quite tempting. If he knew that Chen is capable of having King 7 off, it's extra tempting. No way to know exactly what Chen is doing in this spot, but we can see he's really thinking it through. Does get away, fortune favoring the aggressor. Go on, James. Very aggressive play. And it's really interesting with the big blind Annie. I don't know about that King 7, but it's a rare spot where you're actually meant to shove slightly looser from under the gun than under the gun 1.
I think it's always happy when you don't get called. Right?
You hear Elton saying, always happy when you don't get called. So obviously these blinds at this level can eat alive a stack.
That's right.
Thank you.
Like James's, like anyone's, for that matter. As we aren't particularly deep with 5 left right now.
No.
How much you playing?
We'll be going in momentarily.
Yep.
比你刚刚还差。
And going out is Chen. Looked like a face-up fold. Not sure what he had. It is becoming a bit of a thing where we're not getting James's cards placed over the RFID in every spot here. Obviously,
We want to see every hand from every player, every time. Right?
Yeah, of course. Six-four suited now for Elton.
8 bigs for James, 14 for Watson. Like this fold from Elton. Not really a short-stacked kind of hand. Note it was quite a choice. 9s for James.
Is he deep enough to do something other than thrash here?
You know, these spots are interesting. He does just jam.
Just with all of the ice.
When he gets snapped, good luck, gentlemen. Yes, I do, Ali. 4.15 in the middle.
Vulnerable to the 2 overs of Watson, which have dug in.
Really been Watson's hand tonight. Ace-10 off.
Showered Alex Kulev's ace-jack suited earlier with this specific holding, despite being so dominated. Turned it into Broadway.
Oops.
Ace in the window, no 9 behind it, and big problems for Taiwan's James Chen here. Could it be his last stand? He found an 8 with 8-9 to stay alive
Ooh.
earlier.
Take
That
it
looked
easy
like
on
a
the middling
9
hearts,
for a
please.
moment. Yeah, he doesn't want a middling heart. GG James. What a run.
That'll do it for Mr. Chen. Fought hard. Did find a ladder here on the day. He will collect 5th place prize money. 2 for 2 here in Jeju. 43rd in the 25K GG Millions for 43,500. And a lot more handsome. The score here, which will push him up and over $3 million in career Triton earnings, right in that neighborhood. And he's done it all in just 5 cashes. He will leave behind 4 to do battle as the handshakes and the GGs are issued. And with that, each of these remaining 4 players will be playing for what is now a guaranteed $1.5 million plus, 1.563. The ladder, $332,000 between 4th and 3rd. Now then, all of that in mind, Ding Biao, pocket 8s, opens, ace-jack here for Elton on the button.
Ding opening off 23 bigs, Elton with 35 to begin.
On.
He does just rip.
And let's await the response from Ding. This is very uncomfortable as he is currently 2nd, not that far ahead of Watson, who absorbed Chen's chips moments ago.
This is indeed uncomfortable. One could certainly understand folding. But if he wants to run it, we can understand as well. A question Ding is certainly asking himself is, what's the lower pair situation for Elton? He does let it go.
Would it have been something that we would objectively classify as ICM suicide for him to dig in with 2 8s in a spot such as this?
I wouldn't say suicide,
Okay.
but I think the fold was a nice choice.
Self-mutilation, maybe.
And maybe a little self-mutilation, Ollie.
Really, that... I didn't need to say it.
Well, I mean, that's never stopped you before.
Right. I think it's a fair way to kind of really sum up my career thus far here in the booth is he didn't need to say it.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, you've got chops, but self-mutilation, it's just a bit. 500 to go.
Couldn't help it. Sang, Jack 9, up we go. No takers. And he loves seeing Watson and Ding Biao now clustered in between he and Liang Shu. This really affords him much more of an opportunity. 2-1 chip lead over 2nd. Good bit of distance.
It's a good point and a nice reminder that the setup is fluid. And from one orbit to the next, our strategies and approaches can change. You're very right.
Yeah.
2-1 chip lead for Elton on Sir Watson Ding.
And I've been impressed with his attention to that fluidity. I mean, from hand to hand, he seems to be making the little adjustments.
I agree.
Keenly aware of the implications. Is Elton Singh, who's looked nice out there on the day. Watson has had a day himself. Plenty of patience has been displayed. And I wouldn't call it impatience. Just an ace-7 open. 550, ace-8 has him in a way.
We can see Jam would get through, but it's a little bit uncomfortable with this one. I like the just defend.
As does Elton. 10-6 deuce, and Elton likes it a lot more now. Nut flush draw to go with what is the best hand.
And let's see for Sir Watts if he goes very small or just checks. Not to imply the Elton check was preordained, but it's generally what we see from the big blind. And I think Elton's hand is so nice. We go for a call. We can comfortably check call a variety of turns. And call really keeps an eye on something like Queen of Spades, Jack. However, there is merit to raising. He's going for the former. 2.175 in the middle. Oh, and Watson does make the 7.
Yeah, it adds a gut shot to the tabletop for Elton, but now he's behind an improbable lead for Mike. Note the 7 of spades wouldn't have worked.
And this is interesting, interfering with 8-9 of clubs, and of course the nut flushes. He does check. And I think we would expect to see Watson check a fair amount here, if not always. We know we have the best hand a lot, but getting check raised from semi-bluffs is so brutal if we bet this one. He's giving it a good think, though. Does check.
And to the river we go, which is a spade. So the volley back in favor of Elton.
Does come right in for Elton.
And he's just going to lead out here.
Great bet from Elton, going 15%-ish, really putting Watson in a tough spot. I like this bet a lot from him because his range is so credible after check, call, flop. And again, as we can see, we can never know if Elton had some sniff about the hand class that Watson has this current time. But this bet is highly uncomfortable to deal with if we're Sir Watts. What exactly do we beat here?
It's a great question. Not a lot, it feels. We know that the defense range from Elton will be broad. We also know that when he check calls...
Broad-ish. Not as broad as it would be on day one. And when he check calls, yeah, I believe it's pretty ripe with hands with a spade in it. Watson very capable of bluffing. Don't know about this particular hand. Oh, does just pay it off. Bravo, Elton. Great bet.
And oddly enough, Elton shaking his head as he shows down the ace of spades, perhaps because he senses, given the call from Watson, he left meat on the bone size-wise, or that he could have checked and induced.
That was my feeling, that he felt he left meat on the bone, but he'll be happy to see he really did not. Maybe he thought Mike had the jack or queen of spades, given the way he called. But again, great choice from Elton.
Yeah, the head shake did seem to come prior to witnessing it was a 7, which he didn't, because obviously Watson quietly folds that one, I think. Right? He's not forced to show his hand,
no,
Mike, so... Yeah, let's not beat ourselves up. In fact, Elton really came with the right size versus the opposition holding.
$10-3 off for Elton, 47 bigs for him, 16 for Sir Watts. Looks like he's cutting out a raise non-all-in. 800 declared. These are ideas to lean on Watson. He's gone.
Nice ascension here for the chip leader. And he's really been able to stave off efforts elsewhere in the field to kind of run up on his heels. And dilution upon us. 150, 300, 300. Let's call it 3/4 of a million every 4 hands. great if you're short. Ding Biao.
Go on,
Second
Ding.
in chips. Black aces.
First time we've seen him at the final table today. Those min. Ding just thinking, one time, Elton.
Get frisky. Not going to happen. Elton does skew toward the friskier side, no question about that.
He's frisky, and it looks like Ding will be receiving a defense.
King 7 suited. Decent amount of hand for Liang Shu. Invests the extra 300.
Oh, and this is a lot of trouble for Liang, clearly.
Top pair versus the over pair. 165 in the middle.
Top pair off just 7 bigs.
Like a tiger in the tall grass, Ding Biao begins to stalk his prey to the tune of 1 million.
Great size as it stands, forcing Liang to make a decision right now.
Simply can't flat for half of our remaining stack with top pair.
I don't think so, Ali.
Yeah, neither does Liang, understandably, as Ding Biao beats him into the pot practically, and the bad news has been delivered to the sleeping dragon.
这把不推了。
没牌。
上把是什么？
Might it be eternal rest in the 150
我该直接推的我的牌吗？
for Shu? Certainly, Ding Biao looking to sedate. 5.6 million in the middle. No help on the turn. Only 5 outs will rescue Liang Shu from elimination. Is it there? No.
Very good game to you, sir. Pleasure to observe the sweats. What a run.
我直接推。
Fourth place for 1.563. Ali, bravo.
Obviously a disheartening dispatch, but a very heartening payout.
您的12，我这21个比你怎么接啊？
As Liang Shu here at his third ever Triton Super High Roller Festival. Nick first joined us in Jeju back in 2019. Had an FT in a 500K Hong Kong No Limit 6 Max event.
Sure we'll be seeing him again.
For 1.8, went 2 for 3 in London. An FT in the 100K pound short deck main there.
He's tough, this guy.
Second cash here in Jeju, 5th over his career, up and over 5 million in Triton earnings. And with short deck still out there, I would imagine he'll be playing the main. And then the short deck streets, unclear if he likes 4 card. As 3 remain. Watson.
Might it be going in?
All in.
Suited kings are ideas in a situation such as this. He does declare the all-in as the clear short stack. Important pickups are these.
It's not updating the app. It's fine.
Ding Biao surveying the updated landscape, undoubtedly. Zhang, still the chip leader. 12 million for him. 7.1.
操你妈的，8点。
For Ding Biao, now.
哇，你还好。
8点。
来呗。
You know, you've been out to Macau, Nick. You know, you picked up a thing or two while you were out there. Most of that not fit for translation.
Yes. I didn't pick up what he said, but I have picked up a few curses in Mandarin.
Yeah.
Five deuce off for Elton. We saw him raise the 10-3 before. This one awfully dusty. If he does raise, it would be to the tune of just not all in, some other size. Does let it go, fair enough.
Whoa, I had you dominated. Oh my god.
Suited though.
Watson with a needly revelation, as it were. The diaper.
Had deuce 5 offsuit.
Good fold. Good fold.
Woo.
Queen 4 off for Watson. 14 bigs to start into the 23 big blind stack of Ding. Limps.
Little suited connector here for Ding, and let's see whether or not he feels like wagging a finger. There will be some traps for Watson.
There definitely will be some traps and quite a bit of stuff that looks like this. See a flop?
Yeah. 900 in the middle.
Oh.
And not one, but 2 sevens as well, as Ding Biao grabs this one by the throat.
And a touch complicated for Watson, who we would assume goes for check a lot here. That's a pretty typical idea on a king high board with a queen. But it still is a queen, limp check. Eager to see Watson's navigations going quietly as possible, but again, touch complicated. Still ahead of all of the just trash. And when we check call flop here, it is somewhat credible. We have to have something. So it sort of forces our opponent to bluff off into a range that's a little bit scary. Again, we're ahead of things like deuce 6, deuce 3, 3, 4. The continue understandable Watson drawing almost dead. Oh.
Now, the king pairs on the turn. Could this board texture be such that the queen high remains curious against sevens full, drawing dead? Mike checks.
That's what I was thinking. And of course, for Ding, this is a scary turn as well.
Yeah, we're holding the 7. The check call on that texture should have a decent amount of king X. That's the notion, perhaps. The 4, note irrelevant in terms of Watson. He still plays kings and 7s with queen high.
And for Watson, this is a very tricky spot coming up. I would think we always just check. And Ding likely going for value, targeting the ace or the queen. Not a lot of ace X for Watson. He is just kind of value betting, I believe. He goes for 375, gets snapped, fair enough.
And note just the sheer power of the check call, check, check, and then lead line from Watson on that board development. Ding just left to flat with 7s full.
Interesting hand.
And Mike just basically dictating the price for showdown in that spot.
Yeah, there is some of that.
Balance transfer from Watson over to Biao.
I think he was a little bit targeting chops, and a queen is something of the worst hand he could have, I suppose. Maybe some Jack X backdoors. That was certainly an interesting choice. Ace-6 off for Ding in the small. These are always tricky with this setup. 11 bigs for Watson, 26 for Ding, 41 for Elton. Calls. Definitely some potential violence upon us.
There's the raise. Up to 900 we go.
And we've seen crazier things than a limp re-raise. See how Ding plays it. Oh, he is doing it.
You had a hunch, Nick, that this might be that which developed, and Elton must be respectful of such things. What with that 11 big blind stack of Watson out there, he knows Ding Biao would be courting disaster to get out of line and potentially wind up out in third.
These are tough spots for Elton. This particular hand class that we're looking at from Ding, the ace small card offsuit, these are ideas to limp re-raise in a quite polar fashion. And for ace-8 off, does he want to take a stand, Ali?
The idea being that we block the ace-X across the way, we unblock the middling stuff that could raise and then concede to the 4-bet.
Very nice from Ding Bao there. Take it, sir.
A 3-bet, rather. Forgive me. Yeah, nice indeed, as it does get through, Nick. That one I know, by the way. Toji. It was Tom Dwan that taught me that.
Go on.
Bluff.
There it is.
你试试嘛，可以，试试就知道接不接动了。
我很大的牌，操你妈！ Oh.
If I'm Watson, I'm just firing up Google Translate and just leaving the mic open. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just out of curiosity, not necessarily paranoia. I'm like, well, what really is, what are they talking about? King 9 suited.
Oh, we have a little limpy here. First limp of today, and we'll be hearing from Elton.
$4X. King 10 suited would have liked to have been involved here. Out it goes.
Would not be shocked to see Ding follow suit, although it's a lot of hand on the button. And interesting dynamics where right after that limp re-raise, Elton attacks the next hand. Those are always interesting psychologically. He does call.
My fly.
And this is, of course, great for Watson, who hopes for a collision.
10-6 trade doesn't rate to be the one, as the added investment brought the pot to $3 million. Ding Biao with position, but really nothing to speak of on this diamond-free rainbow texture. Not exactly a delight for Elton here either. So he pumps the brakes. Perhaps a window of opportunity further down the streets, or now, for Ding Biao?
We somewhat block the 10 twice as far as suited 10s. We, of course, block kings. And we could target the exact sort of hand we're looking at, ace-jack, ace-queen. Oh, he is reaching, Ali. Ding Biao really has been doing his thing. He's a very tough player to deal with.
You're not wrong.
does Elton keep an eye on him for one more streak? Great price. Ahead of the 8-9 suiteds. And of course, these just random bluffs, let's say. But uncomfortable, out of position. He's tearing one off correctly. Pot swells to 4.4.
Sediment swirling in the shallows here as the murk continues to be upon us. 4 of hearts on the turn. Both parties really adrift with 4.4 in the middle.
And the king of diamonds is actually a quite nice card, as it frees up the possibility for Elton to have king X of spades and king X of clubs. Suppose the dream would be if Ding also had a heart. But if we dismiss that, the king we're looking at is something of the second best king to have, I guess. As opposed to just the heart. He does check.
And that check back brings an 8 on the end. The 9 gaining relevance, but the ace-jack still in front.
That's right, Ali, and I would think for the ace-jack we're just content to check and hope, strap in. And for Ding, does he feel compelled to bluff? This is really his card in this limp 4x call pre-line, where we're already sort of representing the middle-y type cards with the limp. Of course, if we're playing that strategy, we'll have some traps. But I would think Ding bluffs this card an awful lot.
I mean, he's wary of bottom of range containing some of that ace high.
He knows he's beat here basically for sure. If Elton check called something like Jack Queen of clubs on the flop, he would bluff the river. I like how composed Ding is. He does just give up. Elton's a scary guy to bluff, and nice pickup for Sang.
And as soon as we get shown that ace-jack offsuit, we instantly lament our decision on the river, as we know the takeaway was available.
I agree, Ali.
Nevertheless, that stickiness.
And that is part of how your reputation and just presence at the table can make chips for you in subtle ways. I think Elton being such a good reader live and things like this obviously weighed on Ding Biao a bit on the river.
You know, I couldn't agree more. A lot of times in the cash game streets, it's when we're up against a guy who's regarded as a station. Maybe there's a spot where we feel like the bluff is absolutely our only escape. It's very appropriate in consideration of the path traveled. And yet, we just wave the white flag of surrender more often against these characters because of that sense, as you mentioned, that the reputation precedes and it's not going to get through.
It's true, and sometimes having that image as a station is actually a good thing. You need to have some of that. Winner for Elton.
Yeah, it just passively keeps an eye on the opposition.
That's right.
Well, we're in March, and there's still a few days left for you to get involved over at GG Poker with the WSOP Super Circuit, which runs now through the 31st. And while you're at it, qualify for Triton events. Would love to see a Cinderella story at one of these stops whereby somebody spins it up, not unlike Chris Moneymaker, that sparked the poker boom way back in 2003 with a big parlay into a main event championship. Wouldn't that be delightful? Head over to GG Poker today to get involved, the world's largest online poker room. Now then, the battle rages on as Ding Biao lost round 1 moments ago, and it was a big round in terms of the fight. 8-5 suited, played as a limp. Ace-queen. That responsible for the 3x. Note, by the way, the limp from the button, small blind 4x with Watson needing to be ushered. Here, with position and no other parties involved, 3x adequate.
这么聪明，先搞定他，我帮你，你慢慢等收钱。我先帮你搞定他，拿多100万。 我们可以打欧玛哈。
14.6 million, nearly 50 bigs in front of Elton Sang now. Watson lurking with 2.5 million. Ding Biao needs to be very respectful of the ICM here. Clear midfield.
Agree with that, Ali. Will be going in. See if Watson wakes up with anything.
On.
No, sir. 10-8 off.
He is considering it as this is a spot Elton will be jamming quite wide, but just 10-8. 8 bigs to start. It's a touch close. He's going time bank, which would lend to the idea. He finds this spot to be razor close. Jack 9, Jack 10 we're in, perhaps even 10-9. And with Elton now in such command and being able to afford losing this spot, we can have visions of him jamming things like 8-6 offsuit, 5-7. The list somewhat goes on.
Mike chewing on it. He can just take the small blind next hand if he chooses to step away from here.
Mike in clear third against a range doing this all the time. Does get away, he'll be happy to see he was just beat.
I would love if we added a phone a friend wrinkle to these FTs. Not that Watson needs assistance, but maybe have Sean Winter on speed dial when we get down around here and
We
go,
know-
Sean, what do you think?
We know what Sean would have done.
Sean would be like, guys, I've got 8 bigs here. Everybody relax. No need for panic. But 2 of those bigs stepped away from now. As Watson dwindles to 6 entering this one. Sub 2 million. Dusty one on the button for Elton. He'll take a pass. And when Elton does open opportunities like this up for us as Mike, obviously we tend to relish them, and he does choose to jam the 6-5 offsuit here, Nick. Risky business, but Ding Biao rather, asking for the count.
This type of play from Watson is an idea. So huge to pick it up when Ding folds. And if they call, sometimes we make a straight, hit the 5. This is, of course, pretty much the very bottom of his jams. And this is close for Ding Biao, who's in second clearly. Does let it go, very nice from Watson. Aggressive move, takes it.
And a move that kind of informs us with respect to, you know, pushing back on any notions that he's going to go quietly or be passive. You know, patience is profit part of the program, I think, is all done.
Well said, Ali.
2.5 million. Breaking even across 2 pots.
Let's go, let's go.
Now you heard Elton say, let's go, let's go. You know, wonder whether or not he's getting a little antsy out there. Eager to get it down to heads up.
And
These
does
things-
Ding just jam sub 20 or go another direction? And I caught that, Ali. Does just jam. Obviously, Watson watches eagerly, not the one for Sang. He has a cash game to get to, Ali.
算了，放过你。
He's got the natural 8.
The rail is growing.
还有个小鸡。
Yeah. Keen interest as to the outcome, obviously, for many about the arena. 1.9 million on lockup, the gap up to second, one that we haven't touched on yet, and yet is so relevant to what's going on over here. Almost $1 million.
Indeed. And is this hand so good? We just go for the normal raise. We saw Kulev raise ace-jack suited off 7.5. He does just put him in, fair enough. Watson does flick it in. If the 10-8 was close, he deems the jack worthy.
我怎么就跟你跟了？
我不知道，觉得我傻逼呗。我很大的牌。
Doesn't love it. The reasons are obvious, even before they were on their backs. And now, Mike Watson
我係女傾喎，大佬。我屌！
seeks a jack or a 7 here up against
Whoa,
King
go on,
Queen.
Mike.
And how about
Oh my
all
God.
of it, sir?
Oh.
That'll quiet the rail, Ollie.
Oh, yeah.
老細。
Oh,
Two outs.
hang on.
Runner, Queen would really be.
They're not going to do Watson like that, are they?
No.
Go on, Mike.
哇，
2.175.
You finally waited for your jack 7, huh?
Probably folded a better hand last time, actually. I don't even know.
I know. 2175.
Probably was a better
You
fold
finally
last
waited
time.
for your jack 7.
I really appreciate that, by the way,
Yeah.
because there's so much more to the statement.
Go on,
Did I
Elton.
not win this one?
七姑，七姑，
上头了他。
So it's saying off of his high water mark. The wound not deep, but not negligible insofar as it places Watson up and over the 10 big blind threshold by a margin as he enters this one with 4.7. Saying still 2-1 chip lead over Ding Biao. Queen 8 suited on the button. Up we go. Jack deuce suited deliberates.
Defends.
Jack 10-4 board.
Gut shot working for Elton. Of course, top pair for Ding.
And the backdoor diamonds. It all checks. And absent a club on the board, let's see what kind of appetite Elton has for this 1.6 plus in the middle as it stands.
Goes for 30-ish%. Of course, Ding not going anywhere. 17 bigs right now, his stack. Facing the 1.8. Goes for call. Oh, and a great card for Elton to barrel. Double gut shot now. Really his card.
With $1 million more in the middle, what will be his follow-up to the $500,000 C-bet?
If you're in Elton's seat, you can almost look at the ace as one of your outs. It's possible Ding has a slow-played king-queen, ace-10 or ace-4, but this is very much Elton's card. He is taking the free one.
And by the way, taking that free one is not to say that suddenly this Jack-Deuce is certain it's good.
No, that's a great point. And his hand is so nice with the 9 and king. Maybe we're more apt to bluff queen 7 or 6. There are ideas taking the free card open-ended. But if Ding checks here, I would certainly think we hear from Elton usually. Do have a little bit of showdown against 8-9, but not much. Ding going for value.
Well, 400 into the 2.6, is it value or is this a little bit of block as well?
Well, what do you mean by that?
In terms of just disarming Elton from perhaps dialing up a larger figure that we would need to call to find showdown if we check it over.
There is some of that, but I don't think he's trying to bluff out a better hand here.
No, that would seem ambitious, as the better jacks and anything beyond
2.4.
as played.
Oh, go on,
Oh,
Elton.
now this, of course, is the problem with opening the action in this manner, as the statement being made in the form of a raise as opposed to, let's just say, if Elton had barreled big, quite a bit different, is it not?
It is a little bit different, and obviously Elton took the free one. The deuce is an interesting card. It unblocks all of the straight draws, something of a napkin. Could see Ding heroing here sometimes. For the point you just mentioned, this story is different than the bet story. What did he have that he checked back turn and is now going for this? That's what Ding is trying to figure out.
I mean, could an ace-5 be a part of the equation ever?
Ace-5 is possible, Ali. Oh, and he does pay it off. Bravo,
Wow.
Ding Bao. Huge pickup. He'll see the good news.
And by the way, Elton is going to be a little bit shaken, perhaps, by the idea that a raise of that size was unable to shed the Jack-Deuce.
Simply says good call with a glance over. The rail likes it. And just like that, Ding Biao and Elton pretty much neck and neck.
1 point to be made.
Ding now the chip leader. Yes,
Yeah.
Ali.
There it is, just shy of 10 million, and now for the first time the lead with 3 remaining here in this 150K.
休息了。
最后一把。
Elton not far behind, 8.9 million, and Watson continues to lurk, 4.5 million.
Where's the 休息？ 马差不多，要不要分啊？
嗯，
要不要分啊？
什么？
我说马差不多。
分钱啊？
哎，
Dealer push means a level up.
局马
Right on the
太少
heels
了
of a
马
level
一个号
down
码就没
for
有了。
Elton. Sonny keeping the boys apprised as you get a look at the current state of affairs here. 200, 400, 400. Brought to you by Poker Stake. it's the $1 million that separates third and second also, which I think makes that Jack Deuce feel a little bit stickier than I think Elton might have anticipated. The ICM pressure being slightly disregarded by Ding Biao. Correctly, mind you.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth a lot to call correctly, too. You just win the tournament a lot more, but you're right. It was a touch rattling for Elton.
Yeah, one of the concepts that Jonathan Jaffe at the desk late hours last night sort of pointed to on a number of occasions is the chips lost are far more harmful than the chips gained are helpful at times. And this needs to be considered.
Yeah, he said something else that I really liked, where he said in ICM, you can sort of play your stack, and of course this is a generalization which he alluded to, as a stack that's 50% increased for chips. That's a nice little thought. Ace-queen off for Elton.
Yeah, sort of a guiding principle, he said, in his coaching that he provides students. So
Blinds up, by the way. And for Sir Watts with 8 and change and an ace. Believe it is going in.
All in.
there it is. And we know Elton will be braced
Thank you.
for the
It's a
impact,
thank you.
which is going to skew his way.
Is it a thank you?
Really good one.
It's a thank
On
you. It's
his
a thank
feet.
you. It's a thank you.
By the way, very careful, Elton, with these sort of, you know, thank yous coming without cards seen. I mean,
幫你搞掂他，
we can be struck down in these
幫你
moments.
搞掂他。
Indeed, we can be struck down. Flop coming.
玩起來。
Watson's done it once before, dominated, doesn't rate to be doing it again here, as his back is up against the wall.
Very clean for Elton.
解轉女最好。
Deuce needed, unfound, and now it's just 3 outs once that the ace-queen of Elton Sang needs to fade in order to book a date heads up against Ding Biao.
Down to the lone duck.
He's done it.
Great run, Sir Watts.
Thank you, Mike. GG, good game.
Fought hard.
Go to the window, grab that 1.895. That's really
exciting
not
moment.
too bad. Always a pleasure. And just like that, we're heads up, Ollie.
That we are. For Watson, Nick, a Triton veteran, that 1.9 will be added to the 8.8 plus in career Triton earnings that he brought in here. That'll put him into the 8-figure club. 2 titles steady, though, as the third will be denied. This his 27th career Triton cash. Back-to-back final tables, 4th in the 50K, 3rd here, 4 cashes in Jeju. Sir Watts, respect be on his name. So there is a look at how things will take shape heads up. Elton Sang with a roughly 9 big blind advantage over Ding Biao. Blinds of 200, 400 with the 400K big blind ante. That glimpse brought to you by GG Poker as we bring you back to the desk here. And it did feel a bit, I'm not sure at what point I sensed it, Nick, but that collision between Ding Biao and Elton heads up was a bit imminent.
Yeah, and one thing I'd like to say, and I don't know if I should even bring this up, but it's nice to see that Ding and Elton were not soft playing each other whatsoever. Ding limp re-raised the ace-6. Elton checked back the queen-8, went for it. Ding picked him off. And that's cool to see because sometimes they're obviously very friendly.
Right.
But this is the way tournaments are. You know, we all have to scrap for ourselves. And that's cool to see them battling like that. And I'm sure heads up will be a battle. They want this title.
Yeah, often I've heard there's no friends at the poker table. With those cards in the air, that friendship tends to give way to the real fight, and we saw Elton taking it to Ding Biao unsuccessfully, albeit, and that sets Ding up a little bit more nicely coming into heads-up play. So then we will pause, go to a break. When we come back, we're going to play for $4.2 million and a title here in Jeju. Stay close.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
You can tell he wants to attack. Does
Yeah.
that go with a 6-3? Chen as well, a little BVB and a nice one for Kulev, 7.5 bigs.
你怎么不抢他们？很烂，好一点我就抢。
Now, Jaffe sort of touched on the scouting report on Kulev as being one of these guys, and I think maybe this had something to do with your assessment in terms of the tightly wound nature of the FT I brought up earlier. He's not a character out here who's going to be afraid to keep his chips in motion, and there they go.
And a very interesting choice from Kulev, going for 2.25 as opposed to just jamming off of his 7.5.
Now with
So
Watson, ace 10.
We must observe the ideas, and we would think it's going in for Sir Watts, and this is quite cold.
All in.
Yeah.
Good luck,
Little
gentlemen.
liquid nitrogen. Dousing. Watson's ace 10.
他们两个合体。
A 哥和什么？A 10。
As the update delivered to the rail by Kulev, dominant.
有可能赢你。啊？他俩太弱了。36不同花。我可能两家都跟我，一家跟了。
Not a lot of oil left in the lantern for Mike Watson here at this FT. Can he find help? Broadway gutter as he goes from an immediate 3 outs to 4. Second pair for Kulev, not really relevant. Blank turn.
And Watson does cover by a hair. Is that right, Ali? I think it is.
Just 100K.
Oh, go on, Sir Watts. My, oh my, GG. Took him a brief second to process what had happened.
It just really caught us all by surprise. The gut shot Broadway on the river. Watson reversing fate as Kulev, obviously nothing he could have done. And a spot he would have asked for time and time again. But an early departure, the byproduct of Ace-Jack versus Ace-10. Alex Kulev, second final table already here in Jeju, but there will be no first title, as the 6th place finish earns him just shy of $1 million, and he will be up and over $2 million in career Triton earnings, courtesy of this, his 9th career. Click like, click subscribe. Don't make us hurt you. Okay, empty threats. But nevertheless, this is all we ask in terms of the exchange.
Hit that like and subscribe. If Ali run the numbers up, if Ali and I run the numbers up on that, it's good for us. The team notices. And then they say, great job, Nick and Ali. Smash that like and subscribe button one time. It helps our bottom line. Raise from Ding Biao 6s. Goes for 600, 2.4.
Now I feel like people are going to try to bribe us in the chat in exchange for likes and subscribes. Nick's being a little facetious, but I just want, for the good of the Triton Super High
And for
Roller
Chen
Series.
off 3 1/4, does he want to defend? He is the clear runaway shorty. He is defending. This seems nice. Can he hit?
Just 500 back for Chen. As over half of his stack has been invested. Queen, Jack, deuce.
And we might go for the stop and go if we're James. Of course, just 9 high and a gut shot, but it puts things like we're looking at and some king highs with no backups in a weird spot. He does do it, and I think for Ding, we just give it a try. He snapped.
Ooh, more outs than I thought.
Not too bad for James to be only a 3-2 dog.
Well, the lion's share of a $17.5 million plus prize pool is going to be divvied up between two parties. It is going to be Elton Sang against Ding Biao. Welcome back, everyone, to the Landing Casino here on Jeju Island, South Korea. Shinhwa World, Ali Najad, Nick Schulman with you. We are going to take the champ here in the 150K, and once we do crown that champ, don't go anywhere because, of course, we're going to bring you day one coverage of the $100,000 main event. That'll be a handsome prize pool as well. And for those that are going to soak up Heads Up Play and the rest of today's coverage, if you haven't already, give me the little lower third. Would you, Producer James? Scan the QR code. Get that Triton Poker Plus app. As Nick has christened it, the greatest app ever developed.
I don't want to, yeah. I mean, maybe there's some apps in the medical field or what have you, that would be when we're talking about the great apps of all time. But in all sincerity, the Triton Poker Plus app is so impressive. And if you love sweating and also just getting a wealth of hand histories from great players, there's really nothing like it.
Yeah, there's no question about it. I mean, the viewing experience is just not the same without it. So certainly, whether you're on Android, iOS, get involved there. Glad to have you with us, by the way. Click like, click subscribe if you're over on YouTube. This helps us to continue to deliver this coverage. And let's take one quick peek into that aforementioned app for a look at the landscape. 34 bigs in front of Elton Sang of Hong Kong. And from the mainland, we have Ding Biao, 10 million plus in front of him, 25 big blinds deep, aided in part by the impressive Jack Deuce of Diamonds call as Elton went for it against him on the river for a bluff raise.
Very impressive call from Ding. Of course, Elton's a small favorite based on the chips, but anything can happen, Ali.
That it can. We've seen this time and again, so with no further ado, let us send it down into the arena as heads-up battle begins. Brought to you by betacr.eu. 2, 4, and 4, the blind level. 45 minutes long are those levels. And imagine this heads-up battle if Ding Biao hadn't found that call. He would be sitting like 4-1 chip dog plus, maybe.
Or perhaps not even heads up. Would have all been different.
That's a great point as well. Watson out in third, 1.9 million, the most recent payout. Yesterday we ended things. Grafton, Winter, Wang Yi. Also here at this final table, the dearly departed. Look at the payouts brought to you by Poker Stakes. So here we go. Plenty on hand here to witness this one as a robust rail has gathered.
Rags to begin. Elton always seems to be having a good time when he plays, Ali.
I couldn't agree more. I really always feel like even when he's just getting pummeled out there, he finds the laugh. Gallows humor, as Rast coined it the other day sometimes. But he's looking for the thank you.
Indeed he is.
The pre-flop collision, dominant ace, queen, ace, deuce, that which got us here. Watson unable to pull the rabbit out of the hat.
Limp check to start.
Air everywhere.
Third pot from Ding. Take it, Mr. Biao.
Little one. But he does narrow the gap ever so slightly. Ding Biao's Festival. This is 4th cash, 47th in the 15K 8 max, 18th in the 20K 8 max. Back-to-back cashes to start things off. 40K mystery bounty, the only other time he found the money. 11th place finish there for 69.5. Flipping it over to Elton. His Jeju Festival hasn't cashed in 4 attempts. But what a meaningful one this rates to be as the lockup. 2.87 million. The gap between second and first, 1.34 million.
He goes for 2.25. See a flop?
King 8. Defending. Plop in the gutter on the Queen 10-9 board. Diamond working in both camps. Advantage Ding in that department.
Ding with a lot of interaction. See how Elton wants to play it. Pretty good board for him. His hand isn't great. These are always interesting. Does check.
Maintains the lead.
And for Biao, there's certainly a number of ace highs we would target with a bet. We're looking at one of them. Oh, he is reaching. This looks very nice.
2.2 in the middle. And a fairly bulky 1.6. The delivery from Ding Biao. Really not a lot of places for ace high to go here.
It's kind of how I'm feeling as well. Can see how much spirit Elton plays with.
Yeah.
Does let it go.
The thing is, he knows maybe the ace high is good. Am I going to be allowed to see a free showdown on the river? And a lot of cards that could roll off that just leave us quite devastated. In terms of texture, there's Kiatley and Danny Tang out there, Ding Biao's brother, in the white.
Seeing a lot of Chinese characters in the chat. Welcome, everybody.
By that you mean just the actual typeface, not people with tremendous personality.
Correct,
Okay.
the typeface. But we love to have all of you guys sweating.
Ryan Yoon, by the way, failed to acknowledge his presence. Also a Triton man. Hasn't played any events here at this festival. Short deck specialist, waiting for his opportunity.
Welcome, sir. Elton surveying his options. Does check.
Both players sharing the 9. Elton, the dominant party pre and post as he morphs into second pair. You know, as affable as the two of these gentlemen have been, Nick, throughout the proceedings at this FT, they both feel dialed and very seriously approaching the affair. As the check from Elton draws a little question from Ding Biao's 9 high.
I agree with you, Ollie. It's on right now.
Yeah. Third pot sizing.
And these guys are competitive, you know? Just because they're from the same hemisphere doesn't automatically mean it's all, you know, you can feel how hard they're both playing. As you said, Ding drawing dead potentially could blast his way out.
Elton flatted, checks once more.
Interesting river. Elton with a pretty key jack, and Ding with 9 high, and of course that 9 of spades.
So after the check back from Ding Biao, Elton looking up at that king of spades, 2 million in the middle, and checking yet again.
Ding with a little tilt of the head. He may be struggling with wanting to bluff, but just feeling like he's going to get called. I know that feeling very well. He is reaching. And Ali, forgive me, this one was limped pre, right? Had to have been. Let's see if Elton heroes it off. Ahead of all of the cards between the 3 and the jack that took this stutter steppy third pot check back 2/3 type line.
One could certainly see some of that King X across the way for Ding Biao. Not a compulsory raise on balance. We'll see some of that slide in as a limp.
He did just motion as if he was calling, and then he shot Ding a look. Maybe Ding really held it together where now he's second guessing it. Now he's going for this. He moved ever so slightly with the chips as if he was going to call, and he does, and he'll see the good news, Ali.
Yeah, and the manner in which he throws that call out there suggests that he did feel the bulk of the time that Jack 9's going to fall, but as we can see, it stands tall.
Well said.
Falling in. A healthy pot. I love the way you put it, by the way, and I almost double down on the assessment. It's on out here. I guess, you know, a lot of times heads up, a lot of money on the line, sure. This much is clear. But between these two suddenly, and it stands in very stark contrast, perhaps, just in terms of climate to what we observed en route.
Definitely in heads up is the most personal form of poker, and this title is massive prestige. 13.6 for Elton, 8.8 for Ding, 400K on the blind. Limp from Elton.
It is worthy of note that as OG as Elton is on the Triton Super High Roller Series, it is he who does not have a title. Ding Biao first joined us Vietnam 2023. Elton, on the other hand, his first appearance came all the way back right here in Jeju in 2018. Meanwhile, Ace Jack 9, 2 clubs in the limped pot pre. Pairless are both parties as 8 high checks to 10 high.
Elton suits nice.
Sprinkle and take. Now, I tried to recall this with Jaffe at the desk the other day, but am I mistaken? Was it not Elton Sang who squared off with Jason Kuhn in that legendary $2 million plus pot and allowed Jason to sweat his own card?
You're correct.
Thought
I
that was
actually
the two
just
of them.
saw that pot for the first time recently. Galfond, it hit my YouTube feed. So
Okay.
let me put eyes on this, and I was surprised. I just had never seen that one, but
Worth a dive into the archives, by the way, that exchange.
Elton, who primarily focuses on nosebleed cash, I think that's fair to say.
Yeah.
Limp from Ding Biao. Big hand for Elton, heads up in the face of limp, counting him down.
And while that may be the case, I think both of us have quite clearly recognized that Elton is very much making the active and necessary adjustments whilst out here in ICM heavy situations such as the one we've observed.
Well, indeed, it's very clear Elton is an extremely bright guy and a fearless and legendary gambler at the highest stakes in the world.
I'm going to say this.
And lets it go.
Even though it is quite tempting to just say those who are carved from the clay of the tournament streets would be better suited. In something like this, the pay difference, the 4.2 up top, having those dudes with the CV that contains highest stakes in the world cash, there's a comfort that they're going to be experiencing out there in that regard.
I do agree.
You know?
High stakes cash players are just built a little bit different, and the experience you gain from that world is it just can't be replicated. Many a great tournament player who has only played tournaments in their journey, but when you do both, it does give you a little something special.
Not all the build quality is created equal on those high-stakes cash game
Correct.
players. We've seen some demolitions through the years.
Oh, yes.
As well.
Yes. It's not a prerequisite to not just incinerating your stack in every tournament to get back to the cash game. Million to go from Elton. Suited connector for Ding. He's in.
That he is. Queen 10-5 offsuit.
I think this one generally goes Elton's way. Rags for both, position for Elton.
And it's been a lot of rags for both early goings here.
Ding might have ideas with the dual back doors. Elton does start with a check.
Texture stays static with a 10 of diamonds board pairing turn.
Ding with an interesting candidate. Double blocks suited 10s, which I think would check flop back a lot. Perhaps we're grasping a bit as it's still a very wide range. Does just check. And for Elton, we'll be hearing from him at some point.
Noise made. And folded.
Very nice.
Listen, the money's not negligible, but I really get the sense, especially just the energy from the rail, that winning his first title, 6 years removed from his first ever Triton Festival, would really mean a lot to Elton. Forgive the obvious, perhaps.
I couldn't agree more.
And it sort of sharpens us out there.
Oh, this is not a good start for Elton on road to pursuing that title. 18 bigs for Ding. Ace-8 off, a lot of hand. Very sneaky from Mr. Biao. Might Elton just put him in? Ding in a great spot to double.
So it happened quickly. Blink and you might have missed it. Elton asks for all of it. Ding Biao, happy to go. Unhappy, of course, is Elton to realize that he is dominated now. Rabbits have been pulled out of hats here. Just ask Alex Kulev, who's ace-jack suited, fell to the ace-10 of Mike Watson once a pawn. Might it happen again here? An awkward delivery of a board, but the lack of an 8 clear. And the lack of hope also, as Elton down to 12%.
Down to the lone 8. Go on, Ding. Ace, King, Queen plays.
That it does.
Yeah.
And with that, Ding Biao will emerge. Let's see when the dust settles what we have on our hands.
How much? 7, 25.
Okay.
Huh?
The chip lead. It is official. 14.5 million for Ding Biao.
Okay.
Elton
Sure.
now trailing by about 14 bigs, just 9 million in front of him.
Buddy.
Well, while the dealer push comes through, we've got a minute to remind you that you can get in on the action you're laying eyes on, and the only place to do it is at our exclusive staking partners here on the Triton Super High Roller Series at Poker Stake, where professional players and the casual enthusiast can transact with no fees, no rake, and guaranteed winnings. Why would you go anywhere else to do your business? Buy action at pokerstake.com today.
You firing it all, Ali?
You know, I've never been a get-backed or back kind of guy. Very briefly did a little bit of business early on in my career on the receiving end.
Okay, fair enough.
But not, you know, only because I don't trust my instincts. I would hate to go walk up to Dan Smith, for example. Dan, I got a little taste of you here. That's the kiss of death. I would hate to put that on anyone.
I would say that if I was out there playing and you came over and told me that, it would be...
Devastating.
Devastating is the word.
Jack 3 suited here.
Go on, Ding. Limp from Elton, and note it's Ding telling the story. Just 7 deuce off.
Doing so with the louder voice, though, as the new chip leader. Elton hangs in for the extra milli.
And a good choice it was. Believe Ding limp folded this exact hand to Elton a few hands ago, or very close. So styles make fights. 3.2 in the middle.
Second pair. The developments for saying on an ace-high board. Let's see if the representation is upon us out of the pre-flop razor.
Indeed it is. Goes for $1 million.
A cool bean into 3.2.
And these sorts of hands from Ding, while they might look counterintuitive at a glance, is actually a sound idea at a frequency. This one is very raggedy naturally, but the 3-6 offs, so on. At least in theory, these do raise at a frequency. 5.2 in the middle, Elton bluff catching.
Now, this is actually a welcome second ace if we're Elton, is it not?
It is a welcome card. Now Ding can't have it. That's why when the board pairs, we feel a little bit cozier about our jack. But nonetheless, still a tough spot for Elton in the face of a barrel. Ding does white flag it.
Or so it would seem.
It would seem. Well put.
We've been burned by these sorts of presumptions, but obviously understandable is that prediction. But let's see, Elton obligated to deliver chips forward in this spot, or very much could just check back and see what's what?
I like the check back what's what. Keep an eye on the low cards.
So does Elton. And now another 6 rolls off.
And that's a scary card for Ding. He has to fear the 6, certainly. Playing the board, though, doesn't have a heart, which seems nice. Targets for us are heart-heart combinations of Elton. That would pretty much have to fold to a bet, certainly to an all-in. Does just give up.
Obviously, with the second check in front of us, does feel like value is available. But the problem, Nick, of course, is when we open the action, very awkward things can transpire in the face of check raise.
Indeed.
Give me the money.
你赢了，1.5开。
So the check back, give me the money. And I think that kind of definitely speaks to that last notion. He knows the Jack 3 rates to be good, but he's a little bit challenged in finding the customers if he were to seek value there.
That's exactly right. Just like that, neck and neck. 12 million for each.
Hit the reset button and play a 29 big sit and go, boys. For, you know, just a casual 4.2 up top.
刚刚好打和，现在。
1.34 million. The difference between second and first. Pocket tens for Elton.
Wait, I'm supposed to put ante, right? So that's the ante, and this is the race.
All right. Button limp. 1.4 on request. Just lays it down.
And a nice choice it was.
Yeah, 2 unders to the pair. A little frustrating for Elton. He's got his hands full with this Ding Biao character, and in turn, Ding Biao with Elton. I mean, this is a great match.
It's a great match. Agreed.
With these level stacks, weigh in. If you're out there in the Twitch chat, YouTube chat, who do you think is going to take down the title here in this 150K buy-in, day 3? King, Queen for Elton on the button.
We saw him raise the 7 deuce last time. This in the face of a raise. He's gone.
Sort of another slightly annoying development for Elton with a good one pre.
We can't be too annoyed to just raise and take it, but fair, Ali.
We just kind of expect a disproportionate number of hands to be willing to take flops with us, so let's at least have a shot at 900. Might be the sentiment.
13 million for Elton, now 10 for Ding.
Have you two observed in the opportunities you've had to call heads-up action thus far here in Jeju a prevalence, an affinity for button limps heads-up more so than in recent memory as like a trend?
I wouldn't say more so than in recent memory. It's very much been an idea for a while now with that big blind ante. That's a different format than it was for many years where the players would ante 20%-ish of the blind. Now that full big blind in there has propelled players to adopt very robust button limping strategies. So we see another
limped pot pre. And not so robust holdings has been a bit of a theme post-flop.
And you see this sweating or playing heads up. You have to be able to navigate with rags and a lack of connection. And that's part of what makes heads up such a fun sweat or to participate in, to me at least. I've always loved heads up. Check, check.
8 connecting with the 8-5, placing Ding Biao in the lead.
Elton, considering firing, does check.
Second pair effective. Feels like perhaps something can be sprinkled safely.
He is going for value.
10 high, not the one to supply such value. Elton lays down. Slides. You know, Elton brings a personal massage therapist to these festivals. If this thing starts to get a little bit too far along, maybe a quick text. Come on down.
Yeah.
Jams pocket fours. Queen 9. Never it. You gotta love a rail that can find delight in just the raise and take. Granted, it was a jam there. I mean, they're here for it.
They are.
I particularly enjoy a rail that actually is so rambunctious that it can lead to a level of embarrassment for whomever their horse is. You know, we've seen this in the World Series of Poker, Maine, you and I, on a few occasions.
We truly have.
Huh?
上面吗？我没。
上面对不对哦？只是不知道。
A bit different affair here is there's really no gen pop about.
Yeah.
Raggy stuff on Biao's button. The raise to 1.1, Nick, as opposed to 800 or 900,000. Is this
Mixing it up.
okay?
I know what you mean. Just tough to kind of give an answer as we don't know the strategy Ding exactly is employing.
Right.
Maybe he wants to deter, continues with this raggedy paint as it doesn't play very well post, and maybe is content to go smaller with something that can make straights and flushes. Looks like this one will be going Ding's way.
6-3 of diamonds. Pretty removed from this texture. Diamond free. Ace King 5. Biao with the initiative. 2-6 in the middle. And this will be a nice pickup here, one presumes.
别，不用。
Now, did Ding Biao just wave off the applause from his rail?
That's gangster, Ollie.
Did he just check him?
I don't. I think so.
Ren Lin in the building, by the way, out there.
That he is.
They're too deep now. on that rail. Stanley Choi, Hong Kong legend. Cat Lee, Danny Tang out there, Ryan Yoon. King Queen, pretty one, dominating the King 5. 1.25. Ding defends. 3 million in the middle.
How much is this? Oh.
A7 deuce. Battle of the King highs. Advantage Elton. Meow knuckles. C-bet of 500,000, and the King 5 just concedes. Doesn't want to wade into the murk. Some in the chat stepping in to kind of confirm what in context we suspected was the case, the sort of wave off of cheering from the rail by Ding Biao earlier, and then another speculation that in that Mamba mentality manner, job's not done yet.
Oh, I'm
You can cheer me when I get it done.
There you go, Ali.
你也放这，我也放这。哎，318。哦，对。
Beautiful one for Elton. Doesn't look like he has much of a customer with the 10-5 off. Shuffling the time banks. Come with limp. Imagine this one is over pre.
Ace King suited. Takes us up, and yet again, with pretty ones, Elton not getting the action.
Oh, sorry, something.
14 million for Elton now. 10 for Ding. This has been a pretty kind of rags on rags match so far.
Yeah.
We just saw the Ace King suited. Elton's had a few big hands, but for the most part, it's been quite a lot of this. Let's just let it go.
太烂。
And those rags also haven't really interacted meaningfully
5-5.
with the boards pre-flop on the occasions in which they've gotten in there. But as you mentioned, you know, heads up, we can't just sit back and expect the deck to send us premiums pre or big hands post. I mean, the bulk of the time, this is what we're dealing with and why it is that, you know, moves need to be made.
See how Elton wants to play this one. 20 bigs essentially for Ding. In fact, exactly 20 to start. Going for the normal raise to 1.5. And for Ding, 3-7. The most possible gaps of a hand that could flop a straight, but suited. Position.
Smothered diamonds and maybe some distaste growing for the frequency with which his limps have been pushed back upon.
Perhaps a bit.
I'm actually glad to see Elton continue to raise appropriately with that ace of diamonds there, because it did feel to me like maybe he's a bit frustrated by not being able to build a pot, and so sometimes we say, okay, let's check back, let's see a flop, let me give myself an opportunity to try to win a meaningful one.
I know what you mean, Ali. They're both itching to get involved.
Right.
How heads up goes sometimes. Ace 10 off for Elton, King 8 off for Ding. Goes for 1.25, and as you mentioned, he has been leaning on some of Ding's limps a bit. He's been the more active player pre. Ding does just defend, a good choice. 3 million in the middle.
Sort of a rare, decent hand. Post-flop engagement here. Lack of interactions for both parties.
Tricky spot for Ding in the face of a small bet from Elton, which he hasn't made yet and may not. But if he does, King High always tricky on a board like this. Goes for third pot. Is keeping him honest, Ali.
You know, I feel a sense of line in the sand percolating beneath the surface for Ding Biao not to make, you know, too hardy an assessment.
I know what you mean. Flip side of that coin is a king still is quite a lot of hand on 3-3-5 dynamics aside. But I know what you mean. Elton's been leaning on him a little bit.
Yeah. No, reasonably, too. It's not like he's just been out of line, but, you know, we know
can
that.
see that exactly right.
When you're out there.
It's much different when you're out there. Does Elton just take the free one? He's really good at that, where he kind of is hard to read what he's going to do. Cuts out 1.5 with the best hand, mind you.
And now, sub-third pot sizing. The King High begins to shrivel.
We would think generally Ding is done. Oh, he is very much drawing a line in the sand, Ali.
Yeah. Let's see.
That's very sticky from Ding on the turn. Does come in for Elton, and it's interesting because one could see Ding thinking Elton checks back a lot of his ace high on the turn, and if the king was good on the turn, in this particular line, it could very well be good on the river.
Yeah, the deuce 4, the only thing that the ace completes as played.
How much do you have for your hand?
Perhaps.
And he did
Goodbye,
raise pre.
Can I? How much is it?
And
Elton,
a great
that is.
value bet from, indeed, and a great value bet from Elton on the turn.
3.5.
And it sets him up so nicely to spark suspicions across the way for Ding Biao asking for a count. Quite clearly, Nick, that which you walked us through earlier appears to be swirling upstairs.
Sometimes we get stubborn in poker and just make them show us. I would think if Ding called the turn, almost ironically, this is kind of a good river, as all of Elton's bluffs would probably represent this card. And again, we could see Elton checking back a fair amount of ace high on the turn. Note he didn't, and it was a great choice, but if we're out there not seeing the cards, it's a very reasonable assertion that he's content to check at least a lot of his ace high on the turn. Actually a bit tricky for Ding as played. Kind of get the feeling Ding is heroing this off.
I do too. And I also don't blame him for it. It just feels very suspect. He's got it within him. There's no doubt about this much.
We saw the Jack Deuce earlier.
Yeah.
Does pay it off, and Elton running away with this thing. Beautifully played from Elton to make the value bet on the turn.
Pivotal pot. And for Elton, the bounce back, Nick, from having conceded the chip lead when Biao trapped him with the ace-queen.
And we can never know, but there are little
差不多了.
rhythms of the day. Maybe Elton was trying to channel his affect and mannerisms from when he had the queen-8 ever so slightly. This is live poker after all. And just like that.
Boom.
Elton has a 15-1 chip lead-ish. Does appear that first trophy is right around the corner.
We can taste it.
5-5.
We've seen haste from time to time in such scenarios, and then suddenly a double-double, and we're back to playing some poker. Let's see.
Muchi muchi.
Biao letting it go.
Does go in. Sorry, that's just his blind. Essentially in, though.
You know it's a bad sign when you post your blinds and someone thinks you're getting it in.
It really was. Would imagine they run it here.
Just on crumbs.
Basically
10-3
auto going all in these spots. Barring something really, really bad for Elton. Good luck, gentlemen.
差不多.
Can Ding spin?
一半.
2.4 million in the middle, and the hopes
一半.
of China's Ding Biao hanging in the balance. He's tasted glory already once before in the Triton Poker Series, but Elton saying an OG has not. Finds a 5 up against a 3. He's got the lead. Nervy moments, despite being in front as the turn is clean, and you see the grin. begin to build on Elton Tseng of Hong Kong. Can he find his first trophy in 4.2 million here in the 150K? Yes, he can.
Thank you, thank you. Oh. You did it. Oh my God. It's mine, it's mine. It's mine. Oh my God.
Kuhn and Barbero there to share in the moment alongside so many others as the handshake comes forward for Ding Biao. Left in second is Elton Tseng. Tell me it doesn't mean a lot to that man there, Nick.
I believe it does. We could all see the emotion from Elton there.
Childlike.
It was childlike.
And pure.
It was pure.
It's going to take a lot to wipe that smile off of Elton's face, is my guess. So many here happy to see the OG finally plant his flag at the top of the mountain. 2.87 million will be planted in Ding Biao's corner. But that's a trophy that might be tucked beside the pillow this evening for Elton Tseng. As Luca Vivaldi.
And phenomenal run for Ding Biao.
Sure.
Congratulations, sir. 2.87. And for our champ, Elton Tseng, you did it, my friend.
That he did.
First trophy in emphatic fashion in one of the biggest tournaments ever, somewhat.
Love to see it for him. So there it is. How things shook out officially. 3 parties dispensed last night, 6 whittled down to 1, and when the dust settles, it was Hong Kong's Elton Tseng claiming his first ever Triton victory. It looked like it was going to be a much more chiselly affair for quite some time, and then we found the right recipe. The big one, the one that we circle, of course, the King High, aided perhaps by Elton's choice to fire that barrel on the turn, removing some of the ace-X combos from what Ding Biao thought was across the way.
It was an interesting hand. Ding clearly took a stand. Sometimes we have a king and we just, show us. And he got shown.
Yeah, he did. But obviously not shown up. Still a wonderful performance. Hold your head up high, Ding Biao. Plenty still left on the docket, of course. And that which we bring you here today, now with this behind us, is day 1 of the 100K. On hand will be Nick Schulman. I'll concede the booth to Henry Kilbane. We welcome him back into the fray, and we send it down to Marianella Pereira standing by with Elton Tseng having won his first. Let's listen in.
Well, all good things come to those who wait. Elton Tseng, 71 appearances at Triton, 11 final tables, over 8.5 million in Triton earnings, and finally your first title. The Triton poker gods made you wait, but given that the win came with 4.2 million, does it make the moment a little bit sweeter?
It's very sweet.
The sweetest. Are you super emotional? I know I saw you FaceTiming afterwards with your daughter, telling her that you're bringing it home to her.
Yes.
And she mentioned that she was meditating throughout this whole final table for you.
Yeah. Thank you, Biao. I love you.
And what about this incredibly supportive rail, man? I have to be honest, in all my years of hosting, this has been a very long-standing ovation. They must have clapped 10 times over.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And Elton is someone who's such a big part of the Triton community. How happy does it make you to see how Triton has grown over the years?
Wow, Triton has, it's the best poker brand right now, I think. So I'm very happy for everybody involved. Yeah.
Okay, I know you want to get your hands on that trophy. Let's just get to this moment. Let's stop delaying the inevitable. Tournament director Luca Vivaldi is here to make this happen for you. There you go.
Thank you.
Hold it high, Elton. Hold it high. Ladies and gentlemen, your 150,000 no limit hold'em eight-handed champion, Elton Tseng. Let's go, Hong Kong.
emotions on display there, Nick, from the champion Elton Zhang, who overcame a stacked final table. I mean, Sir Watts, Grafton, the young Bulgarian Alex Kulev didn't get a chance to catch much of the action. Was it a one-sided affair for Elton, or was it a bit dicey at times?
It was pretty much wire to wire. He sort of had the chip lead and never let it go. Ding crept into the chip lead briefly, but it was pretty smooth, all things considered.
4.2 million heading Elton's way. First time lifting a trophy. You just got to see how much that meant to Elton after so many crossbars over the years. One of the biggest supporters, obviously, of the Triton series. Macau days, playing the high-stakes cash games, but finally getting that piece of gold, as our attention will now be turning to the 100K main event. Nick, as expected, the usual suspects already registered in this one from the start. 101 runners already. David Peters out in front, early doors to get too excited, but DP with a healthy chip lead, we know he can get things done at the tables.
Go on, DP. It's one of my favorites. Of course he can, and you're right, Henry. This is shaping up to be what we would expect, a dynamite main event.
101 entries already. Late reg closing at start of day 2. I mean, looking early doors to be a potential record-breaking main event, which wouldn't surprise me given the turnouts we've had here in Jeju already. As we throw it down to the red feature table. A couple of characters here: Adamo, James Chen, Mustafov, Barbero, Voris. We've got Schwecht, Zhejiang, Toma, who's someone I'm not too familiar with, showing up to a Triton series for the first time. First event, actually.
Feels
Why
like
not?
Welcome, sir.
Overreaching.
Why not make the 100K main your maiden Triton event?
Nice to go from the short stacked ICM pressure cooker to a little deep stacked day 1 action.
Are you more of a reg from the start kind of guy, Nick, or just get in the streets?
Kind of a midday type guy, Henry.
Yeah.
You?
I can't say I have much experience, but I must say I enjoyed battling with some of the guys, 100 bigs deep. They put me in the bin on a few occasions.
The bin is to be expected.
I got hit with the flop over bets immediately, 100 bigs deep.
He looked amazing, by the way.
So Adamo coming in from early position with the king 6 suited. A spot that perhaps VIP side of the bracket would pass up on. Adamo kind of in his own bracket, if you will.
He definitely is. Toma coming along as well.
All players remain pairless on the 8-7 deuce board. Voris with the Queen of Hearts in hand. 12K out there. Adamo with that backdoor spade draw. The board texture that we'd expect to see Adamo continuing on at a decent frequency, Nick? Or against the big blind flat?
I think so. Not mandatory by any means, but we'll see some stuff from Mike. And with the 6-7-8 in the backdoor spades, he is reaching.
There we go. Comes with half pot. Really a bit of an awkward one from Voris straight on the back. Does have Toma behind. Yeah, just gonna let go of the king-queen. So we'll pick up there for Adamo. It's been a while since we've seen him run deep. Did have chips in that 150K. Ended up final table bubbling late last night, 10th for 351,000.
And I feel like he's been on a bit of a hiatus. It's nice to see him back.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, was finishing his education in Australia. Was
I didn't know that. Very nice.
I thought you didn't have it before. Oh, you had it before. Hurry.
What, 9 days into this series here in Jeju. See, covering all of the main event down to a champion, and we'll be picking up some PLO coverage.
I was gonna say it's a push,
4-card magic.
but you
Game
actually
after your
gave
own
me a
heart,
bad
Henry.
I
recommendation
love
one
PLO,
time.
man.
But
I mean, seat open. Deal me in.
3,000. It was in WSOP. and we didn't really know each other then. You
Chen
ordered
fresh off of
delivery,
4th in the
and you was like,
150K.
oh, this branzino is like
Right
so
back
good.
at
I
it.
could eat this every day for the rest of my life. I was like, okay, I gotta try it. And then I ordered it. And it was,
Seven-figure score in that one.
you remember? But we didn't
Always
really know each other then.
bittersweet,
So
you know,
like,
fifth, the fourth place finish. Yes, it's nice to make a final table. Chen has been knocking on the door of a victory for quite some time.
I could have this every day for the rest of my life. I had my expectations set pretty high. Even if it was like half as good, I expected it to be good.
I bluffed you.
Oh.
It was
I
my
don't know what it
restaurant
is about
selling
Adama's presence at the table, but even when he's just tanking, you never know when that beast is going to kind of just take it upstairs.
So true.
3 ways to the ace-10 tray board.
Go on, Nacho.
Bottom set v top pair v middle pair action. Both Chen and Toma with a backdoor. See how Chen wants to proceed here, opening from under the gun, picking up 2 customers.
Really walking into it. Always like sweating Nacho. Great player and hilarious.
It's true.
Come in with the slow play, Henry.
You know, a lot of the time we just get to actually mute our mics in the booth whenever Nacho's at the table. I mean, depends who else is there with him. You throw in someone like Sam Grafton.
Indeed.
The slow play paying off so far. Keeps Toma around.
Nacho relegating them dead.
But I want to with dice, yeah.
Surely the brakes will be pumped now from Chen, picking up 2 calls on the flop.
It's okay. Yeah.
Would imagine so.
Thank you.
And not an ideal turn for Nacho, but we still target all of the 2 pairs, the pair plus straight draws. 24 in the middle.
Looks like 15K.
Let's see if Chen bows out now or keeps an eye on things like 10 queen suited, these sorts of hands. 4 or 5 suited even is possible. They're quite deep. Very nice from Chen.
Side fold from Chen. Well done, sir.
Relatively quickly, too.
Getting away from top pair. Lost the minimum in that one. Up to 103 runners now. Too early to sing the praises of the chip leaders, but you know, David Peters out there, Andrew Pantling, nice to see him back in the mix.
Time we met each other.
Darren Elias, Lewis Spencer, Juan Pardo rounding out the top 10.
And where was I ordering a branzino from at the World Series? At Paris Hotel?
I have to ask Nick, you've been in the booth for,
Rio.
what, 9 days now. Is there
So I said it's
anyone
the
that
first time we
you've called
were
the
at the same
action on
table.
that just immediately comes to mind that you're like, okay, this guy's just, you know,
found
seems
something,
different.
and then,
I've
It was
liked
with,
Dimitar's presence at the
garlic
table.
and
It's felt like
broccoli,
he's
I still
really
remember.
kind of here to win. And he did indeed ship one. Always love watching John Jaffe.
Given
a lot
that
of the Bulgarians.
he has a bad, given that he has a bad track record. That's why I said I thought
Mike
it was a coach
Watson,
before.
honestly, has played great, as always. There's been so much great play.
Problem is I'm getting
And
him
this
massage
last
and I
tournament,
can't
Elton, he's
while
so
doing
just
that
icy
bad.
out there. I know you've watched
I
him a
think, you know,
lot.
it's actually good, but you know what was the problem? That
There seems to be 2 modes to Elton. There's the guy that's just dialed in, staring people down,
Like,
real
not too
intimidating
much, but
kind of
like-
presence at the table. And then there's the high stakes short deck cash game.
Yeah.
Elton is just, you know, flicking in the 100K here and there.
And he goes back
I
and
could have
forth
this
between
Brazilian
the
for the
two
rest
pretty
of my life.
seamlessly.
He said every day for the rest of your life. I was like, okay, I got it.
Yeah, the
Wow, I
Bulgarians,
don't even remember
Mustafov,
when
Danchev,
how long
Kulev.
it was.
Danchev second on Bulgaria's all-time money list. Picking up a title here. Mustafov getting to work from under the gun. Not going to work on the king. It does have some backdoors, a form of clubs, and straights wrapped around the 8 of hearts. 15-5 out there as he It's the Jin turn card.
That is truly Jin with 7 high on the King King 8. And for Chen, we would think not going anywhere in the face of a barrel, but of course we're just bluff catching. Goes pretty big, 13 into 15.5.
Real awkward spot for Chen here. Defending the ace-8 from the big. Connecting that 8 of hearts against an under-the-gun range.
And that under-the-gun range is legit. He is in.
Unshakable on flop and turn. 41-5 out there. Sizable pot brewing. Some stuff off bricks.
41.5 in the middle. Check, small bet, check, big bet. And we find ourselves with just 7 high.
Mustafov just realizing there are going to be a ton of missed hearts. Some 8x that he can try and get to fold on the river. See if it's going to work. I mean, Chen just seems dialed in.
Go on, James. He really does.
The one chip flicking gets away from top pair the hand before and correctly calls down 3 streets against the Bulgarian Mustafov. I don't know what kind of message that sends. I feel pretty disrespected if I'm, I'm under the gun, I triple off.
Yeah, at least pretend you were thinking about folding.
It's hard to get the
James is the type, too, who he'll beat you a hand and then just start talking to you right away.
That's true.
I even
You can see in the top right-hand corner of your screens, ladies and gentlemen, the Triton Poker Plus app. If you haven't already, scan that QR code. We have 103 runners in the field. You can watch quite literally every hand from every table. Some of your favorite players left in the field. Get the notepads out.
Yeah, and it was also so hard because
you get to study some of the best players out there, see their showdowns.
It really is so strong to have the influx of hand histories coming in if you love poker. Misdeal?
It was a mess. The guy to get into the Rio, find the table. It was not an easy task.
It's Nacho talking about, Henry.
Someone getting banned from the Rio?
All right. Nines for Socia.
I want to say Socia's been showing up for the last 2 years. He's trying to stop involved in the high stakes cash games as well. The likes of Boss, Nagy, Rob Young, you name it, she's in the mix. Just loves to compete.
No stranger to the nosebleeds and continually seems to improve. Dvoris with the call, 7s for Toma.
Looks like Toma reaching for raising chips. Takes it upstairs to 15K. Unorthodox with the 7s this deep?
A little bit, and for Adamo in the face of open call and 3-bet to 10 bigs, he is on the button. He's gone. Curious to see how Dvoris proceeds in the face of a Socia call here.
What does Dvoris's T say? If you think I'm short, you should see my attention span. Okay.
Fair enough.
Okay, DD. Gotta respect it.
His attention span at the poker table, at least, does seem to be pretty strong.
Currently finds himself in a 3-bet sandwich with the ace deuce of spades.
Maybe he gives it a spin, closing the action. He's just gone, fair enough. See if Toma can find a way.
Toma taking the betting lead pre, squeezing out Voris. Does have the power position working for him on the 10-6-6, but this board texture feels like Sia won't be going anywhere. What do you do with sevens now? Bit dicey. Inflated the pot. Want to try and fold out some Broadway cards. Some ace highs.
Sosia peering over. Goes for 22, and I agree she's not going anywhere, but it is getting a little bit scary.
I mean, immediately, straight off the bat, Toma with a sizable C-bet. 22 into 38. Just north of half pot.
And at this point, we would assume Toma feels he's beat very often. 5s and 4s are possible, but oh, go on, Sosia. That'll make things a bit easier, Henry.
81-5 out there, turns the full house. Toma wants to proceed now.
Does he want to kind of merge and attack something like ace-10 suited? Probably not. But we can never know. First look at Toma, for me at least.
Yeah, ever. It's his first ever Triton event.
Well, then there it is. Oh, he is reaching. And he's really walking into it, as we can see. The dream for Sosia.
Another sizable barrel.
Nowhere.
60% on the flop, 60-ish% on the turn. Is he going to continue telling the story?
Vienna.
He might have plans.
This guy showed up.
I have an apartment in Vienna.
It's like
I have,
first event, 100K. Let's send a message.
Not messing around at all.
Where do you live in Vegas?
Henderson. It's my
The
friend's
biggest
place.
spots of the tournament so far. Almost a
I have
starting
room
stack
there
out there.
and I have all my stuff.
Less
it's
than
convenient.
pot behind.
Yeah, to leave stuff there, right?
Yeah. I have some stuff in Austria too.
And we would
I
think
spend more
Toma
time in
has
Vegas
to
than
be
in Austria,
close
but-
to certain these 7s are no good. Does he want to try to
But
blast
it's
his
because
way
of the
out?
World Series that I spent like 2 months there.
There's a
World
potential
Series is
scare
like
card to
already
try and
2
get rid
months
of an
of the year.
ace-10, but does knuckle this one back.
And a good choice it was.
Excuse me?
Great pickup for Sosia.
Yeah, moves up to 5th in chips. Ahead the whole way.
Indeed.
Yeah. And then, can I get... How much time do you spend in Vegas per year? Fruit platter. Yes, thank you. And that's the longest you stay in one place per year?
Yeah, 3 months.
3 months a year in
Because I
Vegas.
spent 1 month and a half on the
There are
World
worse
Series.
places
And then
to spend your time.
2 weeks there, I go play
Place you call
polo,
home?
2 weeks,
Indeed.
2 weeks. Yeah.
The full
You say you're out there nine months of the year?
Something like that.
Is it
And
because
there
you
are
play a
worse
lot of stops
places.
that you-
There are
that's the
better ones
longest, or
also,
do you
but
just travel and do something else?
I like
No,
it.
because I travel
Yeah, I
so
saw the
much.
river and then I
But
went to order
not for
food
poker
and-
or all for
Yeah, for
poker?
poker.
Yeah, so
So
you
I
play
go-
all the stops, kind of.
Pretty much, yeah. So
I'm not,
and
like,
then I go to South America. I was there for like 2 months this year.
I've never played like a full tournament schedule, like traveling. That's not my thing. Hmm?
10-7 suited for Mr. Chen.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, Vegas has really grown on me, Nick. I did it wrong the
I like
first
to
couple
hear
of
that.
times.
Did you go too hard, Henry?
I just, you know,
Shades on
spent
now?
too much
Yeah,
time
no,
in the
but it's
casinos. You
Yeah.
wake up 12 days into the trip, you realize you haven't seen the sun.
Yes.
Haven't,
it's-
you know.
It can get bad in that situation.
It can, but now I normally stay off strip, out Summerlin.
Small town vibes. Not a nice, you know. Top 2 for James, gut shot for Nacho.
You should always think about everything.
Nacho wants to get sticky. Got to just bow out with the 5 high. Yeah, also, you know, you have everything within driving distance. Mountains, you know, snowboarding if you want to hit the powder. You can degen a bit as well.
Yeah. A lot of people think Vegas is just the casinos and the partying. It's true. Different things you can do. Where do you call home, Henry? I know you travel quite a bit.
Still don't have a place I call home. I was based out in Thailand for a couple of years, but I've now...
You're on the road.
Called it quits, yeah.
Very nice.
Perhaps going to look into Dubai.
Like Miami,
Haven't really
it's
made my
a
mind
bigger
up
place
yet.
to live in America.
Really safe, great
Really?
infrastructure,
Miami's
good games out there as well.
I've heard
right here,
Dubai
it's
is
like always
cool.
very polarizing. about
Probably shouldn't
Miami.
say that on air,
Some
actually,
people
but
love it,
here we
some
are.
people think it's too much.
I think it's an amazing city.
Big
to
slick
live.
suited for Adamo.
But if I moved away, I kind of want
See what size he goes for?
Like 12.5.
I believe
Not so
12.5
humid.
was
Taiwan is
declared.
already kind of humid. So I would like another city to be in that's like not humid.
See if
I
this
used to
one
live in
folks
Vancouver.
out.
I like Vancouver.
Doris's King Queen O. Expect to see more flatting
have,
from
like,
the suited
family
variant.
and friends there too.
Maybe mix in some 4 bets.
But I might move to
It does feel a
maybe
little bit
Japan
too early in the day.
for like a couple years. I wanna move somewhere where I can't speak the language. That'll be.
He is
You
gone.
speak Japanese?
I don't. I said I want to move somewhere where I can't speak the language.
Where you can't. I understood when you can't.
Chen playing life on hard mode. Wants to
So-
move somewhere.
Yeah. So either Japan
He doesn't speak the
or
language.
somewhere in France, maybe.
Of course he
But
does.
Before COVID, I was leaning towards France, and then after COVID, I'm leaning towards Japan.
South of France. Why not?
Do you understand anything?
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit, but like I'm just super basic. But I think being fluent in Mandarin and English makes it much easier to learn Japanese.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Why? Is similar?
Yeah, there's a lot of influence on, you know, the evolution of Japanese.
Mandarin Russian text as well, which also helps.
Yeah.
What?
In Japanese,
They use
a lot of
kanji.
characters.
Is it on me?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They use kanji, which is
The meanings are
yeah.
pretty much always the same.
It's also like just nice in Japan, so.
It is very nice.
I feel like there have been so many prop
I love
bets
Japan.
regarding
after
language. I feel like Joey Ingram's lost a few.
I was there right
I'm
before this.
fairly sure I
Where?
remember seeing him try and get some action on learning like Mandarin in a year or something. I mean, Papi, come on.
Nagoya, Toyota.
Daniel considering 3-bet
19 and then Tokyo. Sorry?
My favorite is Kyoto.
does do it.
I love Kyoto.
Yeah, Big Poppy was drawing dead there, Henry.
Kyoto actually has like Taiwan vibes. Besides the temples, I mean the
Respect the-
architecture is in
the self-belief.
Indeed.
The apartments and stuff.
Nacho is gone.
I went to Kyoto last time, and then
Is it that Kyoto has Taiwan vibes, or is it that Taiwan, given its history, picked up a reasonable amount of Japanese vibes?
I'm just commenting from my default perspective. I think like starting like years ago, there was like a lot of talk and like a big casino opening in Japan, right? Yeah, but I think it's gonna be like, or is that still like 5 years from now? Or 10 to 20 years out. Yeah.
What? 10 to 20?
Yeah.
Not 5?
I'm gonna be like 50, dude. 50 is
You
nothing.
want to take the under on
Like,
15 to 20?
Doyle did it till he was in his 80s.
10 to 20 years out.
Why would they
Yeah, but I'm
say
not
build
Doyle.
a casino but not build it for 15 to 20 years?
Sorry?
So what they've
right.
announced that they
I'm
plan on
pretty sure
building it
that
in like
this originated
2040 or
like
something.
years ago.
What's going on? I mean,
Maybe James has a back end to the political
But I was
climate.
hearing like 5-10 years, 5 years ago. You might know better than me.
Ghost of M in the chat saying, I want to move somewhere where I can't speak the language, come to New York City. Oh, okay. Yeah. London as well comes to mind.
when I went to Kyoto, they have like it's a very bike-friendly city. Yeah. And the
Dharma
roads
getting
were
3-bet.
just so flat.
Opening the 9-8 suited. Very deep at the start of this hand. More than 100 bigs.
The scariest suited connector to call 3-bets with the 10-jack queen can be disastrous, but he is in.
And yeah, I just bought a skateboard. Wait, have you skateboarded
Nacho scuttles up in his seat.
I started not so long ago. Okay. No, I just didn't know if
You
this.
were just walking through the streets and just.
That's how I got this.
Go by a
That makes sense.
Complete whiff
I
for
mean,
both.
of all people, like
Fair enough.
Spadeless
That's a
flop.
compliment.
Sand should be over and done with. Couple
wanna move
of
this video, I
early
can't speak the
eliminations,
language,
rather.
just
I
kind of,
can
like,
speak
wanna
English
try
today.
stuff,
Dimitar
right?
Danchev.
I could have tried skateboarding.
Showered.
This road
That
looks
is an
smooth. I should
early
go buy a skateboard
trip
for
to the
first
showers.
time. It was very fun. And yeah, it was like found this
6
skateboard
deuce
shop,
rainbow board.
and then it was, you know,
Ace King of Clubs turned the nut flush draw, rivered the nut flush, but was up against flop set from his fellow countryman,
Was it within, like, 30
Alex
minutes?
Kulev.
No,
With
it was
the
actually
full
when
house.
I got like
Kulev fresh
pretty
off that
comfortable.
final table as
and
well.
then I went down this like sort of
Adamo?
a slope, and
Okay, maybe
I
a bit of
thought
posturing here.
But it's what you were saying before. He
I was
just has
too,
that vibe about him, and it makes
green
him
to know that
just
when you go
hard
down,
to
you have
deal
to,
with.
like, kind of
Never gives you a snap pass.
power slide or like just kind of carve down. I thought you just go straight down. Ah, yeah. I thought like if you're not chicken, you just go straight down.
Chip counts brought to you by Poker Steak. Xie Jiang out in front early doors, courtesy of that 3-bet pot against Toma. Question in the chat from Osen saying, who's the biggest winner in Triton history minus the buy-ins? That's
Good
something-
question.
Yeah, good question. I mean, cash game wise, it has to be like Boss or Elton. I mean, these guys have been.
The Boss is no joke in those cash games, Henry.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard stories. I've never witnessed it myself, but as high as 10K, 20K ante,
Some
like
crazy
short
numbers
deck.
out
I mean,
there. Go on, Boss.
During COVID.
And I'll show you some.
Are you sure you didn't hit it?
Tournament-wise, as far as titles, it's Kuhn.
That's a very good one.
And producer James has just suggested Bryn Kenny, who did win that huge $1 million buy-in in London. Some other scores.
He did. He followed it
I
up
was
with
listening carefully. I
a
was
win in
waiting.
the
waiting.
Invitational
Waiting.
in London
Right.
as well.
That he
for like
did.
6 million or something. So,
Wow. He really did.
yeah, showing up for the big stuff.
I was waiting,
Four?
like, you know.
It was like
Yeah, has to be Bryn.
Ew.
and it was like just my arm was just like dripping blood, and because I took an Uber there, I didn't want to call an Uber and just kind of ruin someone's car, so like
Call
I
the
called an
ambulance then,
ambulance.
Chen. That's kind of
And then,
what they're there for.
they
Right.
just came and kind of patched it up, and then I took an Uber.
Okay. This Chen is all over the place, Henry.
No, they said like you either have to. Like,
What was their reaction to an adult man with a skateboard injury at 3 a.m.? That's the Visa card. What are you showing me?
Chen apparently in the skateboard streets at 3 a.m.
Oh, that's gnarly.
That's not even all of it.
He had the presence of mind to record the incident.
This one going to check round to Dvoris in position.
Could see a bit of both here for Daniel. Sizes are interesting as well. Does just check. Nice card for Dvoris, naturally.
Calm down, chat. It's just friendly conversation. Okay? I can see Chen having some riz though, but you know, let's keep it PG for now. 14.5 out there. Adamo knuckling once more. Mustafa with options, opening from early position. Does have that inside straight draw. See, Dvoris won't be going anywhere after picking up the nut flush draw on the 7 of diamonds turn. Anyone come to mind when you think of Riz, poker players that just, you know?
What does that mean, Riz? Is that a kind of a British?
No, I'm fairly sure it's American.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
Like, you know.
Silver tongue, you know, just gift of the gab, smooth talker.
There are some that come to mind. Of course, I can't think of one right now.
I feel like Nacho.
Nacho is, he's Argentinian, but indeed.
Has to be up there. Ali.
Ali, perhaps a bit too much at times. It is a brick. Does Mustafov try to blast his way out? And for Dvoris, if he does, it's an interesting decision. The Ace of Diamonds is a kind of good card. Does just white flag it, understandably so. Take it, Daniel.
Ace high, good.
Kuhn is pretty smooth out there, Henry, kind of chit-chatting and such.
The elbow wasn't even the only
Goes to them, let me know that Riz equals charisma. Probably a question for Landon Tice.
My pants
He's
and
got
my
some
underwear
Riz.
were both like torn through, and I had like a
Gus Hansen, that's a good call.
Thigh. And the very next day,
Never
all
heard
I
that
could
word,
think about was like going back to the same slope to conquer it.
feel like you're bluffing.
So I put on
I'm
like,
really not.
You know,
like a helmet and like elbow pads.
How many
I mean,
hours
the wrist
lifetime do you
pad-
think you've
like,
spent with
what are
Landon?
the wrist things called?
Yeah, the wrist guard.
In person?
Yeah, those are key, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
Not
I
that
just,
many.
So I went back the very
Just
next
met
day
him
because
a few years
all I could
ago.
think
I
about was,
mean,
like,
you know,
conquering it.
a decent amount,
And
but
I-
nothing
I
crazy.
tried it with,
The only rational thing to do.
yeah, and I fell again. It just destroyed the wrist guards.
Talk more online.
And then in
you
the
know?
end,
Wait, oh, you
Such
fell
is the
again.
world.
yeah, it was just too fast.
I see.
Like for a beginner like me. And I even tried, okay, I'm gonna try sitting down on the board, and I still couldn't, it just wobbled too much. So like, I still fell. And then in the end, I could do like 80% of the hill, the slope. And I was like, okay, feeling good, skating away, I could do 80%. And I was like,
Ace 5 suited for Adamo.
80%. is
Yeah,
still,
it's,
one more time. And then I just went to I fell again, and I was like, okay, you win. And then,
But did you go back the next day?
the very next day.
No, like again.
No, I actually had
As
a trip
expected,
the
north
other-
it goes.
The very next day. That's why I couldn't wait to go back.
Small blind
the,
V button.
Oh, I see.
first next day.
James Chen quickly making
mean,
a
are
name
you
for
gonna go
himself as
back
the
this
Tony
year?
Hawk of the
Like
poker
you,
world.
like at this
Oh,
point,
no,
it's
no,
like
I've-
you gotta go
I've,
do that.
I've already been back.
With a skateboard?
Yeah.
Are you
Obviously,
still-
I'm not gonna walk it. Yeah.
Are you still tobogganing down the hill, or are you like riding it down now?
Yeah, fruit plate.
I
right?
respect
Yeah.
it now.
Hasn't
Now I
hit the
kind of
mark
like
yet.
break a bit midway. Yeah.
5x from the small. Chandler doesn't strike
yeah,
me
it
as
was
the
the first
type.
time
There
I
we
went
go.
down like a incline
First
like
event.
that. I just thought.
Agreed.
He's here to play.
Anything more than just surface injuries?
Yeah, we don't know though.
A
Like
bit steamy after
Breaks or sprains?
I
unsuccessfully
remember
bluffing.
like
against
the
Cecile.
fall. It was kind of like
Oh,
cartoon.
go on, Mike. Toma with the 10 of clubs. And the king of spades, for that matter. 35,000 in the middle. Does he have visions of taking a turn off? If he does, naturally this is dire. That's a nice feeling to 3-bet the ace 5 and
I
look at
remember
the deuce
fall.
3-4.
It was very like the first fall. It was very cartoony.
Expect to see
It was
Adara
like just like
continue small
tumbling
and
then
wide.
just like like.
As he does, 9 into
So it's very,
35.
that's why I said.
Give
That's why
Toma
I said
It's always like, and
the whole
then
thing is
continue with
there,
that 10
there's
of
also
clubs,
like
but
that moment
no
of like where
nonsense.
everything's like in slow motion and like everything's
nice
like
choice from
inevitable,
Toma.
and you see it
and then,
happening. Yeah.
Hossein asking what's the
I tried
next
a
stop
couple
after
different things,
Jeju.
like,
We are
the next I went
returning
back. Like I tried to like
to
lower
Montenegro
my
for the
center of
first
gravity.
time in,
It just made it go
I want to say,
faster.
4 years.
Yeah, that's called physics.
May 13th through 26th, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I didn't know what speed wobbles were back then.
I'm just imagining a grown-ass man tobogganing
At
down
three,
a
at
hill.
3 in the morning.
Tobogganing down. in Kyoto.
I actually really enjoy skating while listening to music late at night, because where I like to skate is like in this park in Taipei, and there's like a river that runs through it, and you just skate along the bike path that follows the river. Yeah.
I might have to take up
Very,
skateboarding after this.
Chill.
I'm actually somewhat surprised Japan doesn't have like no skateboarding laws everywhere. Because they seem like very like proper.
Toma involved once more.
Maybe there is.
What?
Like I see
feel
like skate videos.
the
of, like,
frustration
security
from here
guards
in the
telling
booth,
people,
Nick,
like,
if
you
I'm
can't
being honest.
skate,
Needs to be careful how much he gets involved. It's these early position opens. Ace 4 of spades, obviously enough kit
Maybe it's not a law though. Yeah.
to flat from the cutoff.
I hear that
Just
though,
like some
Henry.
buildings have their own security guards that,
The pressure
don't
cooker,
let
it feels
you
like
skate.
it's
private property.
Yeah.
When
slowly
he is
building up.
He is eyeing the stack.
You can't outlaw skateboarding. We just do it anyway.
I mean,
And he's firing.
He's got a real,
plenty of places have
real
like no
small
bikes
hair.
on
Sub
sidewalks.
25%.
Yeah.
Interesting decision. I mean, all of the ace-X, like ace-5, would have backdoors on the king of clubs, jack of diamonds, jack of hearts. Obviously, Toma with the spades. Maybe he wants to sell a story across turn and river. As the third jack makes its way to the turn, does give Jiang a royal flush draw.
Does target things like 7s, 8s, 9s. Blocks aces and ace king, ace jack for that matter. He is firing. Another 35 from Toma. And we would think if we're socio, we're trying to hit that 10 of clubs, Henry.
Trying to hit that 10 of clubs or an ace. I just want to see Toma empty the clip, to be honest with you. Just hit Jiang with the 1, 2, 3.
I think it might be coming.
Jiang understandably going nowhere. 23k out there.
Oh, he does just hit the 4. Fair enough.
Can't wait to see the reactions to this one. If it gets to showdown, which I expect it will after getting called on flop and turn. You rivered a decent piece. Beat has like ace queen, ace 10 now.
Definitely a little bit sick for Socia. Let's see. Nacho peering over. She held it together, Henry.
She did. A bit of a sheepish kind of pulling in of the chips there. Understandably so. We've all been there.
Indeed.
Hand in the cookie jar, you get bailed out by the deck.
You ever bet in that spot just not to have to show, then get picked off?
Even if I moved to Japan,
I've
or
stopped
somewhere,
doing that. I like to think, at least.
Can't
be embarrassed out
spend
there.
a fair amount of time in Taiwan, I think. And when I get older, I would still like move back, if it even happens.
You getting older?
Sorry?
You getting older?
Everyone does, don't they?
For the next little bit, maybe.
Sorry?
For the next little bit, maybe.
Oh, I thought you said relax a little bit.
Vor's one of those guys, you know, doesn't talk all that much at the table, but when he does, it very
30 years
subtle,
from now,
kind of
who knows?
dry humor, one-liners.
Playing poker 30 years from now.
He is deceivingly funny.
What are the odds that I stop playing poker 30 years from now?
No.
Or
That we are hanging out.
that we're hanging out playing poker 30 years from now?
Do you ever see yourself moving into any other ventures, industries? You think it's poker for life?
I drift off and toy with it,
Chance that we
but
play at least one hand of poker together in the 2050s.
going for one day at a time at this current juncture. Middle pair for divorce.
I say yes.
All of us, or just two of us? All of us, or any two of us?
No, there's two.
I think there are a couple of lifers out there in the field.
All of us.
Definitely.
Sure.
It's a weird thing in poker too. Most sports, as you age, it's just over. But poker, it's not quite so simple. You gain experience, and again, in a lot of sports, experience. It's kind of like, yeah, but
I thought you were 58.
it's too hard to overcome just being older. But in poker, if you have a spot down cold, you sort of just have it, in a way. Think about that. I think great poker can be played in one's 50s, 60s, and beyond. It's an interesting thing.
Yeah, I don't really see Ivy buying a farm and,
Hit by a truck or something?
calling it a day.
He might, but it would be on some kind of gangster, just with the pigs and the sort of...
But it's
Winner for divorce,
just
will
a
they
number.
allow him to win?
I agree.
You feel like 18,
I feel like 25, yeah. How you know? You know me that
gorgeous,
well.
yeah.
This is nice. Puts divorce in a weird spot. Could potentially consider turning this one into a bluff,
How
although...
is Michael Adamo? That's the question. That's a good fucking question. I would say...
29.
What?
No, I think he's young.
He's young, I think. I think he's on the...
28.
I think he is considering
He's
it.
younger.
How old are
Wait.
you?
I take
Let's just
under.
let
I
it
take under.
go.
What?
Beautiful from Socia.
Nice little pick up there.
I took under.
Say 29.
Henry, I can't help but ask, but the form hunter in the chat says, "Oh no,
Oh
here
yeah.
comes Henry's kebab
You've been
shop
around for a
idea
while
again."
now, actually. I was just remembering like.
I mean, I was asked yesterday
first started
if I won the 150K for 4.2, what would I do? And I
I've
was,
been around for way
little
too many
Lebanese
years.
kebab shop in Greece, like a
It's
coastal town.
embarrassing.
Sounds incredible. I like kebabs.
Free kebabs on Thursdays and Fridays,
There it is.
4.2 million.
I was the first guy, I think,
Get a
live
bit of a waistline.
that figured out he wasn't a nit. Like I figured it out the earliest.
I mean,
Because he has a very quiet.
Question from someone in the chat to you, Nick.
Because I just
Your
like.
favorite Ivy story?
This guy's not.
Sure, you have a few.
There's so many, but my favorite is I was getting a massage. I realized I had no money. I asked
a lot of
Phil
people were
if he
so
could
big.
lend me and pay, and he immediately
people
gave
were
her
so big.
he's just like
5,000
such like a
and said we're at 5.
like
That would
very
be my
big
number
opposites in
one. There's so
personality
many,
and poker
honestly.
style.
Huh?
How much
Exactly.
was the massage?
Which worked,
I think 220.
Which worked really well in the
okay.
beginning when people didn't know him.
Little
But,
4.8K juice.
didn't
Yeah,
see his hands,
little
so-
juice.
I'm sure she was happy though.
She was very happy.
You felt it.
Yeah, it's like when.
What do you even do in that spot? I mean, you
someone
can't
that
really,
looks
you're on for 5.
recreational,
I was on for
like
5.
very loose
It was
activity,
just how that one went.
No,
Actually,
no.
the
Oh
opposite.
man.
It's just like he's
Another
such a
one with
sweetheart.
Ivy, last one.
But
I was at a party at his
That has
house,
nothing
and he's
to
a
do
very
with playing
high-stakes
style.
golf gambler.
That has nothing to do with playing style.
And I was just kind of drifting off, and I walked downstairs somehow into the garage, and he had his putter out, and he was just taking it back and forth. And he said, "Putting down a straight line, Nick," but he never looked at me. It was just bizarre. I'm sure he saw my reflection somehow, but he never looked at me. He just made that statement.
Just focused on the putt.
Just focused on the putter back to me. Still to this day, I don't know how he knew it was me. Adamo back at it.
Was there a ball?
No,
Was he
no
just
ball.
practicing the swing.
Just working on the stroke.
Good man. I mean, got to find some downtime to get the reps in, I guess. Why not at a house party?
He just disappeared.
How do you finish today?
Fifth.
Fifth?
Yeah. I blinded out.
You golf much?
Why?
Because I
I
didn't
go
have
in and
anything
out.
for like 4
You?
or 5 levels.
I'm trying. I feel like it's likely to
But
become
50 is not bad.
the most expensive hobby
Yeah.
that I'll pick up lifetime.
Certainly has been for me.
And I won the blinds, and then I lost the blinds many, many times.
I've played maybe 5 times now, and the 99 balls that you know you screw up, and then you just get that one clean drive. It's
That's what keeps you coming back.
It's very addictive.
Sorry?
Good start for Sosia not 3
you
betting.
mean that ace 8. I had ace 8 today as well.
I told him we're going to get out of that. Zhang in position.
Yeah, he was. And then I reminded him, oh, you like
15K
you
in
tripled
the
up
middle.
when I dominated
Comes
him.
Queen 10-9.
Yeah, and then he
Open
was,
ender,
back
Ace
to
of
the
Hearts
middle,
in
yeah.
hand for Sosia.
Like GG.
1-1.
Sort of her flop.
And then that tripled him up, and he laddered up a bunch, right? So.
Faradin seeing where he's at.
Huh?
Yesterday?
Yeah. So
Looks
like
like this is going to be a tough
like,
one
They
for the
told him if he
Bulgarian
won
to
against
win
me,
unless he does
he had
find
one big line.
Jack
he won
on
for
the turn.
3.6 million.
Options for Sosia as well.
Pretty insane.
Agreed, both seem nice.
It paid 3.6.
He paid like we chop a little bit.
14.
There we
I
go.
got 3.2. He got
Upstairs to 14.
Lovely
And
from Sosia.
Immediate pressure on the Bulgarian. Does have clean outs.
Which one was
with
that?
an offsuit
Which one was
Jack.
No.
I don't think he'll
He
be
got
going anywhere
2.6,
just yet,
I
but
got
immediate
2.2.
discomfort.
Which tournament was this?
I don't know. Triton?
He is trying to bank that
200K
Jack.
or 150 or 100.
3,000 in the middle. As the Ace of Clubs makes its way to the turn. Both players turning
in
top
Monaco.
pair. Interesting spot now
This
for the
recent
Ace
one.
Jack.
Yeah.
You raise flop.
It is interesting. We certainly have to fear the one we're looking at. Ace King, Ace Queen is possible too. Perhaps she's content to take the free one. Sosia playing very nicely.
3-1 taken. Deuce of Clubs completes the run out as bricky as it gets. See how Mustafov wants to proceed. Continued on the Queen 10-9. Called the raise in 14,000. Turn goes check, check. Value to be pursued, perhaps. In the form of block. Maybe bigger. Maybe knuckle once more. Going to check call mode.
If he does pursue value, a tough spot for Sosia, where we probably just pay.
Block he does. 14 into 43. Just sub third pot.
Suppose the Ace of Hearts is a little bit uncomfortable if we're Sosia, as Faradin can't have all of the inferior kicker Ace X hands. It's actually a little bit brutal having the Ace of Hearts. Does he do this with King Queen? Probably not. But she does bluff catch, understandably so. And a nice pickup from Mustafov.
Back up to north of starting stack. The Bulgarians really showing up in force at this series.
Yeah, and growing my eggplant as a hot
Few FTs for Alex
Yeah,
Kulev,
talking about
title for
100%
Danchev.
Return rate. It's like the first time
They're likely in the lead, just nation-wise. Maybe China surpassed them.
Well, a quick break to give a massive shout out to the official timekeeper of the Triton Super High Roller Series is, of course, Jacob & Co., who we've had, I want to say, 2 years now. Seen some of their timepieces on display at the feature tables, the likes of KT. Phil Nagy picked up a little 500k timepiece in Vietnam. Boss also wearing his own custom Jacob & Co. piece, but of course, the main event champions, Jason Kuhn, Henrik Hecklund, Chidwick's got one. Often see them on the wrists of the main event champs.
As a herb garden.
The official timekeeper.
And then
This is like outside off the deck or in the backyard or
yeah, I have like a little yard.
You know, this Red Bull's been sat here for a
just
good
like
4
hedges
days.
everywhere.
Maybe,
Yeah.
might have to
has a lot of-
break the seal, you know?
Anyway, my
Cup of ice or just going in
I don't
room
know,
temp?
rosemary is a weed.
I mean, room temp would
Gotta
be...
do what you gotta do
It
sometimes.
didn't last at all. Like basically rosemary and some other plant just went absolute rampant and just like killed off all the other stuff.
Damo taking his time. Does defend.
We're the most talkative table in the field.
Normally the case when the cameras are on, Jen. People get a little bit chatty. Guess a way of
Nacho is
easing the
here, though.
nerves.
So
The bright lights.
Yeah, you're right.
Managed to have a full-on conversation with
talks a lot.
Dwyer. I mean, he's
yeah.
normally a quiet one.
You did. That was a great fold you made, by the way, with Ace Queen.
Half of that
Thank
is
you, mate.
monologuing though.
I wish I
Right,
could
well, that's what I
pretend
was saying.
that I folded for
I guess that's not really a conversation.
Come on now,
the
Henry.
correct
The
theoretical reasons.
The
but
jig is up, Henry.
it was more
What
so,
was the topic?
we're 10 off the money.
No, just-
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
got 40 bigs if I fold, you know.
In the field.
Sam Grafton, wherever that table is.
Yeah.
Note the
Yeah,
lead
but
from a Damo
they're
winner.
kind of the same where they're just talking.
Yeah, it's just not like
Not a
conversation.
conversation.
They're kind of
These
just talking about
earbuds.
themselves, kind of.
No, this table has been
A
pretty good,
new
actually.
thing, I think I saw, I want to say Chance Corneth
In terms of what?
rocking some for the
that,
first
like
time.
speed?
Yeah.
Which earbuds, Henry?
Adamos.
Oh, he has some
Kinda
in right.
like
Oh, those are
fight the
really in there.
stereotype Of
I
high stakes
see.
players being, robots who never.
Been going
talk,
more
boring
mainstream over the
robots.
last year or so that help,
Like Michael?
calm the nerves, cancel out some background noise.
You're on point today. You're on point today. I'll give you that.
What? Here, take it. Or you want my number to text me after.
You gonna deal me in over there, or
Fiddling with a deck of cards.
702.
Can't help it.
5,000.
5,000 to go from Devoris.
blinds going up to 1K, 2K?
Nacho is on point today. But Nacho can be harsh. I can be
Nacho
mean.
talking in the third person.
He
was
seems
mean
well
to you
rested
today.
today.
He
Can be
does.
mean.
There are days where you can taste the salt
Hi, Lee,
Yes,
what's up?
from the booth.
it's very true.
Yeah, thank
Chen
you, bro. You're
defends
gonna make
all
me a star.
Devoris.
Yeah, this one likely to
Yeah.
be over and done
I dressed
with.
well for this. Spent so much money. I'm broke now. After Triton,
Just hearing from producer
after this
James
series,
that
might be.
had a good result, the football last night.
Come on, Nacho.
Do we
I
know
know you
James
win the menu.
Champions League or yeah?
I didn't do one cash.
Had Dortmund and Atletico.
I have seen
Yeah, I
the
remember.
the sweats from Nacho at the table many
Yeah.
a time.
Yeah.
Okay. But I mean, it's also
We're not
normal
talking
to cash once.
$100 4-match parlays over here. We're talking,
Yeah, I think that's pretty normal.
a couple of buy-ins.
There's
That's
only
the
been
feeling
like
that I
7
get
events
as
or
well.
something.
Yes. It's super normal.
Really?
Yes.
Not in my work, maybe in your work, guys. You cash in every tournament. What are you talking about, Daniel?
Oh, here we go.
Not normal for you.
I mean,
The rubbing.
if only there were things that were factually false. And last year you kept saying year of the nacho,
Yes.
and then this year you're not saying anything.
It's definitely not the year of the nacho. Again, I'm
Yeah,
getting
you
two out
can't,
at every
you
hand.
can't have back to back. That's true.
I'm having a really good year, by the way. So, can't complain.
Why? Because Bitcoin's pumping?
Nacho's been getting
not
2
because
out
of
at
that, but
every
yes.
hand, apparently.
No,
3 months
no,
into the year.
It's not about that, about other things, but it's related to that, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin peaking.
Bitcoin pumping
Some
is
happy
a plus.
customers out there.
As is this Triton tour. Or stop, rather.
Makes sense.
Squeeze from Chen.
I have to find love. That's what I need.
Yes. You understand?
Yeah.
Good luck, man.
You have to find.
Are you married?
For all intents and purposes.
Yeah. So you have a long-time girlfriend.
Yeah, we've been engaged for a while.
Oh, okay.
What about you, Nacho?
Just said he needs to find love. Apparently, that's the missing piece of the puzzle. Jiang still out in pole position. Early doors here, of course. Chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. Blinds did recently go up to 1K, 2K. Couple of big hands. Sia colliding with the man from Japan. Toma venturing out to a Triton Poker Series for the first time. Early signs of frustration, but has dialed it back a bit. Byproduct of being somewhat card dead. I do feel like there's
I know is here.
that
Team is your
opportunity
lover. No,
to see
your
Toma
girlfriend.
just go for it.
Your fiance or
It's
whatever.
coming.
Tim is not his fiance, but is his lover.
And for a man like Nacho,
Basically.
I see them all
international
day
man of
together.
mystery, from one country to the next. I mean, it's tough. It's tough out there.
Have you ever seen Nacho with the ladies, Henry?
I have.
Okay.
Many a time. Don't want to say too much on stream,
Yeah,
you
we
know,
could
but
leave it at that. But
yeah. But in Cyprus, you know, that was
19.
we were poolside.
19 to go.
There we go, Adamo. Not one to pass up a 3-bet opportunity. It's gonna shake for us by
No,
the
she's not here.
looks of
She
things.
comes out
What about Toma though?
to
Feels
some
like
stops, but usually not for the
been
whole
waiting
thing. Usually like at the beginning
play
or
a big
the
pot.
end.
When you can spend
It
time
does.
with her.
Fives.
Yeah,
Why not?
I think it kind of sucks. It's you're all day playing.
Right, exactly. So there's no point, and there's no point for her to like take time off.
Remains
work.
disciplined.
And then working remotely
Adamo
from
taking
here
it down pre.
is kind of impossible because it's
Time zone?
flipped. Yeah.
George in the chat asking how many bigs do they start with in the main? I believe it's 250, my man. 250k starting stack. At big blind 1k. 119 runners now. 5 early eliminations.
You didn't bring her either, right? You came alone? Too far, yeah. There's nothing to do. I would never. I mean, like, it's the worst place to bring
He's
your
king now for Adamo.
Literally, there is nothing to do. I've never seen anything like this in my life.
No, Razvodov is less to do.
I think Razvodov is better. 4.5.
Really?
Wow, that's
Wait,
a
wait.
lot.
To bring a female
wife
that you're in a
Picking up on-
relationship
That's
with?
rough. That's rough.
The dry humor from Mustafov.
You're a bad man. Razvodov is the worst place on earth.
Yeah, but Prague is close, you know.
Yeah, Prague is close.
I mean, it's still like an hour and a half. The comment was he said that he thinks
Yeah, but then you
Razvodov is
have
better than here.
Munich too.
Yeah, he's saying Rosato's worse.
No, he said,
Oh, he is?
yeah, yeah.
I haven't been told.
Munich is 2 hours away too.
Yeah, but that's like saying Seoul is an hour away.
Exactly. I was gonna, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, you gotta
Which, by the way,
I'm
if
gonna
that's your
defend.
metric, Seoul is like a way more fun
5-3
place.
suited from the big. Dharma picking up 2 customers. 10 of clubs in the window as Mustafov flops best. So see it wrapped around that 4 of hearts. Bottom pair.
Taipei is an hour and 40 minutes away.
See how Dharma wants to proceed with the ace
Oh, I
king.
actually did not think it was that close.
I think.
I would have guessed like a 3-hour flight.
The 10 does connect with Mike
an hour and
a
40
fair
minutes
amount.
to Jeju, or an hour
And
and 40
indeed,
minutes to
Socia
Macau. We're like, it's
ripe
like
with interaction.
Mhm.
He goes for 5.
different directions, obviously.
Faradine flicks it in. Interesting spot for
How
Socia.
far
Could
is
see
Singapore?
raises derived from this hand.
Want to go?
She's
though.
just gone, fair enough.
Yeah.
And does Adamo want to keep barreling? Or just hit the ace?
Good things developing for Adamo after c-betting flop.
About my order, I think.
Fans top pair, top kicker.
Hubris.
Oh, there. They're discussing what type of fertilizer to
What'd
use
you order?
on your tea tree.
What'd you order?
A green tea and
This was like.
Did you also have the curry
at
today?
least an hour ago.
Yeah.
Did you also have the curry today?
I've not had it today.
Okay. How many times have you had it this trip?
Let's set up the
I mean, it's only been on the.
I had the chicken once and the beef once.
Okay.
Yeah, it's only been on the menu for a day,
Oh,
right?
okay. It's a new menu.
Yeah.
I already missed the bibimbap.
Mustafov keeping him honest.
I love it.
Look like a new menu.
If there's ever
You could have it
someone
every
to
day for
cool
the rest of your
down
life?
in a close spot, can understand why Mustafov
I mean, I could
remains
actually
unshaken on
do
the
that.
turn.
The one here, or like
Indeed.
bibimbap in general?
Scariest
Sure, or
river
like,
for
yeah, the one
Adamo.
here, even. I don't know. Food's like
See
so
how he
functional
plays
for me.
it. Still have to feel
Really?
pretty good about our ace king. 62.5 in
Yeah,
the middle.
it's a pretty balanced meal. I mean, I'm not saying it's the only, but like for one meal a day, just have it every day. Sure.
I don't think I could do anything.
Same food every day, yeah.
Yeah. 48.
I don't know. Less decisions, kind of sweet.
Goes for 48. See if Mustafov picks this one off. Will be incorrect. We can see Dharma does have the goods.
Will not go out to like.
Much what you were saying before. He knows
they
how
skip
capable
their peanut
Adamo
butter
is.
banana toast.
Does let it go.
What if they could go to a place where you could order peanut
Exactly, I was
butter
gonna say that.
banana
Like
toast?
Like a nice one.
¿Viste el Atlético?
Well, actually, not a nice one, just an expensive one. but
Yeah.
The same.
Verga, buenísimo estuvo.
I mean, I guess that's kind of dangerous though, because like, what if it's really good and then the one that you have every.
How are you?
Good, good.
First look at these guys.
No, I've been here, but I
Lewis
was sick
Spencer
for
and
3
Keith
days.
Lear.
This is my room, so.
Oh, okay, okay. That's fine.
Steve O'Dwyer,
I feel
who's
great
been on
now.
fire.
Feel much better.
Okay, good. But. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay.
Thomas Santern, welcome, sir. Oleg Ustinovich. And Henrik Eklund, who's had some real close calls. I believe back-to-back bubbles for him.
Yeah, not only did he stone bubble the 50K, the hand that he lost, I believe was like 75 bigs apiece, ace king against kings punat. Then went on to win the event for north of 2 million.
That was a truly brutal one.
You been playing any cash?
No, I.
Keith in the mix.
But maybe tomorrow.
Always.
Yeah.
After main event.
I want to play PLO. I didn't want to play no.
Yeah, we
Hold'em.
are playing PL only after today.
The 25K. Oh, I just fever and a cold, and runny nose, and just felt like garbage.
Thanks, so. Yeah, I know you said your back was killing you that one day, but I didn't know.
Big slick for Santos.
Just aching there.
Always like watching him play. Smooth operator.
Santosh Savannah's
You ever on starting side?
rise
210.
210? Okay, I couldn't see any.
in the Triton series has been quite the joy to watch over the last 2 years.
Really has.
Conversation we had on
Kind of you burst onto the scene, always bubbly and chatty at the tables. Was getting pushed around by the super pros for a bit, and then disappeared in between one stop, and just came back and Ali crowned him Savannah 2.0.
I like that. So true.
Just not only in the tournament streets, but also involved in the nosebleed cash games. Savannah continuing for 6K. O'Dwyer obviously going nowhere with top pair.
Oh, really? We went and caught a ferry to one of the islands. We went to some waterfall today. The quality was great. Really? Great.
See if Santosh wants to keep barreling. Not really his card. Does check.
I think it has to do with the hotel. The heater, yeah.
For O'Dwyer, perhaps we can go either way.
It gets so damn hot I have to open my window.
My aircon light hasn't been working. So
Has all the options in front of him. I mean, top pair, open ender.
Been open the whole time.
Because they got the heater on in this
Value to be extracted, perhaps.
He on the ground floor as well.
No,
He is pursuing some.
Because I know Chris's room's on like the 3rd floor, and his room's like fine, like normal temperature. But mine's just like
People saying
25
they expected
degrees
more
or
entries in this one. Very early stages here. I mean, this is just level 3. 121 runners already. With late reg ending start of day 2. I mean, this feels like it's going to be a record-breaking main.
I was out on a ferry.
It is very early. Good point. And a lot of people out there not gun-shy to rebuy Henry.
I would expect, we think 60, 70% of the field have a rebuy or two ready. I mean, you don't
sounds about right.
Fly all the way to Jeju just to fire
I was gonna have to give it a try.
one bullet in the main event. I mean, surely not.
We don't have to play huge.
I don't know with him.
Hecklin brandishing that custom
He just loves that.
Jacob & Co. main event champion watch,
Literally,
by
I've
the way.
played Jen for a lot of
Nice
money.
to have a watch you can only get from a
I played
win.
one man bigger than I played him, but he wanted to start off bigger than we've ever played, except for this one man.
Yeah, I remember in Monaco, you guys were playing like massive.
Yeah.
I ran into you, and you're like,
I said okay when he said you want to play. I said okay, whatever you want to play. I mean,
Young Frenchman venturing out
I
for the
haven't
first
played
time to a
Jen in
Triton
years
stop.
and years and years.
I don't even know the rules.
Welcome.
Great game.
Playing a monster stack by 655k.
8 or 10 years.
Currently second in chips overall.
That's only Jen I played in 20 years.
Yeah.
Club's working for Henrik. Top pair for the young Frenchman. Of course, middle for O'Dwyer. Sort of Henrik's board against the blinds. He can have ace-king. They somewhat can't.
Seth obviously just has good card sense. I mean, he's doing great in poker.
Does just go for 2/3 right away.
It's fine. I caught the deck one time we did play.
For O'Dwyer, perhaps we're immediately indifferent.
Jen's very streaky too, so.
Yeah.
Does have Thomas behind in the
a lot
big,
of luck,
but
a lot of luck in Jen.
gonna flick in the call.
Like 30% of the hands.
What are you doing in Thomas's shoes
There,
now?
really.
It's
Yeah,
not delightful.
Yeah, I guess you just go for sessions.
Pitch
then,
the
where you
top
just get
pair.
smoke.
Yeah.
Understandable choice.
35 out there. See if Hecklin wants to continue selling the story. Open from +1. Does turn a pair of 8s to go along with his flush draw.
Interesting spot for Henrik.
30% of the hand.
Certainly the hand we're looking at of O'Dwyer is a clear target. And even something like ace-10 in the face of a bet is not particularly happy at all. He does take the free one.
Yeah.
And was not looking for the deuce of spades. Henrik, that is.
Yeah, clean river for O'Dwyer.
Sounds a bit like a very tilting game.
And Hecklin facing a check does beat some hands. Queen Jack, Jack 10 of clubs. Dwyer taking that one down to 363,000 now. Early chip up for a true legend of the game. I mean, come on. Feels like he's just been winning main events since like 2010, 2011.
It really does.
You done anything in any of these tournaments yet?
No. Been getting crushed.
He just loves the game. Was out in Japan playing
That's why I have it. It's like 5 tourneys.
free buy-in event, like free rolls, not even free rolls, just like play chip tournaments
bet the turn, but
for
then I realised
18
you had
days.
your ticket in a cup of salt.
18
So I just
days.
thought nothing good could happen.
Okay.
So I checked.
Race.
He's playing like $50, $100 tournaments out there.
My.
Well, they kept trying to take it away, so I had to do something to prevent them from taking it away.
You can.
I don't think I could do it.
That
I
little
don't
sign
think
there.
I could
either, Henry.
Maybe
Like
one.
the don't touch and then the X.
I just wouldn't trust
Yeah, I need
myself
something
to not just blast off.
make sure they don't ever take it from me. It's working so far.
Deuce is still out in front for Oleg. Gut shot, 2 overs, backed off space for Savannah.
Oleg considering
Well, I keep
just
getting
lead.
moved, so like I've had to do it at several different tables.
The lead he does. 5 into 18.
See how Santos wants to play it. If Spencer folds. Could see both call and raise if we're in Suvarna's seat.
Oh, okay.
Pardon me, Henry. Go on, Lewis.
Lewis having none of it. Takes it upstairs to 19,000. I don't know how I feel about this personally, this deep. I mean, Oleg has all the straights, all the 2 pairs, all the sets.
Yeah, I was not expecting this for that reason, but it is interesting. He's freestyling a bit, and Henry Santos is just cold in.
Oh, Savannah! I thought Savannah's cards went into the muck. Just flicked it in with the King 7. Little does he know, he actually has the best hand. Improves to an open-ender on the turn.
And one would have to think, in the face of the Santos cold call on the flop after lead raise, perhaps Lewis is done. But then again, queen high, 61 out there.
Lewis going to try and continue selling the story of an overpair. I believe I heard check. Check he does. Savannah now. Just king high. Kind of a dreamy turn card, all things considered. Go on, Savannah.
Great overcall from him in the face of the lead raise. Shows how tough he is to deal with.
You must be staying pretty late then, right? Playing all the PLO. You're here till like the 19th or something.
I guess.
Bit of a rough trip for
PLO
him.
tomorrow, right?
He did cash the 150K. 15th in that one.
You got a little extra out there.
Ming cash in the 20K. Second event of the series. See if he can run deep here. 5.7 million in Triton earnings. 1 title, 16 cashes. The SS Savannah. Few people asking if this is live. It is indeed. Nick and myself are on the same delayed feed to viewers at home. On an hour delay to obviously protect the integrity of the game as Adamo finds himself in a favourable situation. Picking up with the jacks from the cutoff. Forrest with 9s. Tomo involved again. Another small pair.
19. Raise 19,000.
Could have a potential three-way affair here. I mean, don't see Dvoris just pitching 9s. Tomo may feel inclined
Bon appetit, madame.
to flick in the call. Getting a decent price. Try and flop a set.
Fair enough, Daniel.
That's an incredible fold.
That was pretty strong, Henry.
I did not expect that option.
Me neither. And for Tomo, does he try to hunt him down, as you said, closing the action? A little overlay from Dvoris's initial 4,500.
We saw him fold a small pair in a similar spot earlier on to Adamo. This time he's going to flick in the 19K with the 4s. Try and do the dirty on the Australian King Queen 6 rainbow.
You gonna play the PLO?
Sorry?
Let's see how Michael plays it. This hand optically is a very cozy check. But as the 3-better, is he just betting his range? Not sure.
My flight, just after the main. Oh, it's pretty easy. Like, I want to go
Broadway,
see Dune
Rainbow.
IMAX.
I want to go too, but here
You have
Here he probably is.
Yeah, he has the most random things I ever.
10%
It's crazy.
I was gonna see
gets
it
the
before.
job done.
And then they're all like all
Damo
the good seats
chipping
were
up
sold out.
nicely.
So it kind of like
Oh, you want to go in Taipei?
I want to go with my friends. Or
Yeah, the thing is, like I heard here.
When's the Tomo
that if you
getting
go here,
coming, you know?
Like all the things. 'cause they
It's
speak
coming.
that language
Is it
a
going to
lot,
be
like like
across 3 streets,
that
just
native language they have?
empty the
Dune?
clip?
In Dune.
Oh, so it's
if
subtitles.
if you go here,
It's gonna be in Korean, right?
yeah, it's gonna be in Korean.
Like it's going to come
Because
pre-flop.
Phil Nagy went to in Panama and he told me like all
Ace
the
5's
parts
just
are,
going
like,
in, you know?
Yeah,
you know,
because they have like
they have
different,
subtitles, but in Spanish, so he didn't understand half of the movie. So I look here to go. I wanted to go here so badly, but then Phil told me that. I'm like, okay.
I heard like
You're gonna miss like $500,000 worth of buy-ins because you want to see Dune 2.
Is that not a good enough reason? In IMAX.
In IMAX.
To
Okay.
be fair.
Bro,
No, I'm not. I'm just.
I heard that
It just blows my mind.
People sent me. It's not going to be $500,000 in buy-ins. How many bullets do you think I'm going to fire?
Between PLO and short deck? Yeah, it is.
I'd probably only stay for the. I'm not a fan of short deck tournaments unless they change it maybe to like pot limit pre and no limit post.
Fair enough.
I agree.
Yeah, I was talking about like the entire series after the.
Sure, but like
It's probably
go
like
once more.
500 and buy-ins on
Right-hand
average or
corner.
something if you play everything.
but
Triton Poker Plus app, ladies and gentlemen. Scan the
I didn't
QR
even play all
code.
the no limit hold'em. I just flew in like midway.
Can track all of the action
Yeah,
from the
play
outer
the
tables, all of the hand histories,
I played
your
the
favorite
25K.
players.
I just
Check
picked
out the
basic
player of the
rules.
series
What, were you
leaderboard.
watching another movie?
You can watch the stream on
Dune
the app
1.
as well.
Yeah.
But I heard it's insane.
I
Some
love the book.
special
It was
cash
my
games on
favorite
there.
book when I was, like, in high
Exclusive to the app.
school. Oh, yeah.
1, 2.
Some that we filmed out in London. Other stops.
Where, are
Some
they going to
$1 million
stop showing
pots,
it
I
in
believe.
IMAX like 2 weeks from now or something? Or is just your friends are going to go without you?
Normally, like showings, like movies
Faradine
go
with the
out of
3-bet.
IMAX pretty quick.
See if Nacho
Only a
comes
couple
with the
weeks.
cold 4.
He
I
seems
think
to have perked up a
Dune
bit.
might stay on IMAX longer, but I don't know how much longer. And because you see less of the full picture if you see it in non-IMAX.
27.
Oh,
I
he
really
does come
wanna
with
see
the
that.
cold 4. This is bold.
That's going to shake James Chen.
Yeah, to explain to you
Mustafa
how
feels
different
about
we
the
are,
King Jack suited.
I think 2 or 3 days before I flew out
Sizing
here,
Nacho up.
my fiance and her friends, well, our friends, went to see Dune 2, also in IMAX.
But the showing I think was at like 8 p.m. And I had already like went to like an early schedule to just to hear, and I was like, nah, I'm gonna go sleep.
I'm speechless. That's why. That's how.
Yeah, that's how different we are.
His fiance's been asking to get married, and he's like, "Oh, honey, but I've got 500K worth of buy-ins in the next few weeks."
King Jack hasn't hit the mark yet.
60.
Oh, wow. Okay. Go on, Faradine.
Legitimate concern.
Do not recall the last time
kind of
I was in the booth for a 5-bet.
By the way, Nacho capable.
She'd understand.
But this is obviously quite a story Mr. Mustafov is telling.
I mean, this is reminiscent of EPT main events back in 2013.
It really is.
Benny Spindler comes to mind.
Indeed. Nacho going time bank.
See if Nacho just wants to send this in. Situational awareness. Positions. Chen did open from the hijack. Knows that Mustafov's going to be 3-betting a little bit lighter on the cutoff.
These hands really are so pure. Does let it go. Very nice from Mustafov. Sniffing it out.
Being pushed around by Barbero.
Yeah, but a lot of the ones that we play are
Up the
far.
starting stack as we head back over to the blue feature table. One of our chip leaders, Triton first timer, Thomas. Flopping a set on a Queen 6-5 board against Pocket Kings, held up.
Right.
I was going to bring a giant bag of Japanese Kit Kats home, but my luggage was already like 10 kg overweight.
I think they're kind of overrated.
Giant Japanese
It's nice
Kit
that they have like
Kats.
weird flavors.
I really like the green tea one.
I'm in.
But
Not sure about the green tea
I like green
Kit
tea
Kat
sweets.
though.
I went to the tea museum
I like
today and got
green tea, but
chocolate there. Kind of it's
green tea and chocolate.
I really like
guess.
green tea flavored. Like,
You said you've been running bad though this trip, right?
yeah.
Ever have a little green tea mochi?
That's unfortunate. 'cause
It's
those
nice,
are supposed-
yeah.
Like Japanese Kit Kats
try
are
it
popular
out.
because it's like a good luck thing.
Really?
Yeah.
he just ate too many of them.
I think it.
Well, you think it went in reverse?
I think the explanation is like Kit Kat is supposed to sound like good luck or something in Japanese, and like kids eat them before exams.
Oh, I didn't know that.
There's another way to change your luck too.
Play better.
That's one way. Bit harsh, but why not
I
speak
played terrible
candidly?
The other day. I was sick.
Play better. I feel like there are guys that play very well but run bad. I mean, Brewer, 2022.
It is an odd fact of this whole thing. Somebody has to run the worst. Kind of profound. What a crazy game. But then, of course, some people keep winning year in and year out, so just one of these things. I was talking to Henrik in London. He said something pretty sobering, that at least as far as live poker is concerned, the sample will never be big enough for any of us for our entire life to know. I don't know if I buy that, Henry. Do you think that's true?
I mean, I wouldn't be the one to be able to give a strong opinion on the math side of things, but it sounds right. I mean, how many tournaments do you think these guys are playing, you know?
Fair enough.
What is it, like 15 a stop? Four
Not
times
that
a
many.
year?
Really isn't that many.
No. So if you play for 40 years, what are we looking at? Not enough. 2,400 tournaments. How
The
about
devil is
applause?
with us. Go on, Oleg.
You throw salt over your shoulder and this is the flop.
Also has two players with pocket pairs in hand.
Irrelevant, but recently in a tournament in Vegas, David Peters flop quad sixes on me twice in the same tournament.
Did you get away?
They were both expensive. Pocket sixes for him, by the way, so the pure... Anyway, O'Dwyer drawing dead. And for Oleg, this is interesting. He is just calling. One can't really blame him. And does he ever find some just leads on the turn? Odd card for O'Dwyer. Very bizarre board to look at optically.
What on earth is going on?
I don't know.
No, I've seen him around. I've seen
4 of diamonds
Yeah, he didn't
for
play
O'Dwyer's pocket fours.
Yeah, I didn't see
Let's
just
check
be
back.
Waiting for short deck and PLO.
Where's the case for? One time deal.
Surprised he isn't in this.
I should have come later.
Too many big blinds.
Check, check.
No, I like playing deep. I'm talking about later in the.
O'Dwyer's presence at the table, man. I mean,
it's the real deal.
It's intense. The guy's like a sauna. You know, you walk in and the heat is just there.
Or PLO or
and it's consistent.
PLO and short deck.
Doesn't switch it off, and even when he's not in the hand, he's always paying attention. Does flick in the call. Is going to get shown.
Played 225K to 15K.
The bad news.
Nice size from Oleg on the end. Really targeting stuff like that.
A bit of a smirk there from O'Dwyer.
I've managed to play every. I skipped the turbo bounty shit.
I've never played a
Dan
turbo
Smith
bounty.
picking up another title
really weird
last night. The Turbo Bounty. Don't know what it is about Smith. He's another one of those guys that just always seems to be getting it done in some form.
Better things to do with 50,000 than play a turbo bounty.
He told me I ran into him at Seoul. He said he's never had a losing Triton stop. And I assumed he was, you know, potentially riding the broom on himself, but he wasn't. Strong.
Never had a losing Triton
That's
stop.
what he said. He doesn't seem like the type to sort of... I took him at his word, Henry.
Yeah, I mean, the last 2 stops obviously took down the Invitational in Monte Carlo, and London made the final table of the 100K main here, picking up a title again, the 50K Turbo.
Go on, Lewis. It's a nice sight to look at.
Oh, let's play PLO tonight.
Okay, Keith,
Today?
I'm in.
Not today. We end in.
No.
Henry's ready to play right now.
We end early.
No, 12 o'clock it will.
We're at 12, okay.
Yeah. You got 50 minutes level, no?
Count me in, Keith. A little 100, 200 action.
Do you dabble on these stops?
I try when I can. Before now, haven't had the opportunity to do so due to booth duties. Long days in the booth, you know, after commentary. You just want to kind
I don't know what that could be.
maybe stop by the KTV, but if you're responsible, you just hit the hay, call it a
It
night.
was a warning, you know.
The
It was a
KTV,
warning, right?
that
And I
really
ignored it.
blew my mind, Henry.
That's,
it just popped in for a moment.
That's an experience. You know,
My.
that's-
Didn't quite know what I was entering. But I liked it. That was quite a sneeze. God bless you. 9s for Santos.
Did get to play a little bit last night. Had a little 50, 100, 200 round of each going on. It was a short session though.
PLO and full deck? Or
Correct.
long deck, as they say?
Elkie hit and run us. Was on KTV duties. The game kind of broke after that. Nine's still out in front on the Jack-6 deuce.
Eight.
Look at the goat calling it off.
There we go. Santosh taking down a small one. Playing around starting stack, 4 levels into the day. 5 frames, I believe. 10 levels of play before they bag and tag for day 2. Late reg will be closing at the start of day 2.
There was a meme going around.
Currently up to 125 entries, looking very likely to be a record-breaking main.
So yeah, so when I finally made it, there were, everyone was like, "Oh yeah, we saw you, we saw what happened."
No real carnage so far, Nick. I mean, there was the unsuccessful bluff from Toma with the 7s. But other than that, it's been pretty tame out there.
Agreed. Pretty understated few levels.
Makes sense. I mean, start of day 1, 100 big blinds deep. Gets pricey.
There was the Faradine 5-bet. Nacho did get away, but at least they gave us a little spice. Defend from Barbero.
Yeah, it really is a treat.
That's
These
not right,
Triton stops, especially when we get to cover day 1s from the start.
Oh, yeah, okay.
See some of the best in the world
Sorry, my bad.
playing 150, 200 big blinds deep.
It truly is.
The 5-bet click from Mustafov with the King Jack. Chen gonna continue. He's gonna face some resistance. One would assume in the form of call, but you never know. Nacho may want to protect a little bit. Just comes with call. Won't be going anywhere now. 18k out there. Chen just shut this one down.
Bit of a strange board. At least as it stands now, he does.
Yeah.
Value to be extracted from Barbero. Go small. 5 into 18. Trying to get some crying calls from hands like King High, Rivered, Queen X. Chen, just, today, making all the right moves.
Yeah, thank you.
Chen's doing his thing.
Yeah, with the ace-8, correctly called 3 streets, folded the top pair against the flop set, telling us some shady, kind of ropey skateboard stories, 3 a.m. hospital trips. So Xie Jiang still out in pole position at this feature table, byproduct of that big pot against Toma, who's had a bit of time to kind of, just quieten down as we welcome you back to the break desk. Nick Shorman alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Nick, you are going to be jumping out on the back end of this frame. We're going to be taking a quick 10-minute break for the viewers at home. But just quickly, we touched on it. Pretty tame out there. No one looking to play big pots. We did have that 5-bet pot with Mustafov.
Yeah, that 5-bet pot. I think for me the 2 most memorable hands was the Divorce, just fold pre with 9s.
Pretty insane.
And then the Lewis Spencer raise in the face of the lead. Here comes Santosh on 3-5-6. Those were cool. I really enjoyed it, Henry, being alongside you, and enjoy the rest.
Yeah, had an absolute blast, my man. 125 entries in this one already. Don't go too far when we return. More continuing coverage of the 100K main live from Jeju.
Welcome to the Daily Dose of GTO Quiz of the Day. You shove 75% pot on the river. What value to bluff ratio should you use to make your opponent indifferent? 17% bluffs, 30% bluffs, 33%, or 43%? Find the answer in the Daily Dose of GTO, our free ebook designed to help you master GTO poker in just 5 minutes per day.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
Always, there's been so much great play, and this last tournament, Elton, he's so just icy out there. I know you've watched him a lot.
It's actually good, but you know what was the problem?
There seems to be two modes to Elton. There's the guy that's just dialed in, staring people down, real intimidating kind of presence at the table. And then there's the high stakes, short deck cash game. Elton is just, you know, flicking in the 100K here and there.
And he goes back and forth between the two pretty seamlessly.
Yeah, the Bulgarians, Mustafov, Danchev, Kulev. Danchev second on Bulgaria's all-time money list. Picking up a title here. Mustafov getting to work from under the gun. Not going to work on the King, King 8. Does have some backdoors, a form of clubs, and straights wrapped around the 8 of hearts. 15-5 out there as he plays the Jin turn card.
That is truly Jin with 7 high on the King, King 8. And for Chen, we would think not going anywhere in the face of a barrel, but of course we're just bluff catching. Goes pretty big, 13 into 15.5.
Real awkward spot for Chen here. Defending the ace-8 from the big. Connecting that 8 of hearts against an under-the-gun range.
And that under-the-gun range is legit. He is in.
Unshakable on flop and turn. 41-5 out there. Sizable pot brewing. It's Mustafov bricks.
41.5 in the middle. Check, small bet, check, big bet. And we find ourselves with just 7 high.
Mustafov just realizing there are going to be a ton of missed hearts. Some 8x that he can try and get to fold on the river. See if it's going to work. I mean, Chen just seems dialed in.
Go on, James. He really does.
The one chip flicking gets away from top pair the hand before and correctly calls down 3 streets against the Bulgarian Mustafov. I don't know.
Nines for Sosia.
I want to say Sosia's been showing up for the last 2 years. He's trying to stop involved in the high stakes cash games as well. The likes of Boss, Nagy, Rob Young, you name it, she's in the mix. Just loves to compete.
No stranger to the nosebleeds and continually seems to improve. Dvoris with the call, 7s for Toma.
Looks like Toma reaching for raising chips, takes it upstairs to 15K. Unorthodox with the 7s this deep?
A little bit, and for Adamo in the face of open call and 3-bet to 10 bigs, he is on the button. He's gone. Curious to see how Dvoris proceeds in the face of a Sosia call here.
What does Dvoris' T say? If you think I'm short, you should see my attention span. Okay.
Fair enough.
Okay, DD. Gotta respect it.
His attention span at the poker table, at least, does seem to be pretty strong.
Currently finds himself in a 3-bet sandwich with the ace deuce of spades.
Maybe he gives it a spin, closing the action. He's just gone, fair enough. See if Toma can find a way.
Yeah, Toma taking the betting lead pre, squeezing out Dvoris. Does have the power position working for him on the 10-6-6, but this board texture feels like Sosia won't be going anywhere. What do you do with 7s now? Bit dicey. Inflated the pot. Want to try and fold out some Broadway cards. Some ace highs.
Sosia peering over. Goes for 22, and I agree she's not going anywhere, but it is getting a little bit scary.
I mean, immediately, straight off the bat, Toma with a sizable C-bet. 22 into 38. Just north of half pot.
And at this point, we would assume Toma feels he's beat very often. 5s and 4s are possible, but oh, go on, Sosia. That'll make things a bit easier, Henry.
81-5 out there, turns the full house. Toma wants to proceed now.
Does he want to kind of merge and attack something like ace-10 suited? Probably not. But we can never know. First look at Toma, for me at least.
Yeah, ever. It's his first ever Triton event.
Well, then there it is. Oh, he is reaching. And he's really walking into it, as we can see. The dream for Sosia.
Another sizable barrel.
Nowhere.
60% on the flop, 60-ish% on the turn.
Address
Is he going to continue telling the story?
Vienna,
He
Austria,
might
but
have plans.
This guy showed up.
I have an apartment in
Nick, you
Vienna.
know, it's like
and I have,
first event,
a
100K.
place
Let's
in
send a message.
Not messing around at all.
Where do you live in Vegas?
Henderson. It's my
The
friend's
biggest
place,
spots
but
of the tournament so far. Almost a
I have
starting
room
stack out there.
and I have all my stuff.
Less
Because it's
than
convenient.
pot behind.
Yeah, to leave stuff there, right?
Yeah. I have some stuff in Austria too.
And we would
I
think
spend more
Toma
time in
has
Vegas
to be
than
cool.
Event number 11, the 100K main event, which is looking very likely to break a Triton record. Already 126 entries in this one, with late reg running all the way through until the start of day 2. It is David Peters out in front early doors, heading into the 5th level of the day. Welcome Will Jaffe into the booth alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Will, very calm kind of atmosphere out there, as expected, early doors of a main, but look, this tournament, no joke. I mean, the stakes are high, 100K, legacies and titles on the line. I expect things to heat up a little bit this frame.
Yeah, it has a much more serious feel today, Henry. The prelims are over, the main is here, $100,000 buy-in, and we see today the stacks in the 300 big blind range, right? This is the deepest poker we'll probably see all trip,
Yeah.
and I'm excited to see some very different style from, the 5 to 20 big blind pots we've been witnessing.
Yeah, I mean, as a poker fan, it really is a real treat, these Triton stops where we do get to see the best in the world, like you said, navigate those 100, 150 big blind stacks. And look, so much respect to these guys jumping in from the start. I mean, 126 runners, you typically see a lot of people kind of observe the field, jump in when it gets down to like 30, 40 big blind kind of range. But no, I mean, 126 people in from the start. Ibinger, Wang, Martirosyan, paneling, Fatal Holtz, Ivy, rounding out the top 10. We got a star-studded and stacked field as expected. Coming back to big blind 2.5K, so, blinds slowly creeping up, but a lot of playability. Average stack hovering around the 100 big blind mark. Some big names in the mix as well on our feature tables. We've got Savannah, Hecklin, Spencer, O'Dwyer. As we throw it down to the main floor, chip counts brought to you by BetACR.eu. Main event time here in Jeju. I believe the final Hold'em event of the series. PLO starting tomorrow, 25K PLO. It's going to be a 30K PLO bounty. See short deck events towards the end of the series, as always. But for now, our attention on this main for the next 3 days. Will Jaffe on the call with me on this one. Want to see some fireworks. Well, I mean, I know it's early doors. People are just kind of, settling in, warming up the seats. But I'd be lying if I, from an entertainment point of view, I want to see a cold deck or two.
You want to see some blood, Henry?
I mean, that's what we're here for, right?
These guys are really deep. Santosh, deep run. Was it the $150,000 buy-in, I believe?
It was. I mean, look, we all know luck plays a big part in poker, especially tournament poker, especially with ICM and, closing in on the money. Got lucky to make it into the money. That 10s hand against Christoph Vogelsang's pocket jack spiked to 10, but couldn't really get anything going after that. A couple of, raise calls, calling flop, then having to fold turn. Ultimately bowed out in 15th, but he's had so much success at Triton Stop since he first joined us a couple of years back. Picked up a title, also ran deep in Monte Carlo, I want to say. Was it the 100K? Have a quick look. In the 125K main, came third for 1.77 million. Picked up 267,000 earlier on this trip as Talk of the devil. Flops best on the king 6-4.
How long are you staying, Steve? How long are you staying?
Just until the end of this tournament.
Spencer wants to proceed
I'm
here.
coming
Picks
back
up a
from
gut
WPT.
shot. Under pair to the board. 30k out there. Potential barrel spot for him.
Yeah, try to get hands like this to fold. Also might just want to check back in position.
No checking back here. How about a pot-sized turn barrel to really put the pressure on Savannah's one-pair type holdings. Well executed by Spencer. Chipping up nicely to 336,000. Look at some of the outer tables. See Ibinger.
What are you doing after this? You gonna do Montenegro?
David
I'm going to
Peters on
Japan.
the same table as Alex Kulev, Artur Martirosyan. Who else
Normally
we got?
the PLO
Stevie
is bigger in
Chidwick.
Europe, right? But I don't know if it's like necessarily
Jason
bad.
Kuhn sat next to
I
Ren
don't
Lin.
care about tournaments anymore. I'm just,
Table we had earlier on. Nacho Barbero for us.
I want to play him, then I get here, and then I just
Michael
realize
Adamo.
I don't want to play him.
And Hecklin, just a brutal few days for him, Henry.
I mean, I do the same thing. I just play him.
It's
anyway.
rough, man.
I mean,
You know.
Kings versus Ace King, chip leader versus chip leader in the
Yeah, but I need to
50K
save
to
retirement.
bubble. And then Bubbles won from the money in the 150K. How do you recoup
know what the
and
retirement
play a
age is
measly
gonna be
100K
when
after that, Henry?
It's tough, man, especially
Probably gonna
when
be like 85.
the man that he lost the hand against, Punat Punsri, goes on to win it. And you do, you know, these kind of hands will
Or
they keep you up at
ChatGPT
night.
will kill
You
the
have to
whole
ask
player.
yourself, you know, what could have been? If I just hold with the kings there, am I lifting a trophy? Am I going home with 2 million? And Nick was just saying before you jumped in, he spoke with Hecklin in London, I believe, and you know, a lot of these guys have studied, you know, the variance calculators, the expected ROIs and EV in these events, and Hecklin said that it's impossible for one to actually realize their true ROI over one's lifetime. You know, we only get, what, 10 Hold'em tournaments per stop? That's 40 a year. Play for 40 years. What's that, 1,600 live tournaments? I mean...
Yeah, we're going to have to get Ras to to the numbers there, but it is kind of sick because obviously these guys are so good. There's so much study, intensity, but there's a lot of just pure gambling going on here too. And not even in the tournaments, but in the sense of you don't know what your ROI is in these. You don't know what your percentage of the
tough,
time
man.
you're going to win. I don't know how these guys do it. A lot of them are just really built differently.
Yeah, to show up series in, series out. Just take it on the chin. Look, not just all empathy and compassion from the booth. These guys know what they're signing up for, but still, you bubble a few comps,
Those Jacob
so
was
it
telling
could
me
be
watching
painful.
her.
This trip, a potential...
Yeah, I know.
Sorry, this tournament, rather, potential trip saver
was
for
shocked
some.
when I looked at how
In a
much
very
debt
big
she
way. And for a lot of these guys, you know, I talked to some of them. Obviously, a lot of these guys play PLO, Henry, but some of them, this is kind of it. This is their
This
trip.
is it.
Seems like the type of thing that even if I won, I would never be able to work, so I would just get it robbed.
Santosh has been active
Pretty
early
nice.
on.
Do you get one for every event or just for
I think
the
just
mains?
the main.
Just the mains, yeah.
Spencer saying if
I'd
he
be like
was
Tara
to
better
go on
bracelet.
and
That's for sure.
Oh, they're very
win
Very
this
focused
main and
bracelets
pick
are
up the
trash, yeah.
custom Jacob and Co
mine
timepiece
got
that gets awarded to main event champions, that
Yeah, really. Espen's
he
is
wouldn't
nice,
be able to
but I
wear
think
it
the main event
because
one
it
is
would
like-
get
Yeah, well, the main
robbed.
event one's a lot better than the others.
Believe
Yeah,
he
the
calls
others
the
look
UK home. I have to agree. Do not recommend wearing expensive watches in the streets of London.
Is London dangerous these days?
I mean, look, we've been known to have watches stolen. Something that can't be stolen from you, though. little free giveaway, the exclusive Triton merchandise giveaway. Scan the QR code or type ! giveaway in the chat. Get involved, ladies and gentlemen, okay? We've seen a lot of the merch on display from the players at the tables. Also here in the booth, I believe Nick was rocking a Triton hoodie. Maybe even Rasty had one on as well. The new
London's
merch
pretty
drop.
fucking bad for it.
Yeah, no. And
Like,
Yeah, London's bad for it, man. At our last stop, oh sorry, the one in London last year, players were advised, Will, to maybe remove the watches from the wrist when departing from the venue. Keith coming in with the EP Open with the 8-6 of hearts. Okay, Keith.
The Learjet, one of the guys who definitely will be sticking around for the PLO.
Oh, yeah. Loves the great game. I mean, how can you not?
Yeah, shout out to Joey Ingram. I think he was the one who originally called it the great game, if I'm not wrong.
I feel like Joey's responsible for coining quite a few poker terms.
Did he create GTO?
Backdoor Bangkok, I know, is one of Joey's.
Oh, I thought that was yours.
I wish I could take credit for that one. It's the backdoor quad draw in PLO. Keith getting looked up in 2 spots, not what he wants to see after continuing. Just quads for Henrik on the turn. Surely Keith gonna shut down now. Just 8 high. Shut down he does. Savannah with an interesting one. Blocking some of the hands he'd want to fold out. King Jack, Jack 10, but he's gonna fire.
Yeah, and Hecklin getting some of that positive variance now after a lot of negative.
There aren't many feelings quite as nice in poker as having the 100% check mark next to your name on the turn with a player firing into you. Fortunately for Savannah, doesn't boat up. And surely this one just going to go, there we go, there's the smirk. There's that Santosh smile. Hecklin back up to 60 bigs.
Do something, Santos.
Go crazy,
I'm not
Santosh.
doing
And Christoph Vogelsang, Henry, I mean, doubles up Santosh, jacks versus 10. Santosh spikes a 10. And then he gets 8s all in versus ace-8 offsuit. Ace on the river to bust the 150K.
Is that how it went down?
Place. Yeah, it was a brutal. And you saw the emotion from him, which is rare.
I mean, it makes sense, man. You look at his Triton track record on the app, and there's just an insane amount of 10th to 20th place finishes in these bigger buy-in tournaments. It was the same in London in the Invitational. I think he came 12th. Lost the flip to Bryn Kenny, who then went on to win. And you do have to ask yourself, you know, when's it going to end?
These Triton events just, you can see for the players, I mean, Makita last night and at his final table earlier in the series, they really want it. Elton Sang, did you see the emotion after he won? It was just like a release of, these guys really want to win here. Dylan Lin, great player.
So just hearing from producer James that the main event record was set in London, summer of last year. 151 entries. We're currently at 127 with late reg ending, start of day 2. I don't want to say that it's a guarantee that we break that record, but the fact that we're only 24 away, level 5 of the day, I got a funny feeling we're about to partake in some Triton history here.
I mean, look, Henry, you're a great commentator. Nick Schulman, obviously very good. Ali Najad, but I've been a part of every record-breaking field here, and it really probably won't stop, will it?
Can't argue with that.
I'm sure the chat agrees as well. Shout out to the chat. Let us know where you're watching from.
Oh, hello, Matas. Trip 7s on the Jack 7-7 board. Yeah, I mean, I would bring that up when it comes to negotiating for future stops, man. I mean, I don't think that's a coincidence. You're in the booth and record-breaking fields are happening left, right, and center.
Maybe just random variants. I don't know, Henry.
That feels like at least, like, you know, 25, 30% increase in paycheck. Checks through. Vogelsang does not want to see a queen on the river. Symbola Swill, boat up.
Matis from Lithuania. A lot of really great Lithuanian players here. Dominikas had a big run in one of the first events, and the Swag Lord, Paulius, taking down the 25K silver main here for almost $1.1 million.
Matas with the turn probe. A sizable one at that. Pot size bet on the 10 of spades.
Pretty dicey for Vogel. Can certainly have the best hand, but also could be in a situation like this.
Yeah, drawing dead. No clean outs. Gonna call, understandably so. 48-5 in the middle as he does river, top pair, top kicker. Does complete the flush. As well as the queen 9. I think we can safely remove ace queen from Matis's holding. After just flat calling pre.
Very nice to have the queen of spades, though, here for Matis. Blocking ace queen and queen high flushes. Would expect him to continue betting.
Going for the time bank. The time bank bet.
I always wonder with the meta, you know, like is these guys reading into it? It's what does it mean, Henry?
I think it means that he's a thinking player. You know, it's not an easy spot. Flush completes. A lot of information to digest. You know, Christoph called a pot size bet on the turn. Comes with third pot. Really just trying to target these types of holdings. Ace, king, king, queen.
Yeah, I mean, and Christoph just getting a great price now.
Not beating any value.
No, you're possibly king, queen, but that seems unlikely. We'll 3-bet a good amount pre-flop.
Now beating hands like Jack 10, but does a hand like Jack 10 block? Does it bet pot on the turn?
And these are the type of spots where I just know I'm beat, Henry, and I just flick in the chips anyway.
Oh, me too, man. I mean, it feels like you never see the 16K return to your stack, but my reasoning is more of a stubborn one. Does flick in the call, is going to get shown the queen 7. Yeah, mine's more out of spite, you know. It's like I've got top pair, top kicker. Spec in the chat saying, I can't comprehend in my head how you can drop several hundred thousands of dollars on a poker tournament. how does this exist? I mean, food for thought. Have a think about that one. The demand is there. Records being broken. Live poker scene really just has been booming. I mean, Will, you're out stateside. I was going to say across the pond. It's more, you know, across the entire globe, but feels like out in Vegas, not just Vegas, America, every event, we're just seeing masses.
Yeah, it's funny because I got into poker in the original moneymaker boom 20 years ago.
Oh, so you're that old?
Yeah, I'm old, man.
Wow.
And
I mean, you look fresh, bro.
I know. Just exercise, meditation, but I digress. The
nighttime face routine.
Yeah, just slap the cream on, you know.
Yeah.
Anyway, a lot of people over the years were saying poker would die. Solvers.
Where are they now? Where are these people?
I don't know, but they were wrong because it's booming. It's bigger than ever. Field sizes, main event in Vegas broke records this year.
It did.
It's just a continuation, and look at this. Vogel, just a bad couple of feature tables going back to the 150K last night. Runs into aces here from Dylan, and one of these pots that, even though these guys are really deep, this one could get very expensive for Vogel.
Matthew Woods getting caught in the crossfire. The 9-8 suited, probably one of the worst suited combos to stick around with. You know, the Queen Jack 10 flops can be incredibly dangerous, especially in 4-bet pots. Lets it go.
Yeah, nice discipline there.
Dylan Lindy picking that one up, back up to starting stack. Do you know if is it Lindy? Am I butchering that? Is it Lind? He's American, hence me asking.
I think it's Lind.
Okay, we'll stick with Lind.
Could be wrong. Matthias Eibringer now our chip leader.
Is he really? Let's have a look at that hand history.
And he's been heating up, 19th in the 50K and then 12th in the 150K.
Wow, massive cooler against Boss. Flopped the nut straight. Boss had an open-ender, nut flush draw. All the money went in. Eibinger held.
Yeah, and we had this running joke last night. I kept saying, you know, great player, but lacking a signature win. And Matthias was one of those guys. And of course, at Monte Carlo, he won the 125K main event for 3.4 million, Henry. So we all make mistakes. Nobody's perfect.
3.4 million. Little blind v blind battle. Yeah, flopping a pair of 9s. Lind with a very key card here. 7.5 out there. Does have a mystery card as well. A little over bet. 10K into 7.5. Tricky customer, tough guy to shake off. That's Dylan Rivers, pair of queens. Let's put a 4-liner out there. Flush also completes. I'd like to think this one goes check, check, but you know, we've seen times where we thought Mateus was just going to fold 9 high on a king 7 deuce board, and all of a sudden we were seeing turnover bets.
Yeah, and if this does get checked to Yan, I think there's a good chance he may want to bluff Henry because he's not beating much now.
I agree. It's tough. No diamond in hand. A 9 of spades, somewhat relevant. Blocking, you know, 2 pairs. Potentially hero call.
David's a very creative player. Very aggressive.
17-5.
There we go. Great call from Will in the booth, correctly recognizing the bluff opportunity for Yan. See if Dylan can sniff this one out. It's tough to say from here in the booth without knowing his second card.
Yeah, he may just have a 10 under there. No, gets through though.
Well played, David Yan. To 130 runners now. And Eriton saying, how are these Tritons profitable though? Seems like there are hardly any fishes among the players. Well, you know, I'm playing, you can play. BetACR.eu. Elevate your sports engagement experience. Get the exclusive action prediction options on Triton events. 15% free play, up to $250. Get involved, ladies and gents. BetACR.eu. Put your money where your mouth is, kind of thing, you know? Who do you think is a good player to bet on? My money's on Mateos in every event.
El Conquistador. And these main events have a different feel, don't they, Henry? Slower structures, deeper stacks. Feels more like a marathon than a sprint.
100%, man. And I think that's really where the live experience element gives you quite a big edge, you know, compared to these online wizards that show up, perhaps not as patient. They're used to, you know, a break every 55 minutes. They get to multi-table. So always involved in the action. In tournaments like this, 50-minute clock, like you said, 3-day event. You really do need to kind of bob and weave, duck and dive. Pick your spots wisely.
Vogel's been active here.
That's one open. Dylan flopping middle set. I don't believe Jan's involved. Do apologize for the graphics. Unless he's having a stroke.
No, he's aggressive, Henry, but he's not that crazy.
There we go. 17K out there. Volsang does have a gut shot. Backdoor diamonds also working for him.
Yeah, and I think he's going to be checking a lot here. And just a dream spot for Dylan. Finds another snowman. You used to have snowball fights as a kid, Henry? The best.
I did. Wasn't really my thing, but...
Were you getting pelted?
It was more so just the numbing of the fingers, you know. Dylan comes with a small stab in position. Volksang with options on the table.
Yeah, all three seem viable.
Fault seems the least likely against such a small bet.
Yeah, and one of the things we see, even when you have dust, when these players bet small, you have to call a lot. Vogel might consider leading on this card. When you have 5 high, Henry, you start to think about ways to win other than just knuckling.
Yeah, try and fold out some hands like Queen 10, King 10. Took a stab.
Even a 9-8 suited is in a tough spot now.
That's true. Yeah, I don't think Queen 10, King 10's gonna fold.
Let's just check, and Lind is going to be looking to keep building this pot.
Taking his time with this sizing decision makes sense. Looks like an overbet from Dylan. 34K into 26, his hand's over and done with, but understandable to see him take his time there. Intricate part of the game tree. Flop middle set. Goes big, but no customer this time round. Snowball wise, Will, I was more of a tie a rope to the back of a car and get pulled along in a sled kind of thing, you know?
I mean, he's got
tied a rope to a car?
Yeah.
Can you bring it?
No, sorry, it's all good.
Tokyo Drift style. My old man loved it.
Okay.
Just like find a car park. Well, parking lot.
Yeah, it's kind of like
a car park, like a trailer park?
What do you guys call them? Parking lot?
Parking lot, yeah.
Yeah, parking lot. Empty parking lot. Fire up the Jeep.
Sounds a little dicey.
Yeah, there are a couple of bumps and bruises, but that's the case with all childhoods, you know.
Vogel going to go back in the shell.
Dylan looks interested. Okay, just a bit of posturing. Little tank. Strava, however, ace queen from the small, facing an under the gun open. Does just flat, allows Wood to join the three-way affair. The 9-5 of diamonds. It's top set for Vogelsang. On the 10-7 deuce, unfortunately for him. Not going to get any customers, although Strava, under-repped pre, may decide to peel one off. He thinks his ace-queen out's alive and clean.
Yeah, and Vogel may want to slow play this. Obviously a board he's going to bet a lot, but always tempting when you're this strong.
Yeah, I think this deep, we just have to continue building the pot, especially with an under-the-gun range.
And Strava just can't fold versus this bet size. Really doesn't want to make a pair.
Okay, out there. Deuce pairing on the turn, Vogelsang boating up.
Really bad card for Strava because he's actually blocking a ton of value. Aces, queens, queen 10 of hearts. Even the ace 10 off. The ace 10 of hearts.
See if he tries keeping Vogelsang honest for one more street.
And I would imagine Christoph's going to start to size up here. No, look at this.
Hello. Just knuckles it back with the nuts. Just trying to let Strava catch a piece.
Yeah, he's giving him a lot of rope here. Strava has a decision. No, he's just going to check, try to get the showdown, but it's going to be pricey now.
Going to be an interesting spot for Strava. I mean, turn goes check, check. The 9 does complete. You know, the 8-6 suited, the Jack 8 suited open from early position.
Yeah, and a lot of metagame here, right? What does Vogel check back the turn with that now bombs almost pot on the river?
20 into 28K. I do stand corrected, by the way, Will. Someone in the chat correctly pointing out that the nuts would actually be pocket 2s. Should probably retire from commentary.
Yeah, you've only been doing this for what, 5 years now, Henry?
I should probably call it a day. Getting a bit rusty. We may just see Strava put on the cape here.
It doesn't really make sense, right? You'd think with the overpairs, keep betting. Even with a hand like this, probably try to keep betting. And look, there it is.
The old bet check bet line does
that yours, Christoph?
Extract max value from the tens.
Really sharp from Vogelsang. I think he decided he wasn't going to get 3 streets there, and it makes sense, right? He has 2 tens in his hand. Unlikely Straver has overpairs.
You can see, if you haven't already, top right-hand corners of your screens, the Triton Poker Plus app, scan the QR code. We obviously have these 2 feature tables where you can actually follow along all the action from the outer tables, and I have to add as well, don't do it now, but you know, whenever we finish the series or you've got a bit of downtime, ton of cash game content over on the app. North Cyprus, London, Madrid, Montenegro, Jeju, special cash games. We're talking $1 million pots.
Yeah, these guys play absurdly big, Henry.
Gonna put you on the spot, Will. Either biggest pot you've ever played or the most memorable pot you've ever played, and hopefully it's a pot that you won, the biggest pot.
No.
No?
I think the biggest pot I lost was, I want to say 80,000.
That one stings.
Yeah.
Did you get it in dead or?
No, it was a PLO hand. I had aces. I flopped a nut flush draw and, a gut shot, and the guy had top set. And
just goes in.
I said, "Do you want to go twice?" And he said, "No."
Gave you the one finger.
One-timed me.
I'm slowly becoming a one-time man. It's tilting when you win the first board, and then they get there on the second. I'm a bit of a fish like that. Bit of a mental game fish. Vogelsang defending the big. Both players check through on the 8-7-5, and now turn top pair. And I don't want to sound like a broken record, but it has been a rough run of cards for Vogelsang at the feature tables.
Yeah, he's outside of that pocket tens hand we just saw. He's getting a lot of cold decks. Yeah, gonna look to start building this pot. Do you think he custom makes those hoodies, Vogelsang? Like maybe the grandma knits them or something?
I don't think that's been knitted, my friend. I mean, but
how does he get the face covering in there?
We'll have to find out. I'm curious as well.
Ooh, things starting to turn for Vogel here. This is a card he might want to lead on. Definitely better for his range. Doesn't want to check and see the pot get checked through. In some hands, he can have hearts, some one pair hands.
Yeah, there are going to be some bluffs for sure, mainly containing a 10, some Jack 10, maybe some 7-10 that turn a pair into a bluff, especially on this run out. 40,000 out there. Yang can be a sticky customer.
He really is.
Well.
He's one of the stickiest, Henry.
Really seems to know the correct calling frequencies. Sees the 34K bet.
Almost pot here. Really gross spot for David.
Yan gonna go into the tank, understandably so. Not an easy spot, and when it's up and against an opponent as competent as Vogelsang. This tank is more a sign of respect. Flicks in the call. They get shown the bad news, and Vogelsang on the climb. Back-to-back hands. Fortunate run out for the ace-9. Up to 281k north of starting stack as we head back over to the blue feature table. Keith Lear, O'Dwyer in the big with the 6-5. Thomas opening from early position. One of the early tournament chip leaders. Flops best on the ace-8 deuce. Love the deception from Thomas. Bit of pot control. Good things can happen when you check the ace-3 of diamonds, you know. Get to cooler hands like King, Queen, Jack 10 of diamonds when it does come diamond, diamond. Knuckles once more as he improves the trips on the river. O'Dwyer just uninterested in this one.
And a lot of people would be tempted to bet the turn here, but when you start with the check on the flop, keep telling the story. This is how you get value. You get people to get curious, but just not enough hands to get paid.
O'Dwyer furious that Thomas just wasted 30 seconds of everyone's time. Could have just c-bet flop, you know.
Yeah, at least he didn't do it tanking, right?
That's true. That's true. You were like a fast player. I mean, you play PLO, so surely like.
I mean, the thing is, when you're playing a cash game, you
have to.
Yeah, it's kind of it's a different game.
Yeah, I agree. Chip counts brought to you by Poker Stake. Hopefully, some of you have had pieces of some of our players. I know Soizer cashed, I want to say the 50k made the final table of, had action over on Poker Stake. There have been some pretty insane stories. Michael Zhang comes to mind back in Vietnam last year. Sold action in the 100k short deck, came second for around
commentary teams.
2 million or so. See someone in the chat saying Henry Kilbane in the booth, question mark. Only for today, my man. Just in town to support Triton, played an event. Was going to play a couple. Wanted to play the PLO tomorrow, but have to leave earlier than planned. Let's spend a bit of time in the booth with the boys. I'm likely gonna come to a couple of events each year. Fire a few bullets.
Good to give a little back, right, Henry?
I try. I mean, I did try. I did get O'Dwyered.
Yeah, and he's been a familiar face at these feature tables so far during this series. A lot of runs.
Honestly, one of my favorite players to watch. He's like a hawk, man. I mean, he's so observant in hands, and even when he's not in a hand, he's staring people down, just trying to pick up on anything, you know, any live tell that he can get. And he's so tough to play against.
8th in the 50K for 250,000, and then 21st in the 25K for 71, and then 20th in the 25K silver main for 77. So looking to keep building on that momentum.
Yeah, and in that 25K, I think he was involved in like a 4-way all-in.
Deep
yeah,
too, right?
Where
Yeah.
if he like wins, yeah, he has ace-king against Ido's queens and some weaker holdings. It's like if he wins that, then he just has like 20% of the chips in play with 20 or so players left. It was a pretty absurd spot.
Similar to the Hecklin Punat hand, I believe Ido went on to
second.
Yeah,
yeah.
Those are the type of pots determine the outcomes. Rough few days for Henrik Hecklin, but he's a Viking. He'll be okay. Is it Santorini, Thomas? Thomas Santorini? Santern? This table?
Let me have a look, my man. I'm normally pretty good at butchering surnames. I'm more than happy to assist with the butchering. I mean, he's French. Add a little bit of an accent.
One of the Greenwood brothers here now.
17.5.
Can't help himself. The Dwyer out of there. Getting slow rolled by the production group as we didn't get a chance to see.
Yeah, we'll get back to it, but Oleg here, are you familiar with him at all?
I'm not. First time I've seen him at a Triton stop.
And these pocket pairs become a lot more enticing when you're 100 big blinds deep.
There we go. Spencer gonna flick it in. Try and flop a set. Is gonna play the rest of the hand out of position. As Will mentioned, 100 deep as it comes ace 9-5 in this hand. Should be over and done with. Though Lucas with one of those that could check back, though feels unlikely in a 3-bet pot, would want to be continuing close to range on ace high board. Continue small and wide, 25%.
Notice Spencer hasn't folded immediately.
Is that Psyduck? The Pokemon on top of Lewis's time banks?
Gotta catch them all, Henry.
You really do.
Spencer may be... Yeah, look at this. Psyduck goes to the side, and he's thinking about something here.
I wonder what the read is on the card protector being Psyduck. I mean, it was one of the most tilting Pokemon to play against. Maybe trying to tilt his opponents. Coming with the check raise to 40,500. Sorry, 41,000. Threes with a diamond. We know Lucas won't be going anywhere just yet.
Yeah, but a gross spot for him. Obviously can't fold, but can't be ecstatic.
$123,000 in the middle, playing an inflated pot. 6 of hearts on the turn. If there was ever an avenue for Spencer to find a way to win, it's not going to be on this turn card. Lucas picking up a gut shot along with the nut flush draw to go along with his top pair.
Yeah, and at this point, Lewis is most likely just throwing those chips into the ether if he continues to bet. But he has started to tell a story, Henry.
Talking of ether, I'll get back to the ether story. Big pot brewing.
Yeah, already 123,000 in there. Interesting spot for Lucas.
Does check back. Not surprised.
And now,
here we go.
That's the type of river Lewis is going to be really tempted to bluff on. We got here with threes. We do have a diamond, although it's not really relevant here.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a relevant diamond, but you never know.
Never hurts.
Lucas improving to 2 pair. Scary board, though.
And it's, Greenwood should have a lot of ace-X here, right? The ace-kings, the ace-queens. It's tough for those hands to call a big bet on this run-out. One of the problems for Spencer, though, is how often is he continuing to barrel diamonds on the turn? And look at this.
Wow.
Goes for all of it, Henry.
Lewis Spencer hitting Greenwood with the check raise on the flop. Turn went check, check. And now hits him with the 150% over bet, 180K effective. The 123 out there. This may be a multiple time bank spot for Greenwood. Hopefully gives us a little bit more insight to the thought process, although I do understand the sigh.
Tell us what you're thinking, Lucas. What's on your mind, buddy?
Can only be the bluff.
Can only be a bluff.
Get in.
Very low-level thinking from me here in the booth, but I do feel like we have better hands to hero call with.
We do and we don't.
I mean, we're going to have diamonds ourselves in certain spots, right? Some 10-9, Jack-10.
We will certainly have diamonds. We'll sometimes have straights as well.
Remember, chat, this was a 3-bet pot.
And look at this.
Well, Lewis Spencer with the psychic reads, with the side duck, hitting Greenwood with the river overbet jam. Gets him to fold the ace-8. Up to 425,000 now. I want to go back to the ether conversation real quick. Will won't stay too long. I was watching a YouTube documentary, if you will, today. Back in the 1600s, they used to mix sulfuric acid with alcohol, and it was called ether. And this concoction, if you will, was one of the deadliest drugs 400 years ago. I mean, this stuff, this was gnarly, man.
Yeah, not the type of stuff you want to use recreationally.
We're talking like villages and towns just like drinking themselves into oblivion with this mixture of alcohol and sulfuric acid. I don't know why I brought it up, but the mention of ether, and watched the documentary this morning. It's wild, man.
You watched that doc this morning, Henry?
Literally this morning, yeah. Popped up in my YouTube recommendations. Don't ask me why it was recommended. But apparently it's still available and legal in certain countries. South of Estonia, if I'm not mistaken, in certain towns. It's actually sold over the counter.
You got to check out that algorithm, man. I mean, what's going on?
I'm a bit concerned.
In a little morning doc on ether?
Yeah, I am a bit concerned. I'm more into like the Huberman Lab streets.
I mean, I'm over here watching training videos.
Fair. Fair. I do see Phil Galfon's videos.
You're watching
pop up.
documentaries about the Middle Ages.
History's a passion of mine. Dylan with the best of it on the Queen 7. See if he wants to take a little stab, 4 spades in hand, get some protection, fold out hands like ace-5, although ace-5 of hearts with a backdoor, perhaps not hitting the muck. Yeah, here we go, 20k out there.
Again, these small bets.
Yeah, it's nice to fold out hands like, I don't know, King 10 of clubs, has 6 outs.
Someone in chat says there's nothing more in the world more helpless and irresponsible and depraved than a man in the depths of an ether binge, Henry.
Yeah, that's the read I got from the video. It's rough out in those streets.
Vogel going to turn this into a bluff.
Big fan of this. Rather than going into check call mode with the back door, just taking it upstairs.
Yeah,
well played, sir.
Very nice.
Vogel had dropped down to sub 175. He's bounced back, closing in on the 300K mark.
And kind of cool, like the biggest takeaway I've had here at Triton, Henry, is just the level of play that exists within these short stacks, these 10, these 8, these 5 big blind stacks. But now we're getting to see how these guys maneuver off these 100 big blind stacks.
There go blinds going up. Big blind 3K, 100K no limit holder main event. Up to 137 runners now. D. Pete's still out in pole position. Ivan going second. Phil Ivey in third. Nice to see the GOAT.
Jerome.
Doing GOAT things. Jerome.
That's his real name.
Phil Ivy's.
Yeah. Look it up, Henry. Do some research instead of watching these medieval documentaries on.
Is that a thing, Producer James?
Help me out, Producer James. Oh, Jerome was his fake name.
You just got fact-checked in front of thousands of people by Producer James. I think you need to take a little walk, mate.
All in here at our other table.
Go on, take 10 minutes. Do
Pocket Eights classic race here. Ace Queen of Hearts versus Pocket Eights for Thomas Santurni.
Early flip for Alexander's tournament life. He's holding up on the flop. 2 cards to come. Clean turn. An ace or a queen needed for the German. Doesn't find it. 8's going to hold as Thomas continues to climb. Up to third in chips now. Good day to win flips, Will. The 100K main. So we head back to the Jack 8 deuce board. A little something for everyone, Jan. Bottom pair, ace of hearts. Strava with a flush draw. Matthew Woods with the gut shot, backdoor diamonds. That 9-7 wrapped around the 8 of diamonds. And look, we've got 60% of a straight flush. I'm not folding, Will.
Yeah, we can turn a wrap, right? If you play PLO, you know how it works.
30,000.
Or we can turn our hand into a bluff. Why not?
This is very appealing, Henry. With these hands that are borderline, they're just not very good, but there's possibilities. Let's apply pressure, and Johannes now has a decision.
Just about the poker or career?
Love the situational awareness from Matthew Wood, just recognizing the wider range
we can do
that would open on the button.
Just the beginning of the end.
Gets the ace deuce to fold.
Johannes going nowhere, though. Very good player, Johannes Straver.
Action turn card for the Brit.
And this is why we raise here, right? We turned the wrap in the flush draw, Henry.
We're in. 92K out there.
So much equity.
See how Wood wants to proceed. Does have to be somewhat concerned. Hands like Queen 10, Queen Jack, maybe some 10-9 suited from the small for Strava.
Yeah, but when we check raise the flop with this hand and get this turn, what does Wood come with?
Really awkward spot as well in terms of stack depth and stack to pot ratio. Yeah.
I like this, Henry, because you really don't want to bet an amount where you have to fold to a shove. Might as well do it yourself.
100%.
Comes with the overbet jam. Well executed from Wood. Someone to keep an eye on. First time venturing out to a Triton stop. If I'm not mistaken. I mean, I don't recognize the name.
Yeah, funny story. The worst main event experience of my life, Henry. I was just out of my mind. I've been playing Pot Limit Omaha all summer, getting buried. I play the main, you know, in a bad headspace, no sleep. I got Eric Lindgren at my table, and he was just like hunting me. It felt like he was bum hunting me. Got in a spot with 10-8 suited where I like called like a 3-bet out of position.
Nice.
And then it came ace 9-7, rainbow.
We're just in. We're strapped in. Buckle
Yeah.
up.
So I ended up check calling a bet from the original raiser, and then Lindgren check raised. And I just knew he had a set. We weren't that deep, but I'm thinking in my mind, I got a wrap, I got a flush draw. I call. The turn was like an 8, which paired me, but in my mind, I thought I picked up more outs.
I mean, you did. The trip outs.
Ended up just calling off and busting the pocket sevens. Not my finest moment.
Happens
You watch
to
a lot
the
of
best
Disney
of us,
movies
my
with your
man.
kids?
I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, same. Someone was singing an Aladdin song at
I
Ollie.
apologise, Matthew Wood did join us in London, played the PLO and the 30k bounty cash both.
I would say I watch like less than average now
Yeah.
than I've had kids, probably. Like I obviously watch some.
They're just not into it.
Well, they are, but I just happen to have like not really watched it with them necessarily. Like I've watched some, but not more than average. I like movies.
Likewise.
Not like a huge fan.
People asking if food is included.
I haven't seen a lot of them.
It is
more
indeed.
modern ones. Yeah.
Pretty extensive menu as well. I mean, I had fresh fruit.
They've been pretty popular in a few
fresh fruit
karaoke bars,
At the
knowing all the Disney songs.
strawberries, melon, dragon fruit, some grapes.
I mean, Little
Some
Mermaid's
great
got
dishes
some pretty
in
good
there.
songs.
Solver bait for Vogel. Gonna limp to small and really good ace jack.
My
for
brain
Bond.
is just so susceptible to musical suggestion that if I hear like part of a tune that I know very well, it's just stuck in there for hours.
Christoph with the limp call. This hand should be over and done with on the ace-8 deuce. It's all Quan. The plan is to play 10 levels today. Just recently entered level 6. 138 runners. David Peters,
Definitely
Joe
listen to some
Seibinger,
Disney
Phil
songs
Ivey,
while playing online poker.
Thomas Santa, and Altor Martirosyan rounding out the top 5. That's what they're playing for, the main event trophy. Of course, the custom Jacob & Co. timepiece. Can only win that.
Milan's
Winning a
got some
Triton
bangers,
main.
you know? Mm-hmm.
Artur Martirosyan in 5th. Henry, a player I expected to see more of, to be honest here, has been running pretty cold this series.
Yeah.
Yeah, had the Jacks v Kings spot. 4 off the money in the 150k. That was pretty brutal. It was against the chip leader as well, who's just going to be opening super wide. That's for like 25, 30 bigs apiece.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's, you know.
Couple 30th places though for Artur in the 50k for 84,000, and then the 40k mystery bounty for 33.5.
Yeah, sometimes if you just like listen to one thing that you've already heard and then you just let it play out, you know, they all go, it just finds you stuff, and you're like, oh, it's kind of cool.
The snowmen have been getting around, Henry, haven't they?
Mm-hmm. Although sometimes it randomly sticks you with like a 12-hour repeat version, and
they get
you're like,
passed
wait,
around.
why does this keep going?
I was
going to say something pretty out of line, but I'll refrain.
Why don't you leave that to me, Henry?
Double gut shot now. The wood did open from the cutoff. Check through on the Jack 10-7. Both players flopping a gut shot. Pocket 8 still in front. Wood blocking all of the straights.
Yeah, this is a type of card you want to start bluffing on. Mattis does have the best hand, but pretty tough for him to know that, and so many bad rivers.
Yeah, there's some weird reverse implied odds, right? Like a 9 rolls off and could very easily be up against the queen.
Mattis is sticky, though.
Both flush draws brick. 8's going to be good at showdown. Should Wood allow him to. This one's going to check through. Nice little pick up there for Symbolus.
He hit so many guns.
Boss with the rebuy. Second bullet.
I
Brought
even
over
flopped a
to
gut shot, nonetheless hit a gut shot.
the main stage. And in trouble.
Gut shot's going to look like a
against
monster.
Oleg. +2 open, big blind defend. Both players connecting with top pair. Does have some chop outs.
The boss versus the wizard, Henry. Who you got?
Those are some real wizard vibes. I mean, he's got the scarf. He's got the Harry Potter look going for him.
I wasn't going to say it.
I mean, sometimes it just has to be said, Will.
I already did it once.
You know, people are thinking it. It's not demeaning in any way. The glasses, you know, I wear glasses. Producer James wears glasses, you know.
Boss man going nowhere.
Chop it up, gents. Feels a bit thin. There we go. Knuckles it back. Little top pair v top pair showdown.
Yeah, shout out to the chat out there. Sorry, I shouted you guys out and asked you where you were watching from, but then...
Nobody replied.
Oh, they didn't?
No.
Okay, because I was going to say I forgot to do the shout outs, but...
Give them another shout out. Let's see where people are tuning in from. Quick dealer change as you get a chance to give a special shout out to GG Poker. You can qualify into the WSOP main from just $1. Of course, you can also qualify into Triton events. I've been saying it for the last couple of years. Would love nothing more than to see one of our viewers from around the world win a Triton package and come and do it for the fans at some of the Triton events.
Medicine.
Get involved, ladies and gents.
And then
Hopefully
normally I
we'll
just take the
see
medicine,
you
I throw up,
in
I'm
Montenegro.
okay, but then they just took me to the hospital as a precaution, and they gave me an IV, and I feel...
Do you have like an EpiPen? Or?
I have Benadryl. I should travel with an EpiPen, but I don't. But it was... I got an IV, I slept, so now I feel like you guys have been working hard, and I was just sleeping with
See
an
that
IV.
main
so
event,
now,
main
now
event
I got a lot of
watch
energy now.
on display.
Thank you. So you missed the 150K.
Yeah, I should have played. You know what? I busted the 50, and I was kind of tilted, and the 150 wasn't that good at the start. And then I had a few beers, and then I was like, "Oh, this tournament's like pretty good, but I'm already drunk." So I was like, "Bad business."
Many cash game, right?
Elton Max late reg, right? I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, something like quite late.
Yeah, I think
So lucky.
They say the ace of spades is the best card in the deck, Henry. Do you think Keith just looked at one here?
And then
And just decided to call.
other players
He's going
have
to
big
stab
hands.
in position.
Really had
It's a
aces.
sizable bet as well. 15 into 22.5, 75% pot.
No,
For Dwyer,
First one.
with a real awkward one. Does have Hecklen behind to worry about.
Just now they were talking with the commentator inside.
Difficult to
Celebrate.
improve, obviously, with the 7-5.
71 event.
Yeah, and I was going to say, Henry, it almost feels better to just do this than call.
That's wild. I mean, that really is wild. And what do you do now in Hecklen's shoes?
I mean,
Got the queen high diamonds.
so focused on
You've checked it over to Lear, who's stabbed 75%, and O'Dwyer's come
and then sometimes he's like
with the flop min click to 30k.
Yeah, and I was going to say, this feels like the play, Henry. How often is Steve raising a 9? Keith bet really big. Not a lot of chips behind. Think he'd slow play a lot of the stronger hands.
couple of million position.
And Steve is going to be sick. He's getting a great price here, Henry. Has the best hand.
I mean, Hecklen will happily take this one down
Squid makes it so big.
without a showdown.
Even when no squid, we play.
Get back up to 142.
1K, 2K.
Steve really doesn't want to have that 5 of diamonds.
1, 2, 4.
Blocking ace 5 of diamonds, a hand that Henrik would definitely do this with.
In the middle. Big blind ND 10K. Big ND.
Yeah, it's a big game.
Big game.
And then you have recount and
Call.
shredder, double shredder, 1, 2, 4, 8, 16.
Hear Boss talking about some of the crazy cash games they've had going on.
No more.
1, 2,
no
4,
quartet,
8,
no
16.
Omaha,
I
just no
mean,
limit
wow.
for the cash game.
O'Dwyer pitches it. Huge pickup there for Hecklen.
Yeah, really good stuff from Henrik. Essentially doubles up without a showdown.
Okay, short tag online. Yeah,
And yeah, recently
We
in
hear
Hong
that
Kong and some parts
Greenwood
of
had to
very
pay
popular Squid Game, no limit,
a
no
visit to the
limit
hospital,
order.
apparently,
Yeah,
hence the
yeah,
reason
it
he
was
skipped the
like, what, 11
150k.
hands?
Like, yeah, more people.
Get an
play
IV drip, believe.
limit order Squid.
Sounds
Yeah,
like the
it's
byproduct of a player's party
Get bored after playing a lot of shot
with
decks.
some
Yeah,
excessive
yeah.
drinking.
Too
I've
many-
been there.
Yeah, we've all done it.
It is. Yeah, I think.
But deep is quite
All right, we got
interesting.
Buffalo,
We'll play deep.
Austria, Norway,
even,
Mongolia,
Scotland
Slovakia,
and Vortex a little more interesting.
Singapore,
right?
Yeah, the
Boston,
Chinese don't
Mass,
like it.
No.
Birmingham,
You
UK.
can't
Is
depart
that near your
every-
hometown, Henry?
Birmingham. It's
I think short deck
about
means I
3
talk
hours
about
north
myself.
of where I'm from.
That's insane.
Brisbane, Helsinki, Philly,
Yeah, it's a fun. It's,
Shout out to
I like
Philly.
short deck.
Go make
Really
them dig it
fun.
out of
Big
the
up
trash,
Philly.
Steve.
Oxford,
There's a lot of
Bucharest.
Like, when it goes limp, like, cause you get those
Great
4 or
city.
5 way
Love
pots.
It took his
and then
shrine away.
It starts
Yeah,
off as
dynamics,
it starts off as a small pot, and then you get to the turn, and there's a lot of money out
Yeah.
there, and it can be pretty interesting. But a lot of us like
When you play
it's
deep,
just ace king all in.
When we get
there's
them to print
quite a
you
lot
a
of
ticket.
bluffing, you know. Deep.
Tell me you use for tax purposes.
Yeah, a lot of like calling and waiting for the right hand.
Spencer, the man responsible for the bluff of the day against Lucas Greenwood. Got someone over in the chat, 3310, saying it's Punat's in the tournament. Let me tell you something, my man. There's this app that our team has designed called the Triton Poker Plus app. You just saw the QR code pop up on your screens there. You can download it free of charge, Android and iPhone. And you can scroll through the entire field with live chip counts. But not only that, you can click into players' names and see the last 100 hands that they've played, including people like Punat Punsri,
one of the fan favorites. He's currently sat in 55th with 86 bigs. I would recommend downloading the app for free. You could also watch the stream over there. So you can do it all.
Punat taking down the 50K. Shout out to Thailand. Home of the backdoor Bangkok, Henry? Is that fair to say?
I do believe that's where it originated from. You know, you've got the 4-4-5-5 on like the Queen 10-6 board. You pill one off, turn bottom set, check, bet pot, call, river quads, check, pot, jam. Guys just got top boat. No good, my friend. You just got backdoor Bangkoked. Big blind defend here from Oleg, facing the button open of O'Dwyer. Does flop a flush draw. Has all the options on the table. 3 high, no showdown against the perceived wide range of O'Dwyer on the button.
Tempting to just raise this up here.
It really is. And there we go. Oleg agrees.
Can't believe I'm out here playing hands without my salt.
Playing hands without what?
Yeah, what's he said? What's he looking for there, Henry?
Maybe it's like lucky charm or something. He is superstitious.
The Wizard scoops another one.
That might just cost you a couple $1 million.
I know.
Definitely missing something, Henry.
Yeah. No, he normally has, you know, these good omens that he travels
Maybe someone
with.
paid them to take it away.
I was thinking I need to put something more obviously not trash in there.
Alex Kulev up to second in chips.
You could use your own cup.
On a
They're never gonna
monster
take that one.
800k pot against Santosh Savannah.
Yeah, I know.
And they take it away all the time.
Was
I've
a
had to
3-bet
have them,
pot.
Oh, wow. That's
like basically every location
Kulev
I've ever
3-bet
played
with Queen 9 suited.
That's insane.
Against Savannah's under the gun open.
Especially at Cyprus. That's
Came
always
Ace
taken
Jack 9 rainbow.
I
Check.
have a-
C-bet 12k
in my
call
photo
from
album, I
Savannah
have a favorited
with Ace Jack
picture
top 2.
So you stay in the hospital today?
Turn.
Yeah, just for like an hour.
Deuce of diamonds. Giving Kulev the backdoor diamond draw.
Cyprus, they're very
Check overbet from Kulev. 100k to 74k. Savannah clicked it to 225. Kulev made the call. River 3 of diamonds.
Yeah.
To go backdoor flush on Savannah's top 2.
I said no, like I know this. I didn't even want to go to
Shower,
hospital. I knew.
#1 on India's all-time money list.
1 hour only. You didn't stay overnight then?
No. This
And look at this. Keith raised up the 5s. Henrik puts him in, and Keith's going to gamble here.
The food out
Okay,
there,
Keith.
I think it was the
Here we go.
samosa,
54% equity. Empires have been built on smaller edges than this.
drinking with Henrik last night, and I thought,
180k
maybe I'm
out
just a little,
there.
like hungover. And
The
then
way
after
Hecklin's
10
been running,
minutes,
I
was
mean,
like, no. So I
feels
went
like
back to my room,
the
I took,
easiest hold in the world for the 5. So far, so good. On the Jack 8-6.
And like I know it's happened to me before. Normally it's just like an hour and then like,
Ace of clubs on the turn, vaults Hecklin into the lead. Keith with
but then they want to take
the
me
premature
to
table tap.
So I was like,
As the 10 of
you know,
clubs
what the
completes
difference-
the
I
run out.
knew I was gonna sleep
Hecklin
anyway,
winning a
so I
flip
could
to
go
get back
hospital.
up to starting
But then
stack.
once they were there, they were like, oh, we'll keep you for 3 or 4 hours. We'll do a blood test. And I was like, no, I don't need a blood test. Just give me an IV. And I slept. And then I just slept for an hour, and I woke up and I felt fine, and now I'm back. But
That's
yeah.
the same as the same energy?
No,
Saying, did you
It
say
was, like,
Birmingham is 3
scary
hours
for a minute,
north?
though. I was
From where
I
you
was at
live?
that
Did you
festival
live in
and,
the
like,
English
my
Channel?
face was getting really red, and I could feel my heart like.
I mean,
you
talking
know?
with traffic.
So for
What if you
for
tell
like
them
an hour in
It's
there, I was
about
like,
30
oh, no.
minutes
But then
south
the
of
thing is,
Reading.
once I throw
In your
up,
culture,
I'm
it's
okay.
about 2.5 hours, 3
Poison
hours.
is in me, and now it's out of me.
Feed him some.
Well, I did tell them like
Incentive to.
it could be worth millions.
Re-entry
of
for
dollars.
Keith.
I was
We'll
like,
find out.
that's a good
141 entries so far.
Oh my God,
10 away from tying the main event record.
Right? I need to play extra good 2 days.
Good storyline.
Yeah.
The road to victory.
Yeah, the
See
hospital.
Boss
and then
rocking some of the new Triton merch.
Well, maybe I fire 4 bullets and go back to the hospital.
No.
Poker hospital.
7.5.
7,500.
You been to the poker hospital, Henry?
I've been in a poker hospital a few times. Mainly in Vegas.
7.5, right?
Yeah.
To be honest with you,
Ooh, the facilities there can be tough.
yeah, I don't think I've had a winning trip to Vegas, actually. I've been, I want to say, 7 or 8 times now. It's rough out in those streets, you know?
9th time's the charm, Henry.
I agree. I'll have to give it another spin as Spencer looking to give this one a spin. The ace king of spades in the
42.
big. Squeezes to 42,000.
Steve's out quickly, but Henrik might want to give this a think.
He is in the small, so would play the rest of the hand out position.
5 seconds.
It's a sizable squeeze as well, I mean. Wow, he's going to flick it in. 94,000 out there. SPR around 2. Going to the flop.
Thank you.
Lewis in great shape. Did see 1 ace folded from O'Dwyer. And dynamite. Top pair, top kicker for Spencer. Nut flush draw for Hecklin.
You playing the PLO?
No, I have to go home.
Go home?
Yeah,
For
I
this?
What?
What do we
For
do
this
at this
event?
SPR?
Yeah.
I mean,
Same staying?
King, Queen,
Yeah.
Jack is as dicey as it gets.
I took over like a
It's
family
gonna
business.
continue.
We make school uniforms.
Oh, okay.
So it's a small company. We only do like
O'Dwyer furious,
couple
by the way.
100,000 a year in sales.
Oh, he
but
folded the
it's,
nuts.
Would have flopped the
you know,
joint.
it's like literally like I'm in charge of everything. So it's hard for me to. I can go for 2 weeks, but if I'm gone for a month,
Yeah.
you know.
Hecklin with a double gut shot.
It's
And the nut
and I
flush
don't
draw.
even play that much PLO anyway.
I joke,
but,
Jack.
yeah, it's like
Gonna
if
just
you know
call.
you have a bad day,
I
you
do
know,
apologise,
and
that was
go,
a time
okay,
bank.
Take a break, go.
Yeah, interesting
go
spot for
do
Hecklin.
normal life things.
Such a
So,
big
when
draw.
you're not coming to Triton,
May want
you
to start
play
getting
poker?
aggressive.
Yeah, online.
Oh.
Yeah. So that's
Also
okay.
blocking
on
ace 10 of
Yeah,
diamonds
mostly
and
on
10 9 of diamonds, 2 hands that would make sense.
I mean, it's honestly like the only plays anything like rounds, like outside like the
Here we
app
go.
games and all that. But it's like for
Hecklin
tournaments, it's kind of the only
taking the
sense
aggressive
play
line.
now.
Upstairs to
Poker starts with
59k.
So yeah, just on GG.
Not the easiest spot in the
Yeah,
world
like
for
playing
Spencer.
online, it's,
I mean,
you got
I'm
some
already
more
throwing up,
practice, you know?
and I can see the
One more
cards.
hand,
Yeah.
It's a 3-bet
Here you make,
squeeze
like, one
from the
bluff and
big.
You spend all day thinking about it. Like,
You've got top.
one bad call and you were like,
On a board like this, I mean, Hecklin can
why did I call?
ace 10, has all of the 2 pairs. We could remove sets, I would say. Maybe jacks at some frequency, but feels unlikely given that O'Dwyer opened from the
Yeah, I think
cutoff.
I'm going to go to Montenegro, so
Yeah, this feels mandatory though. Just call in position,
I really like the
see a turn,
Maestro
Yeah, the lunge at the
and look at that.
restaurant
Tides
by
are
the
changing.
Yeah.
downstairs.
for Hecklin.
Yeah. And I love the Chinese restaurant.
Won the flip against Keith.
Yeah, and the other.
Now turns the nut
well,
flush.
I like that they
With
were really nice
212,000 in the middle and 131 back.
Yeah, basketball court, tennis court. Like, honestly, basketball court, tennis court, Chinese food. Like I'm like I could like live there. It has every gambling.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, Henry, with already so much in the pot, I like this check from Henrik.
Oh, God.
Big fan. Just give Spencer some rope.
Yeah, okay, fine.
To do something crazy with like ace-5 of hearts. Or just let him catch up.
Flush draw. Flush draw and the lower end straight. 6, 7, 8 on the flop.
Check through.
Let's see.
Oh. And this is why we check, Henry.
What a brutal river card for Spencer. Only one combo of king-queen suited left. I think we can remove king. 2 combos of king-jack. Would they always check raise? Queens, jacks, already mentioned. Probably want to remove those from Hecklin's range. So losing to flushes and ace-10. Some 10-9 suiteds. Spencer puts all of his time bank chips forward, understandably so. Grim spot for the young pro from the UK. Went cut off open from O'Dwyer. Hecklin flat out the small. Spencer squeezed massive. 5x squeeze from the big. Hecklin called, then check raised on the king, queen, jack, 2 diamonds. Turn went check, check. And now Hecklin asking for it all.
And if we're Spencer here, it's pretty hard to find bluffs.
Jack 10? No. Ace queen? No, doesn't make sense. Tens with the 10 of diamonds? Maybe.
This is why Henrik's turn check is so good. He knows he can get all in for much less than pot. Takes the street on the river after Spencer, and Spencer's going to pay him.
Hecklin gets paid. Goes from sub 100K to 474,000 in just a couple of orbits. After a couple of brutal beats during this series in big spots. Off to a solid start here. Level 6, this 100K main. He's done it before. See him with the Jacob & Co. main event timepiece. Won the main event back in Madrid. Beating Orpin. Heads up. First hand of heads up, actually. I remember that one. Kings against pocket fours.
Okay, thank you.
Got the cup back. No receipt, though. They definitely won't take it away if I stick money in.
Have you done the Montenegro schedule yet? Not yet?
Not yet.
Just dates?
We're doing it after this.
Do you think they're going to be invitational or?
No.
No? Okay.
Invitational we do in Monte Carlo in November.
Oh, nice. You want to do that?
I think we just do once a year.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Hearing from the man himself.
Should be safe.
Boss saying that the next invitational is going to be Monte Carlo later this year. I like that. Once a year, make a big deal of it.
Are we live to get invites, Henry, now that we're doing this commentary, or is that not really how it works?
You know, someone wants to invite me and buy 90% of my action up, I'm down, Will. I'm in.
So you're not going?
I like Monte Carlo. Just go and
You
play.
got a little expensive taste, don't you, Henry?
Depends, man. It
really depends, you know. I don't mind slamming it out.
Yeah, part of me thinks you're going to be in Bali with your kebab house, you know, in a sarong.
Yeah.
And then the other part of me thinks we're going to see you in Monaco getting out of the Grand Prix or something.
I could see both.
Balanced. O'Dwyer, very familiar foes with the Greenwoods, Henry, all the way back to the online days.
Yeah, I mean, O'Dwyer's been getting it done. The highest level for quite some time. Does check through on flop and turn. So Greenwood wants to proceed now. Seeing 2 checkbacks from O'Dwyer.
$4,500.
Go small. 4,500. 25% pot.
Just give O'Dwyer a little rope.
Yeah, that's 7 of hearts. You never know.
I think Steve knows he's not good.
Blocking some of the potential bluffs.
54.
Oh my. O'Dwyer goes massive. 54k to go.
And some of the best possible blockers here for Lucas. The ace of hearts, the queen. Doesn't really get much better, even though he just has ace queen here, Henry, on this board.
This went open from +1. Call out of the big. Check, check, flop. Check, check, turn. 25% block from Greenwood. And O'Dwyer's gone 12x. Just in the bin. Absolute blender. As Will said, it is a pretty good bluff catcher. Although you could argue maybe the ace of hearts working against us here.
Nothing he can do, yeah. Just this is the beauty of O'Dwyer. He finds these creative plays really as much as anyone that I've seen.
I got O'Dwyer in the 25k.
You really did, Henry. And you made a good fold too.
Yeah, but why is he picking on me in the first place, Will? You know, with the 10-9 suited.
No idea, Henry, why he would be targeting you in these type of fields.
Could have targeted Jason Kuhn, James Chen, Anna Marquez, but he went after me, Will.
Very curious.
It's maybe the start of a lifetime vendetta. Quick look at the outer tables. Mateos, Mosbach, there we go. Next feature table. Looks like a fun one. JJ over there, Ramin Hajiev. Is that Adams getting a little neck massage there?
Yeah, we're at that point of the series, Henry. It's neck massage time.
I feel like it's always neck massage time, but that might just be me.
Gotta work on that posture, mate.
What would you say is the #1 thing that comes to mind that you've wailed off on lifetime?
Where do I start, man?
I'm trying to think, like, probably in for like 20k massages. Probably more, actually. Maybe 20, yeah, 20, 25k, I'd say.
I've made some bad purchases.
You've done that, like, online shopping channel?
No.
No, not that bad?
One time, like, I was in Brooklyn, and this guy pulls up in a car, and he's, like, Italian.
And he's got, like, a Rolex or something?
No, he's got a bunch of suits.
Nice. This the one you're wearing now, or?
No. These suits were awful. But he's like...
Armani.
Yeah. He's like, I have a bunch of suits in the car. Like I go to airport.
He's got the voice as well.
I'm a designer, but I can't. I need to sell suits. I sell you all these for 1,000.
He's skipping town. He's in a rush.
He's in a
on
rush.
the way to the airport.
Yeah, just the famous Italian designer with a bunch of
Classic.
suits in his car.
Heading to Paris Fashion Week.
So I take the suits, obviously, great deal, $1,000.
100%, man. I mean, sometimes you just gotta pull out the cash.
You should have seen the look my wife gave me when I came back home with those suits.
How many suits did you get?
It was like 6.
I mean, look, dude, we're talking 150 per suit. Your wife needs to have a think, you know. She needs to know when a deal is too good to turn down.
By nighttime, those suits were in the bin, Henry.
Not even a resale on eBay?
No, I just gave up. I folded.
It's a tough life, man.
Yeah.
I feel like you could have got at least 250 back.
I'm not much of a reseller. Let us know in chat. What's the worst thing you guys have punted on? Pocket King's in great shape here for Spencer.
Don't speak too soon. The Queen High board does give Greenwood top pair, but he's in rough shape against Spencer with the overpair. 24,000 out there.
Yeah, and Greenwood, who had to get an IV from all the cold ones he drank, has already been bluffed twice here at our feature table, Henry.
Yeah, and the suspects involved in those bluffs, both in this hand.
Yeah, and I know these guys are robots, Henry, but you just made a couple laydowns. Might be time to get stubborn, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Lewis, come with the check raise here. And this is real trouble for Greenwood.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be going anywhere just yet with top pair, but as you mentioned, immediate discomfort. Spencer kind of leveraging all of Greenwood's stack by check raising here does allow him to get it in across turn and river. The 6, 7 and ace deuce does complete. Greenwood still with a lot of kit.
Certainly not the best turn. And Lewis needs to be a little bit worried, but we're still feeling pretty good about these kings.
SPR less than 2.
Very easy to set up an all-in on the river here.
Was that half pot? There we go. What do you do now, Greenwood? Queen 10, no backup. Top pair. Face the flop check raise. Now staring down the barrel of 38K.
These Greenwoods are too good, man.
Good fold, sir. Got David Lappin in the chat saying, I once punted on a young, raw, shouty, sweary geezer commentator plying his trade on the mean streets of Bratislava, and then he left me for the big leagues.
Ali Najad, maybe? Who's that?
That's just...
I didn't know Ali got his start in Bratislava.
Oh, Ali's been... He's been in...
Also got a 2001 Corvette Poker Go subscription.
Wow, well, I mean, You do you, my man.
That's not me. That's the chat, Henry, buddy.
You. Okay. You don't have to read out everything you read, you know, but
I am learning that the hard way here.
Here we are. It does take a while to learn. There have been many times where the viewers have led me astray. I start reading what seems to be a very innocent comment, and then, you know,
150 in whites?
you get halfway through the paragraph, realize that your career is on the line.
Yeah, I got in trouble with some shout-outs the other day. Someone did the shout-outs, and then I hit the one that they didn't do, and they clearly reminded me that they didn't do that one for a reason.
It happens. Happens to the best of us. With Dwyer taking it upstairs.
How much you have?
I cover.
Okay.
As the boss man spades dominated, and boss is not going to want to let this go pre-flop. Such a pretty hand with position. Also button versus small blind. Knows Steve is very aggressive.
One spade on board. Neither player connecting on the 7 deuce deuce. Feels like easy c-bet opportunity for Dwyer.
Notice the sizing here, Henry. Again, O'Dwyer, you'd think very small bet. Goes for 36K. And boss man hasn't folded. These two definitely have some history. And Henry, when you're the boss,
wow,
you can kind of do whatever you want,
this
right?
This is out there, Will. We're taking it to the streets. 140K in the middle, the float from boss with the Jack-9 of spades, and he does not want to see a third spade on the river as both of them pick up a flush draw.
Yeah, pretty awful turn for the boss. Still paths to victory, but looking a lot dicier now.
What does Dwyer do here? I mean, SPR round 1. You want to just rifle this in?
74.
Really put pressure on hands like 8s, 9s. Going to be some like ace queens in there with a backdoor. You floated flop with Jack-9. Pick up the spade draw. Steve's setting this up for a 0.25 river SPR as well. I mean, we're really not liking it. Does call, understandably so, assuming that his spade out's alive. Fortunately, bricks. 288 out there. 76K back. What does Dwyer do? I mean, you bet half pot on the flop, half pot on the turn. In a 3-bet pot, button v small blind. Perhaps some alarm bells ringing that Paul has been trapping all along. And should Dwyer check? I mean, boss with just Jack high. With so much out there.
Yeah, actually a really interesting spot for both players.
We're going to find out, Will. Dwyer does pump the brakes. Does boss pounce at the opportunity with just Jack high? All you can eat. And he's found a way to win the hand, surely.
Not quite yet, Henry. We all have that boss, right? That one guy just pushes us around, comes to the cubicle, gives us crap. Dwyer may not want to take it here, and he's getting a good price.
This would be an insane call. I mean, the fact that he's even tanking and staring boss down. Beat Jack, 10 of spades, King, Queen, King, Jack.
I mean, I can only beat like a wild bluff.
The boss man, Henry, shows why. What a hand.
Can only beat a wild bluff, and wild bluff he had.
Gets the bad news immediately.
What a hand to wrap things up of frame 3, 6 levels into the day. Pourvois with a huge bounce back to 363,000. O'Dwyer down to 41 bigs. It's Thomas still out in front at this feature. David Peters, the first player in the field to cross the million chip mark, has been in pole position since pretty much level 1 and has held that position throughout. As we welcome you back to the break desk, Will Jaffe alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Will, some really cool hands there. I mean, we had the Jack 9 just now. We had the pocket 3s from Lewis Spencer. We had the 7s from O'Dwyer. I mean, people really just turning up the heat that frame.
Yeah, I think something good to take home is you get in a lot of uncomfortable spots. Steve O'Dwyer is not afraid of these spots, and you shouldn't be either. You should get comfortable, get out there, mix it up. Sometimes the boss man's going to get the best of you, though, Henry.
Well, best he did with the Jack High. We're going on a short break. 143 runners in this one, just 8 away from tying the record that was set in London. Don't go too far. More main event coverage from Jeju very shortly.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
10-9. Open-ender. Ace of hearts in hand for Sosia.
1-1.
Sort of her flop.
And then that tripled him up, and he laddered up a bunch, right? So.
Faradin seeing where he's at.
Huh?
Yesterday?
Yeah. So
Looks
like
like this is going to be a tough
like,
one for the Bulgarian to win unless he does find Jack on the turn.
3.6 million.
Options for Sosia as well.
Pretty insane.
Agreed, both seem nice.
He paid 3.6.
He paid like we chop a little bit.
14.
There we
I
go.
got 3.2. He got
Upstairs to 14.
Lovely from Sosia.
Immediate pressure on the Bulgarian. Does have clean outs.
Which one was
With an offsuit Jack.
No.
I don't think he'll be going anywhere just yet, but immediate discomfort.
Which tournament was this?
I don't know. Triton?
He is trying to bank that Jack.
Or 150 or 100?
3,000 in the middle. As the ace of clubs makes its way to the turn. Both players turning top
Monaco.
pair. Interesting spot now for the
recent
ace
one.
Jack.
Yeah.
Raise flop.
It is interesting. We certainly have to fear the one we're looking at. Ace King. Ace Queen is possible too. Perhaps she's content to take the free one. Sosia playing very nicely.
3-1 taken. Deuce of clubs completes the run out as bricky as it gets. See how Mustafov wants to proceed. Continued on the Queen 10-9. Called the raise in 14,000. Turn goes check, check. Value to be pursued, perhaps. In the form of block. Maybe bigger. Maybe knuckle once more. Going to check call mode.
If he does pursue value, a tough spot for Sosia, where we probably just pay.
Block he does. 14 into 43. Just sub third pot.
Suppose the Ace of Hearts is a little bit uncomfortable if we're Sosia, as Faradin can't have all of the inferior kicker Ace X hands. It's actually a little bit brutal having the Ace of Hearts. Does he do this with King Queen? Probably not. But she does bluff catch, understandably so. And a nice pickup from Mustafov.
Back up to north of starting stack. The Bulgarians really showing up in full runners now. 5 early eliminations.
You didn't bring her either, right? You came alone? Too far, yeah. There's nothing to do. I would never. I mean, like, it's the worst place to bring
He's
your
king now for a demo.
Literally, there is nothing to do. I've never seen anything like this in my life.
No, Razvodov is less to do.
I think Razvodov is better. 4.5.
Really?
Wow, that's
Wait,
wait.
To bring a female that you're in a relationship with?
That's rough. That's rough.
The dry humor from Mustafov.
You're a bad man. Razvodov is the worst place on earth.
Yeah, but Prague is close.
Yeah, Prague is close.
I mean, it's still like an hour and a half. No, the comment was he said that he thinks
Yeah, but then you
Razvodov is
have
better than here.
Munich too.
No, he's saying Razvodov's worse.
No, he said,
Oh, he
yeah.
I don't think so.
Munich is 2 hours away too.
Yeah, but that's like saying Seoul is an hour away.
Exactly. I was gonna, yeah, exactly.
Which, by the way,
I'm
if
gonna
that's your
defend.
metric, Seoul's like a way more fun
5-3
place.
suited from the big. Dharma picking up 2 customers. 10 of clubs in the window as Mustafov flops best. So see it wrapped around that 4 of hearts. Bottom pair.
Taipei is an hour and 40 minutes away.
See how Dharma wants to proceed with the ace
Oh,
king.
I actually did not think it was that close. I think I would have guessed like a 3-hour flight.
The 10 does connect with Mike
An hour and
a
40
fair
minutes
amount.
to Jeju, or an hour
And
and 40
indeed,
minutes to
Sosia
Macau. We're like, it's
ripe
like
with interaction. He goes for 5.
different directions, obviously.
Faradin flicks it in. Interesting spot for
How
Sosia.
far
Could
is
see
Singapore?
raises derived from this hand.
want to go.
She's
though.
just gone. Fair enough.
Yeah.
And does Adamo want to keep barreling? Or just hit the ace?
Good things developing for Adamo after c-betting flop.
About my order, I think.
Fans top pair, top kicker.
Hubris.
Oh, they're discussing what type of fertilizer to
What'd
use
you order?
on your tea tree.
What'd you order?
A green tea
This was like.
Did you also have the curry
at
today?
least an hour ago.
Yeah.
Did you also have the curry today?
I've not had it today.
Okay. How many times have you had it this trip?
Let's set up the
I mean, it's only been on the.
I had the chicken once and the beef once.
Okay.
Yeah, it's only been on the menu for a day, right?
Okay, it's a new menu.
Yeah.
I already missed the bibimbap.
Mustafov keeping him honest.
I love it.
Look like a new menu.
If there's ever
You can have it
someone
every
to
day for
cool
the rest of your
down
life?
in a close spot, can understand why Mustafov
I mean, I could
remains
actually
unshaken on
do
the
that.
turn.
The one here, or like
Indeed.
bibimbap in general?
Scariest
Sure, or
river
like,
for
yeah, the one
Adamo.
here even. I don't know. Food's like
See
so
how he
functional
plays
for me.
it. Still have to feel
Really?
pretty good about our ace king. 62.5 in
Yeah,
the middle.
it's a pretty balanced meal. I mean, I'm not saying it's the only, but like for one meal a day, just have it every day. Sure.
I don't think I could do anything.
Same food every day, yeah.
Yeah. 48.
I don't know. Less decisions, kind of sweet.
Goes for 48. See if Mustafov picks this one off.
Only
Will be incorrect. We can see Dharma does have the goods.
Will not go out to like.
That's what you were saying before. He knows
Because they
how
skip
capable
their peanut
Adamo
butter
is.
banana toast.
Let's let it go.
What if they could go to a place
That
where
has-
you could order
Exactly, I
peanut
was
butter
gonna say that.
banana
Like a-
toast?
Like a nice one.
¿Viste el Atlético?
Well, actually, not a nice one, just an expensive one.
Yeah.
The same.
Verga, buenísimo. estuvo.
I mean, I guess that's kind of dangerous, though.
Concerned the sample will never be big enough for any of us for our entire life to know. I don't know if I buy that, Henry. Do you think that's true?
I mean, I wouldn't be the one to be able to give a strong opinion on the math side of things, but it sounds right. I mean, how many tournaments do you think these guys are playing, you know?
Fair enough.
What is it, like 15 a stop? Four
Not
times
that
a
many.
year?
Really isn't that many.
No. So if you play for 40 years, what are we looking at? Not enough. 2,400 tournaments. How
The
about
devil is
close?
with us. Go on, Oleg.
You throw salt over your shoulder and this is the flop.
Also, has two players with pocket pairs in hand.
Irrelevant, but recently in a tournament in Vegas, David Peters flopped quad sixes on me twice in the same tournament.
Did you get away? Heading into the penultimate frame of day one, it is event number 11, the 100K main event, which is looking very likely to break the previous Triton main event record, as we do stand at 143 entries. That record of 151 set in London last year. It's David Peters out in pole position, has been the case for most of the day. But given that we are heading into the later hours, the blinds going up, will perhaps going to see more people heading to the rebuy desk, given that, you know, the average stack's dropped a little bit now.
Yeah, and they know I've broken every record here at Triton, Henry. I mean, these players, they're not going to be shy with their $100,000 buy-ins. They want to keep the streak alive, and I think we're going to see another record broken here in this tournament, Henry.
I think so. I mean, a starting stack now worth 60 bigs compared to the 250 that it was worth at the start of the day. I want to turn people's attention to the Triton Poker Plus app. If you haven't already, by the way, download the app, click the link below, scan the QR code below to find out more. But really just want to showcase how you can go through the app and check everything from the outer tables. We're talking your favorite players. You can scroll through. Jason Kuhn, for example, can click into his name. You then get to see all of the hand histories that he's been involved in from the start of the day. You get to see showdowns, big bluffs, big hero calls,
why not get on the app? You can watch the stream live from the app as well as scrolling through all of this stuff, as well as the cash game videos over on there as well. So do check it out. Attention turned to a new feature table. We've got Chen, we've got Stern, we've got Davies, we've got Petrangelo, Watson. Over on the red, we've got Mateos, Mosbok, Hadjiev, all involved, throwing it down to the main floor once more for level 7 of the 100K main. It is day 1. 4 more levels to be played today. Players just returning from dinner break. Mario Mosbok out in front on the red feature table. Surprise, surprise. Pretty tough table draw though. Jonathan Jaffe, Adrian Mateos with chips. Timothy Adams, Matthew Wantman, Rubin Hadjiev from Azerbaijan, #1 on Azerbaijan's all-time money list. Took down the Invitational in Cyprus. First time, I believe, we've seen him here today. Or sorry, this series rather.
6, 8, 4 more.
Yep. Yeah, these tables are stacked. Sir Watts, fresh off that 3rd place in the it was $150,000 buy-in.
It was 150K.
Incredible series for Mike Watson. I believe he won like 1.8 million or something for that score. Also had a 770,000 score a few tournaments earlier. That's a good trip, Henry.
Watson, one of those names again, 2-time EPT champion, online legend. I mean, the guy really has just completed the game at the highest level.
And Seth Davies, I mean, one of the best tournament players out there, but it's been quite a cold go for him at Triton, hasn't it, Henry?
Did have an FT in the 50K Turbo, came 3rd.
Thank you for that information. Overall, though.
Yeah, I mean, probably break even.
And you know how in video games, Henry, you can sometimes create a player?
Who would you create?
Well, these guys, I was going to say Davies and Watson have similar skins, right? The flex fit hats, the Apple Watches. I'd go for more of the Ye Wang, though. I want more drip. No offense to these guys. Petrangelo in the same bucket with them.
You try those chicken wings they got at the buffet? Or like,
It's
I
like
assume they're the same ones here? They're
I
so
go
good.
4 times a
Yeah, they're
week
super good.
kind of look.
That's what I've been getting from Research. They're really good. I just haven't tried them yet. No sauce.
The shrimp poke bowl is good.
Surzat Hisu. Don't know much about this guy, Henry. Kind of burst onto the scene. Bunch of cashes in the high rollers in EPT France. And then he nursed the nub to, I believe, a 2nd place finish in one of these earlier events. Just completely a clinic in short stack play.
Well, deep stacked here with the chip lead. Going to be facing a 3-bet
40
from Clemens. the 4.5x out of the big with the ace king. See how Sirzat wants to proceed. Queen 10-0 feels a bit dicey. Does have the power position and the stack to do it with, as he does flick in the call.
Fresh off of 5th place in the 50K bounty. Also has a 21st finish in the 30K for 60, and then 2nd in the 20K for 600,000.
Yeah, he's cashing over here, my man. Well, 9 of clubs was a promising window card for the Queen 10, but the 6-4 behind.
2.5 years.
If Clemens can find a c-bet, and
He's
should
not
be
slowing
over and
down
done with,
anytime
although the
soon.
ace
Incredible.
king feels dicey at this SPR.
Yeah, never a good feeling.
What are these hats they were giving out?
Yacht. I don't know what Bombay is, but
Oh, you don't know? That's the yacht sponsor.
Is it yacht? Yeah, I'm not really. I don't know too much about yachts.
You know, it's actually real that they gave away, like, in Monaco, they had like a lottery for a 2-day yacht trip or something. Four people won it.
Right? Yeah, it's so funny.
He gave it to Tim.
Oh, did he? That's cool. Did he do it? Did he do it yet?
I don't think
Well,
so
this
yet.
is why
Because Hansku's like working.
sometimes you just flick in the call with a marginal holding in position as the chip leader. Believe Sirzat fired out a bet. Just wait for the graphic to update.
School teacher.
30K.
Gotta wait till spring break.
Action back on the ace king of Clemens.
Going nowhere. Jack of clubs. Clemens hates to see that card.
He's over here just lost.
Path to victory, perhaps, for the German high roller. Picking up an open-ender. Going to be targeting hands just like this. Ace king, ace queen. $146,000 out there. Reaching.
Yeah, and Henry, when we bet the flop with the Queen 10 off, and we turn this card, we got to bet it. And little look into why Sirzat has had so much success. I think a lot of players would have just pitched that pre-flop, decides to take it to the streets and gets rewarded.
Up to 439,000. 110 bigs. Up to 145 runners in the field.
What do we need for that record, Henry?
151 to tie. 152 for the win. Couple of early eliminations. Sam Grafton, Jans Ahrens, Santosh Savana, Mikita, Vlad Ziakowski, Thomas Boyvin, KT, Sean Winter, Michael Joseph, all on the outside looking in. We'll have to rebuy at some stage. Late reg open until the start of day 2.
Now Sirzat gets the ace king.
Talking of drip, Dong Chen with a bit of flavor. The jacket and the cap combo.
Not good. Not good when they show the ace king. Just know that they've had nothing for the last 6 hours and they haven't shown a hand.
He's been fucking me up.
Not
You will
good.
see it however. It's TV table
Yeah,
for this
yeah.
I show.
Oh, okay.
These guys kind of catching on to Sirzat, Henry.
Then in the future I can bluff better.
Yeah, that's right.
Exactly.
Image building.
No. Now we know that every hand has been a bluff for 6 hours. You're dealing with tough customers. That one's not going to work.
These guys have seen that before, Henry. When they show the good, it means they've been getting away with a lot. And they want to keep doing it.
Dude, the
Smells
other day he's just
golf
like
course.
walking around in a robe with his cigar in his hand at like 9 a.m.
Was that you they're talking about, Henry?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I was just thinking that. Who is it? The robe and the cigar combo at 9 a.m. That's strong.
27 years ago. Stokes, basement Stokes.
Like some
Very
Arnold
stogish.
Schwarzenegger kind of vibes, you know? Could see Arnie doing that. The Stogies.
Have you seen Predator?
I have. When I was about 6 years old.
Oh man,
Great film.
my favorite Arnold movie.
Darren asked if
So many good quotes if you go rewatch that.
I don't know.
There's one where he just flicks this knife into this guy, and it's just such a clear plastic knife, and the guy gets pinned to a wall, and Arnold just goes, "Stick around."
That was actually pretty good, not gonna lie, dude. But it was a plastic knife.
It's just a huge plastic knife, but it's supposed to be a real knife, you know. Props weren't the same back then.
Oh, so they didn't actually, like, kill the guy?
No, it was a prop, Henry. Jeez. Pumping Iron also, one of our... Have you seen that one?
I haven't, no.
That's not obvious?
Is that a movie, or?
Yeah, it's about Arnold's, like, come up as a bodybuilder.
I know that.
Yeah.
I saw a documentary recently on Netflix. That was pretty strong. Here we go. Look at the field. Ibinger with a tower of chips. I spy my little eye. Who we got? 121 players. 146 entries so far.
No, I mean, Luke and Smidjkovic, they were born like a little bit later. It was like Sam, and then Smidjkovic, and then Luke. Max was Max.
Noise cancelling headphones on. Just getting it done out there.
And they just left him on a camping trip when he was really young.
Smidgy or Max?
Smidgy.
Christian Bache saying none of the Brazilians at this stop. No, I haven't seen any.
Europe.
I was pretty surprised myself.
It's a long flight.
It is. That's a journey right there.
Petrangelo going to take the ladies out for a spin. Always better to have two than one, isn't it, Henry? I think it's scientifically proven. If you look at a solver, would agree with me.
Yeah, I think the solver would agree.
You have 125, right?
Yep.
In white.
Two is more fun. Stone with the defend. He's pretty short. I mean, playing half a stack. Defending off around 34 bigs to start the hand. That's a strong read, by the way. MCS saying I kind of think Henry is a rom-com type movie fan.
Love Actually.
Great movie. I mean, come on. Notting Hill. Can't beat a bit of Hugh Grant. Yeah, I wonder why. I wonder if it's just for tax reasons that the Brazilians aren't here. Maybe there's some like weird tax-related stuff with South Korea. People trying to guess how much will be up top. Well, we're up to 146 players.
Cooked a little bit later.
14.6 million in the prize pool. Still plenty of time
She's delivering.
for re-entries.
100,000 times. Let's bring Raston for that one, Henry.
I just did the math.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
14.6 million in the prize pool with 146 entries.
Get to the chopper, Henry. Get to the chopper.
I think we should have left it at stick around.
Someone put it in the chat. I had to.
You gave it a try. It was like a 4.
A lot of good quotes from that one, though.
Missy saying the plane trip from Rio is 1 day and 7 hours. That's
what I was thinking, just too far to travel.
There's only 24 hours in a day, though.
I was talking to, I forget who, but I think Joao Vieira. He says, like, a lot of the Brazilians are really the best players in the world now. Crazy amount of them, which is, I'm not saying they used to be fish, Henry, but used to, you never folded to Brazilians.
I mean, I don't think people fold now, do they?
No.
So what's with the C-bet? Top pair as we head back over to the other feature table. Tim Adams, Mosbog, Ramin Hajiev, JJ, Wantman, Mateos, Ken Tong. Hajiev #1 on Azerbaijan's all-time money list. Took down the Invitational in Cyprus, I believe.
Ken with the pretty one here.
Tong a bit of a legend, not gonna lie. Seen him in some very out-of-line hands.
Bucky a legend as well.
We went and had a look at the KTV.
How was it?
Elke was throwing a party. Wantman and myself were in the mix. It was good. Good night. You were there, if I recall, for a bit, having a little sing-song.
Just wanted to have a song or two.
Yeah. Loved that duet that you did.
Little Coldplay, yeah.
That was strong. Giev picking up a wheel draw. 29,500 to fight for. Pretty meaningful, given that he's only playing 79k. He's going to continue.
Yeah, Hajiev, another one of these quote-unquote businessmen, Henry.
I mean, he's a very successful businessman.
Yeah, but these guys, at this point, they've put in the work. Very tough poker players.
The jig is up, is what you're saying.
Yeah, come on.
Legend, Ken Tong. This is why he's a legend. Because he just sees the King-9 of hearts. It's like, no, Hajiev. Upstairs we go. Don't think this hand's over and done with just yet.
It's really not, but it's a great raise by Ken with Hajiev being so short. Puts a lot of pressure on his stack.
There's some like weird meta stuff going on here. The raise to 22, there's 2-2 on the flop. What are we trying to say? Got quad deuces. Hajiev out? No, he does have time banks. Thought he was out of time banks for a second there. Facing the check raise.
He looks very suspicious, Henry.
He's one of those ones that isn't afraid to put money in the pot. He feels like he's being pushed around as he does. Come with the jam. Big fan of this. I mean, if Ken was potentially check raising a hand like 5s, 6s, 7s. Saves him playing a guessing game on turns at a shallow SPR. Nice little pickup, back up to 130,000. Still a long old ways to go, but a bounce back in the right direction.
And I spoke to Samuel Jew, Henry, another one of these businessmen, newer player. He says there's a lot of correlation between reading people in business and poker. You got these companies, you got to sell them, you got to buy them. You want to know what you're getting into. You get pretty good at reading other people, and not surprised to see Hajiev soul read Ken there. You're going to have to learn these skills if you want to run a kebab house, Henry.
When I'm negotiating on the bulk lettuce price.
Exactly.
Yeah. With the local
or the
farmers.
shish kebabs, right? You got to have those.
Yeah, I mean, if you buy in bulk, it should cut you a good deal.
Great read from Hajiev there. And Bucky with big slick in the small blind.
Any clues as to where the name Bucky comes from?
Maybe the Buckingham Palace?
I can see it.
You have much of that? Yeah, thanks.
Bucky coming with the 3x from the small. Adams with king 7 off. Both playing around 35 bigs or so.
And what's Mateo's chewing on? What do you think? Maybe like a human heart or something? Some nuts?
I don't know, but we've got a mouth breather at the table. It might be Wantman just breathing into the mic.
He's covered it up now.
5-4 deuce, couple of diamonds. Adams with that king of diamonds in hand. Wantman electing to check this one. Wheel draw and 2 overs. Pretty quiet out there post-dinner break. Maybe people feeling a bit sluggish after a big meal. 6 of spades on the turn. Does now give Adams a chance to steal this one away.
Yeah, really good turn for Tim. Also just kind of smashes his range. Many more 7s. And not much showdown value for Tim.
Eyeing up his stack. Goes for the late stab in position, 22 into 28. Just a really grim spot for Wantman, I mean. Ace-king, as we can see, is good, but two-tone turn texture. Doesn't want to play a guessing game on the river, just lets it go. Got walking on clutches in the chat saying Elton not playing this one, question mark. I assume he's just going to enjoy the day. Celebrate the win. Has until the start of day 2 to register this main, so why not just, you know, take the day off, celebrate that 4.2 million. But I think the trophy much more meaningful for Elton, picking up his first title in that 150k. Beating Ding Biao heads up.
At this level, yeah, way too little. Last time they gave us 25.
We're currently tied with the record, Will. 151 runners so far in this one. Alex Kulev, the Bulgarian chip leader.
He's starting to go on a tear.
He's been crushing it, man. Eliminated Aspen Jorstad.
And Espen's your buddy, right, Henry?
He is, yeah, he is. But look.
Why'd you pause there?
I don't know. Maybe that was like a subconscious tell.
Fans want to know, is he the real deal or is he just a one-hit wonder?
I mean, he's won plenty enough since. So I think I'd say he's the real deal. Took down the mystery bounty in London. Picked up a few scoops and W coops.
Yeah, but what are those? What are you really winning in those now, Henry? 20K?
No, it was much more than that, but I know what you mean. Clemens happy to defend, closing the action with the 7-5-0. Petrangelo just flat calling on the button. The ace-10 of spades has Leon Sturm dominated. As 10 window card, Sturm in trouble. Clemens flopping middle pair.
Yahtzee for Petrangelo. Sturm only has about 20 big blinds behind.
Yeah, this SPR, it could be trouble for the German phenom. Let's check it on over to Nicky P. 30K out there. Petrangelo going to fire out a bet of 10K. Little feel a bet, test the waters. Clemens in a bit of a sandwich as well. Does have Sturm behind to worry about.
This is awfully gross.
That's a very disciplined fold from Clemens to just get away from middle pair to a stabbing position from Petrangelo. Bravo, I mean. Made it look easy. Action back on Sturm. 86K back. Could see him just going for it here.
28.
Denying some equity, getting some value. Does check raise to 28,000. We may just see all the money go in on the flop. And in it goes. Snap call from Sturm. Gets shown the bad news. Open the king 10 from the hijack. Petrangelo just flatted on the button. 202,000 out there for Nicky P to get up to a stack and a half. Nine of diamonds changes nothing. Sturm looking for a king and a king only. He's going to be heading to the reg desk as the Queen of Hearts completes the run out. Nick Petrangelo showering one of the tougher players from the newer generation. Leon Sturm, the modern day cooler. Top pair v top pair. Silent assassin, just, you know. Showering Sturm. Nod of approval to Seth Davies. Back to the noodles.
These guys are all business.
Yeah, I mean, it's the 100K main. It's a marathon, not a sprint, as you mentioned earlier on. Need to preserve energy. No need to be overly exuberant or chatty at the table. You know, these guys they're just dialed in, they're strapped in, they know how long and grindy these days can be. 50-minute clock.
Chat asking how old is Sturm. He's 24 years old.
I want to say he took down the 50K high roller.
I believe it was the 50K at the World Series of Poker. Might have been the 100K.
Maiden bracelet. I think he took home 1.5 million or so in that one. It's been tough for him though.
The Triton stops. Six cashes. 1.2 million in Triton earnings. It's been a rough trip as well. I mean, it did come 6th in the 20K at the start of the series, but it's bricked everything else.
Tarps off.
A lot of backdoors here for Sir Watts. He's gonna start barreling.
We need to fire whoever this mouth breather is. $152 runners now, by the way. I do believe that makes it official. We've set another record here in Jeju. Record-breaking Triton main event. I don't think we're just going to break the record. I mean, there's potential for us to absolutely smash the record.
Yeah, Sturmy.
Got until start of day 2.
Yeah, we could get 200 in this puppy.
We really could. I mean,
He was having a bit of a rough night.
4 levels left today.
Hot peppers and tea. That's not necessarily a cool down.
Some with the double barrel. Look at
Get you a
this.
glass of milk, huh?
30 into 36 with just king high.
Yeah, I've been watching a lot of Sir Watts, obviously, with these deep runs he's making, and just the pure aggression, Henry. It never really turns off.
Chen hasn't folded yet.
I grew up.
Sticking around with ace high and a gut shot. Not the case this time. Does pitch it. So Watts doing what he does best. Applying pressure and scooping in pots.
Yeah, stop talking about eating like an adult. You eat so many peanut butter sandwiches.
Peanut butter's sick. It's not my like inclination when I'm at the grocery store to like buy a thing of milk. Whereas
We gotta get you on some protein shakes, some skim milk and some whey protein. We gotta pack some pounds on you. That's how you do
Educate the man.
I mean, I need to pack some. I wouldn't phrase it as pounds. Muscle.
Petrangelo been on the PBJ sandwiches grind apparently. Seth looking to get him on the whey protein.
All those nut milks are like, if you like them, they're great. There's just like no calories in them. They're just kind of nothing.
9,000?
Kind of like slightly flavored water. No, I mean, it's totally good. They just don't really taste like milk.
So has that already shown that he's a tough player to play against? The Jack 4 out the big.
But
So you want to pay a little homage to Robbie Jade Liu.
If you put them in like coffees and stuff, and especially if you're trying to like limit calories,
Jack
they're
4.
great.
The
There's
Robbie.
Just, like, no calories. And
Oh, here we
a glass
go.
of almond milk has like 50 calories.
How about this for over-aggression?
3 trees, yeah, that stuff's good.
Action back on Clemens.
Yeah, put that in cold brew. Those
35 bigs with
great.
7s. I mean, flatting seems a bit ropey.
Yeah, only really one move here for Clemens. Can he find it, though?
Button versus big blind. Just going to flick in the call.
Wow, he's going to take it to the streets, and we already saw Surzat steal one from him earlier. And Henry, we may have a thief on our hands.
I mean, this is
Yeah, things
this
so
is out
sick.
of line. Let's just call a spade a spade. So is that
Those things make
definitely
way better, like,
deviating
I don't know,
from
medium just- No,
the
you're right.
pre-flop charts
Like in like a Jura or whatever.
and
Well,
just
the
applying
Jura
pressure.
looks nice. Jura is like high-end.
Yeah, this
As and
is
when
just-
he sees fit.
This is just
the
raw
ones where you have to
aggression.
Actually, like make the whole drink yourself. I feel like it ends up being better.
My Jura is a button.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, you're saying when you have to make it your whole
Continuing with the
Yeah,
Jack
you
4
do
and the
that.
King Queen 8. I mean, this hand's surely
Maybe I'm
over and done with now.
but it does seem better.
I just don't like
It's
doing
going to be down to sub
Yeah, it's not,
30.
like, easy. I mean, it's easy, but it's a process.
Quite the danger zone, but
That's
like
a little
5:30 in the morning.
that's a 250k starting stack.
I thought you were saying that.
Pretty rough start to this main event for him.
It doesn't.
Yeah, it's worse.
Like obviously the ones that grind it even for automatic are way better.
Like
But you're
freshly
saying-
ground, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah,
But you're
for sure.
saying the one where you actually tinker with the fucking.
Yeah, you like make the puck of coffee, and you. I think the big part of it is like you foaming the milk by hand. Like
Oh yeah, I
steaming
never
it
do
by
that.
hand.
I don't
What are these guys talking about, Henry?
I'm not sure, mate. But what they should be talking about is so you can buy action. Some of the best players in the world over on PokerStake.com, exclusive staking partner of Triton, rake free and no transaction fees. You can see Michael Soiser selling for the main event, Fedor Holtz, Elke, all of these guys selling action over on PokerStake. I wonder if Fedor had any action on PokerStake for the event that he took down. I know Soiser had some for the main. He's in the mix. Up to 155 runners now.
Oh, that's what it was. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah.
Oh, one more try for Leon.
Really?
Just swap seats, gets position on Petrangelo.
Yeah, that's what it was at GG or at PokerGo. It was the same.
That place is a place I hope
Get
to
the
never
same
go
seat,
back.
You're like, nah, I don't like those guys. I'm out.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind.
Mickey P gonna raise up the King 7
Hard Rock? Yeah.
solver bait under the gun.
Never been. Sounds like I'm not missing out.
You're not missing much, dude. And poker's good.
Yeah.
I mean,
Dong
he's a
Chen
guy,
with
you
a
know,
beautiful
I
Jack
have
10
a
of diamonds
soft
on the
spot for
button.
Florida.
Yeah, he's did ECS.
West Coast guys hate.
Can't handle the humidity.
Seth with one of those, getting a good price, but normally leads to bad things. Defending hands like King 8. Gets out of the way. Three-way affair with Nick Petrangelo, Serzat, and Dong. Open ender for the Jack 10. Chen on the button. Complete whiff for Serzat. I think Chen's going to find a path to victory here. UTG open. Checking it on over. Doesn't even need to go too big. That's 10 into 35. I mean, Serzat's wild, but surely not ace deuce of diamonds wild.
Dong Chen, 4 events here, 3 cashes, 12th place, 17th place, and a 22nd
You
place.
go there
So
and order this like gigantic piece of apple pie from room service, but they got rid of
It's
it.
from the diner. That's near the elevators downstairs.
Probably, yeah, but they got rid of it. It was so good.
It just doesn't work for us to play anymore. The schedule always conflicts with something. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not like against playing there.
It's kind of a pain in the ass to get to from Vegas too. Like all the flights are like red eyes.
Yeah.
Sucks.
I know you hit.
Ah, yeah. That's
As much as we'd love to
I'll
eavesdrop
TV
into the
later.
conversation of room service orders from Seth and Nick.
I had it. No, 2 bags.
Business
so
to attend
greedy.
to. Top right-hand corner
That's small.
of your screens. Triton Poker Plus app. If you haven't already heard the news, spread the word. You can watch the streams. You can check the action from all the outer tables. We have a library of high-stakes cash game streams from all the different stops over there as well. We're talking $1 million pots left, right, and center.
More of a relaxed feel. Day one here. The slower structure. Earlier tournaments, we're getting closer to the money. Bigger decisions, but these guys are kind of just chilling still.
Yeah, very early days here. Before being called over, I believe some cards were flashed, perhaps. From Ken Tong. JJ's open on the button. Watman just says all of it. 25 big blind reject.
Oh, it's okay. It's done. It's okay.
Yeah, Ken Tong just needs to fold a little less aggressively. Even I saw his cards flash.
You know how it gets though, Henry. Your card dead. You kind of want to let the dealer know, you know, what's up.
Yeah.
Take that.
Those damn dealers. Because they're responsible, right?
They are, Henry. They're the ones giving you the cards.
Just blame it on them.
Aces.
It's their fault. They brick every tournament.
Kings, aces, queens.
Who else could be responsible?
Exactly.
Least important street.
Okay.
Kings, aces, queens. Kings, aces, queens.
Why are you so greedy? Oh, cannot.
Someone in chat says deep stack play is the most interesting. It definitely is a totally different game.
Yeah, and the fact that you get to watch some of the best in the world navigate the deep stack streets. And not something you get to see all too often. Not at the highest stakes anyway. Certainly not for free. Osborg still out in front. Complete whiff for Jaffe on the ace 7-7. Although his suits are pretty relevant. I guess not that much, but blocking 7-6 of diamonds is nice. Wrapped around the sevens, that backdoor diamond draw as well. May just rocket man this one to victory, you know.
He is extremely aggressive.
I mean, we haven't flat
18.
6-5 suited in position to just check it down, Will.
No, these guys aren't trying to just hit flops. They're playing a different game.
Immediate pressure. 2/3 pot. Wants check two.
Osbeck obviously going nowhere with the ace.
I was hoping for like the 3 of diamonds.
It's still a gutter ball for Jaffe.
It is. I agree. 6 high, no showdown. Does he want to continue telling a story, just try and put a ton of pressure on 10s through kings? Weaker ace X. Does he want to shut this one down? Mosborg checking over for a second time. Jaffe checks back.
Mario probably going to want to give him some more rope here.
Right, it goes really small. 10%, and no nonsense from Jaffe. Just pitches it. Interesting to see Moswat come with that sizing. Block for 10%.
Day one of the main event here in Jeju. All you need is 100,000. That'll get you in.
Yeah, pony it up. I mean, if you got time
9.
till the start of day 2. That starts, what, around 2 p.m. tomorrow, so really no excuses to book a flight, get to the airport, and come and reg this one. I mean, it's a record-breaking main, 160 players already.
28.
Look at this, Henry.
Little modern-day cooler. Go on, Kentong, just cut out the cold 4, bro. Let them know what's up. We block kings. We block ace-king. We unblock like ace-10, ace-jack, ace-queen.
This will be pretty gangster.
Just teasing us. One with a bit of a stare down. Bit of posturing. The 970. What's the nickname that you gave him?
Bucky.
Bucky. Lucky Bucky.
And Mateos and Jaffe, both final tabled the mystery bounty. Jaffe got second. I believe Mateos got third.
Couple of 3s and a 6. Both players remain pairless. Jaffe with the pre-flop betting lead after 3-betting the ace-jack-o. 66k out there. Plenty in the middle to fight for. Expect to see him continue small and wide.
Mateos really has one of the meanest stare downs out there.
So tough to play against. Even when he's not in the hand, man, he's just like staring people down. And life gets easier on the turn. See if it was just a one and done from Jaffe. Does he want to continue telling the story? Trying to apply pressure. 7s through 10s.
$32.
That's 32k he's never going to see again. Well, at least not in this hand.
Mateos very likely to just rope him in. Let Jaffe do the work for him.
Yeah, you just fold out bluffs, right?
It's also, Henry, these guys like Jonathan Jaffe, they make your life a living hell at the table, but if there's one thing you can get them with, it's using their own aggression against them. And that is the worst card in the deck for Jaffe.
Oh, what a disgusting river card. One of the 2 remaining aces finding its way to the river. 162,000 out there. Does JJ now value own himself? Mateos was keeping him honest with 7s through 10s, as I mentioned earlier on.
Mateos' hand looks a lot like an overpair.
There's queen.
Wow, he does check though. Great read from Jaffe there.
Yeah, Jaffe just correctly recognizing that he doesn't really get called by worse. Not folding out better. Nice little pick up there for Adrian, up to 400K. Plans going up to 2.5K, 5K.
Adrian's countryman Juan Pardo in second. And you know the three musketeers. How about the three conquistadors, Henry? Adrian Mateos, Juan Pardo, and Sergio Aido. Someone in chat says, how good is Jaffe? Thank you. Appreciate that. And the snowmen for Timothy on the button. Gonna raise it up here.
Snowman getting passed around like a stolen cigarette. The bike sheds behind high school. Back-to-back ace queens for Mateos.
Yeah, this one's going upstairs.
This one might be going in, you know.
Yeah, it's
40 bigs, button open against Mateos. If there's ever a guy that you're happy to just get in 40 bigs against with 8s.
Look at that stare down, Henry. Tim just gonna flat. Feels like there's enough playability.
Oh my, Queen Jack 8, top for Mateos. Bottom set for Adams. Adams likely to get the full double up here. I mean, 78K out there, 134 back in a 3-bet pot.
Yeah, Mateo's best hope now is a scary run out. Maybe some clubs or straight cards, but that's 26,000. And the question is, does Tim want to go for it all or set the trap?
You know, I wouldn't fault him for fast playing this one on such a wet texture. Wants to get value from hands exactly like this before, you know, a 9, a 10, or a club roll off. Just gonna flat bow. Give Mateos as much rope as possible. Surely it goes in. 130,000 out there.
Yeah, we've seen Adrian make some next level plays, but almost impossible to imagine a path away from this.
All in.
Snap. Snap from Adams. 100% equity on the turn. 346,000 chip pot. Back up to north of starting stack. Triton champion.
Is it a 3-bet pot?
I don't know.
What? Looks like it. Feels like it would have to be.
Yeah, should be.
Timothy Adams, 2-time main event champion. 13.9 million in Triton earnings. 17 cashes.
Could you get me a...
One of the best.
His most recent victory coming in London. First in the 125K main for 4.2 million.
Also came fourth rather, in the 200K during that stop for 1.5 million. So went home with almost 6 million during that trip. Been supporting Triton since the Macau days, 2017.
Triton's been supporting him, Henry. And big buy-in specialist just has a better ring to it than low stakes grinder, doesn't it?
Big buy-in specialist.
Now picks up the queens. And Ramen looks interested.
Not too far apart.
Interesting the spots these players pick to posture, Henry. You always wonder what's going on upstairs. Oh, I thought he was in the small blind. My mistake.
Yeah, I mean, he's starting the hand around 12 bigs, 4-3-0. It's dicey. Mulling over all the options for clubs in the window. Followed by King 10 of spades. Could potentially get himself in trouble here. 28K out there, SPR less than 2. Potential check back spot for Adams here. Queens with the Queen of Spades. Does exactly that.
Yeah, and what's nice about this is we disguise our hand, but we also make it a 2-street game. We don't need 3 streets to get all of Hajiev's chips.
Yeah, and we can also, you know, comfortably call turn probes. Bit of pot control exerted by the main event champ. There we go. Turn probe he does. Hajev 8 into 28. Albin asking, is this the record for this event? It is indeed. Previous record was set in London. 151 entries into a main event. We're currently at 162 with late Reg Open until the start of day 2. Adams pouncing, by the way, with the queens. Check, check, flop. GF turn probes.
And I kind of like this against the small sizing. We're happy to get it in. GF's going to be curious. But, I mean, what can you do with the red 4-3 here? This would really be some David Katai level heroing.
The only player to have won 2 Triton main events. Knows how to get it done. Have ourselves a new chip leader. Ilya Nikiforov from Estonia, playing just shy of 1.1 million.
I think Ken came to gamble.
Ken's always in a gambling mood, my man. You're gonna, you know, you stick around long enough, you're gonna figure out why Ken's a legend. I mean, you saw him with the King 9. My man Ken Tong rocked up to Monte Carlo, final tabled the main, came 6th for 902,000. I mean, this guy just loves it. Look at his graph on the Triton Poker Plus app as well, by the way.
Yeah, he's been swinging.
He's been swinging for the fences, dude.
And as soon as he loses a big pot, just bounces back immediately. The 5 do so defend. I'm learning so much, man. I would have thought 5 deuce just hits the mark.
Jaffe hates to fold.
I don't blame him. I'm the same.
Sorry.
Interesting to see Tong check the gut shot after opening from under the gun. 7 high with no real showdown value. May decide to try and rep this now.
It's going to be tempting with just the 7 high.
If he can find the bet, Will, I think it's going to work.
Well, he can find it, Henry.
Nine into 38. He's gone really small.
Yeah, Tim looks like a non-believer, but really not a hand you want to defend with.
Yeah, it's one of those hands where even if you are a non-believer, just so difficult to get to showdown and to find good rivers. Well played, Ken Tong.
Hmm?
It's buffering. I'm buffering. Buffering.
Bluff.
No, buff.
Gets it done.
At least he's honest. Just snap goes to Jaffe. I'm bluffing, dude.
Aces.
Aces. One ace. Ace 7 offsuit.
2 aces. 2 aces.
Very honest guy, Ken.
Heart of ace and space of ace. Okay.
Suits too?
No.
How about ace of spades and ace of spades?
Tim's getting a lot of hands here. Interested to see how Mario plays this. Always an awkward spot. Makes you more inclined to want to 3-bet. Shut out the players behind you and in the blinds.
It also stops you from getting squeezed out. I like this.
Rahman looks like he's really getting ready to gamble.
I mean, he's down to 10 bigs. He sees the overlay from Adams.
Same hand for Jaffe, quickly folds. And for Tim, really can only think of one play here.
All in?
No.
No. Cool.
Correct, sir. Just such a pretty hand.
Let's see 3. The King Jack of clubs. These two hands could collide on certain ball textures. Not on that one.
Yeah, and this is the beauty of 3-betting the ace-10 off. Can start to continue to tell the story. And the bet really should work here from Mario.
Both players completely whiffing the Queen 8-5 rainbow. See how Mosbach wants to proceed. Let's continue small and wide as expected. Like 20K.
Tim actually does have some blockers here. Blocking kings, jacks, but no clubs, and not surprised to see him pitch it. And Mario, does he have 2 Triton titles now too, Henry?
Back-to-back stops.
A lot of these online players, you come, the bright lights, the feature table. I've been wondering how much the pro soccer experience for Mario has helped him just keep his cool. Seems very comfortable out there.
Yeah, he's taken down 2 of the... How do I want to phrase this? Flagship tournaments of a Triton series. Took down the Mystery Bounty in Monte Carlo, and then this time round taking down the GG Millions. 2 of the regular tournaments.
Yeah, and I spoke to Thomas Mulliker about these guys. You know, Roland, another one of these Austrian guys, won an event here. I asked Thomas, I said, you must have taught these guys a lot, right? He's been in the game a long time. He said, Henry, they teach me. I learn from them. That was a German accent, by the way, Henry. Not a good one. I should just do the Arnold one and then maybe crap out after that.
Yeah, Wushu, humble as ever. Yeah, maybe. You know, watch some YouTube tutorials. I believe you can pull it off, though, mate.
Bucky with the beautiful ace-10 of clubs.
I would love him to love to see him in juice here.
Yeah, I think you kind of want to keep your customer around.
I really like this. Doesn't even go big. Just seeing how involved Ken Tong is.
And this is kind of the exploitative nature, isn't it?
Feels like it. Bumps it up to 13k, Ken Tong. Dominated pre.
For 1k piece.
Oh, hello, Jack 9-4. Money.
Yeah, what a flop for Bucky. Nut flush draw, and Ken has the open ender.
I mean, 1.2 maybe.
Money may find its way in here. Also, some of Ken Tong's pair outs no good as he's sharing a 10.
This is why you want to raise small pre-flop. You don't want to lose your customer. The ace-10 suited has a lot of hands dominated.
Tong might just rifle this in here.
Probably more. You think more? Yeah.
Looks like he's reaching just for calling chips. 53k out there. Very interesting turn card coming, especially if both players brick, which they do.
There's too many people. Like with more people, bigger Royce.
Could be a path to victory for Ken should it go check on the turn and then they brick river.
You're playing highest stakes in the final table. So.
Yeah, interesting spot for Bucky if Ken is to check. Does turn a gutter. Awkward stack size.
I thought he was about to put it all in there. I mean, he's grabbed all of his white chips. Does knuckle back. Oh, and it's just the Gin River Will. The king of clubs. Giving Ken Tong the king high straight, but gives Bucky the nut flush.
Absolute money card for Wantman.
What more could he want, man?
Very nice, Henry.
I'm sorry, guys. I'll see myself out. Take note. Ken Tong with 275 back. Think he's going to lose all 85 here. But it could very quickly turn into a downward spiral.
where he finds himself heading to the rebuy desk. These types of hands. Yeah, chat liked it. GG's dealer.
And there it is. Look
All
at
in
this.
from Ken. Snap call. Gets shown the nut flush. Wantman back up to starting stack. Disgusting river card for Ken Tong, not to state the obvious. Really the only card in the deck, King of Clubs, 8 of Clubs, that loses him the entire pot. Wantman back up to 45, tied with Adrian Mateos. Ryan Mosbach way out in front at this feature table. It's Estonia's Ilya Nikiforov leading the 125 players. 164 runners so far, smashing the previous Triton main event record of 151 runners. What are we setting the line at, man? I mean,
it's got to go over 200.
You got that might be a good line.
There's a lot of money flying around out there.
We've got one more frame after this, so 2 more levels till the end of the day. Late Reg Open until the start of day 2. So the final level of the night is going to be 4K, 8K.
We'll definitely have some people coming in tomorrow, though.
And then start of day 2 is 5K, 10K. So yeah, coming back tomorrow. If you buy in at the start of day 2, 25 bigs. What a fantastic result for Wantman there. Gets the full double. Healthy stack now.
Right. 150, right, Jonathan?
Plus the change.
Jaffe peeling pre with the 3s. It's always interesting to take note of at what stack depth, what stage of the tournament do the elites stop calling hands like 3s.
Yeah, I've certainly noticed as we get to the day 2s, the stacks get shallower. These pocket pairs just get pitched a lot.
Yeah, even from like early position, they don't even consider opening them. Unless you have the chip lead, of course, but yeah.
What was the biggest
So
name?
the ICM less relevant now.
That's right.
Maybe London, no?
London and Monaco, yeah.
You know what was the biggest main
Field size?
Yeah.
What was the one in Monaco?
Hmm?
What in Monaco was it?
Yeah, I don't remember.
I think 138 was biggest.
In Monaco? In London it was 151
Oh, really?
or something.
This is already bigger, yeah?
Yeah, this is going to be
There you go, here the guys at the table talking about
How many
it.
levels today?
Huh?
Last level is 8K.
There's 1 and 2 more.
Because you can still reg tomorrow.
This one and 8. This one and 2 more.
Guess that's it, yeah.
I don't know if like in Vegas I haven't played them, but
Over 200?
Or under.
Yes.
Over, yeah. I don't think there was
If you go out now, you would get more time banks than if you go out later, right?
like if you think of buy-ins, didn't
And the
Fedor
3s for
win,
Mateos, and this is a good example, Henry. This is definitely getting folded. Yeah, it still gets
okay,
folded.
he won like 49 buy-ins, but
But that seems a lot, yeah. It was around one, I don't think it was over 200 runners. It was 80, 185 runners.
Ken's looking to get in there. Pucky might be looking to do a little bit more damage to his stack.
how much do you have? You just doubled up. Can't see your stack because the box in the way.
Very interested to see how Tim
220.
plays this.
$45.
Really nice pickup from Tim there. I think it's so tempting to just flat the suited hand, but you go out of position, you
210
potentially
now.
bring another player in, and
Sorry?
here he just takes it down.
It's at 210 now.
Is he done? Yeah. Sorry, I wasn't trying to do anything.
No.
I couldn't see your blue stack at all.
All good. I didn't realize you couldn't see it.
Yeah.
Lucky getting a little taste of Triton here. We're not in America anymore, Henry.
Venturing out for the first time. He's playing around starting though, you know, he's still in the mix.
After all. Thought you were going to get to 1.5 bigs.
And then down to 8 bigs.
Come on, man, that's solid 8.4 bigs.
That's like
Pick up the blinds and the big blind ante.
11 now.
Yeah? People reach now.
Winter, 5 VB.
No,
the best.
not you.
Best 5 BB player in the world.
I will be happy if it will be you now, jumping me out.
Well,
I think I'm going to double you here.
results would say otherwise.
Yes. You're going to see a flop of the hand you shouldn't.
Have you ever?
Oh, that's... So you already trying to fold me out before I looked at the cards, so like I don't want...
Maybe I'm trying to get you to play an extra holding.
The final table, the 40K.
No, I didn't follow that one.
This shit.
With 2.5 big blinds, he limped under the gun and fold.
Yeah. What?
Limp fold 2 big
But he did it for other reasons, right? Because people go to his bounty. It was after his bounty. It was bounty, yeah?
Yeah.
And maybe bust each other and he waits for a pay jump.
Yeah, but I was in the hand. Like we play 30 big blinds between the other 2 players.
I mean, I'm trying to find. I'm trying to find the logic. I don't know.
I mean,
I'm not saying.
It's pretty
if
wild.
you shuffle, look cards together because I haven't seen.
I call.
Okay. No, you can't look at my cards.
So apparently, in the mystery bounty, there was a 2.5 big blind stack on the final table who limped off of 2.5 BBs under the gun and then folded to a raise, and Ramin thinks that the logic or the reason behind that was that people behind would go crazy trying to get this guy's bounty and hopefully kind of like stack each other so that the 2.5 BB stack could ladder. I mean, I see it, I understand the logic, but that just seems wild to me.
So he limped to induce?
He limped in the hopes that players behind would go crazy, stack each other,
and then he could just get out of there and
then
ladder
he could
up.
he could get out of there and ladder up. I mean, that's next level, man.
I played like a final table with Winter.
Look at this.
This guy's playing 4D chess, you know.
And like a 25K one day, like a fairly big one. And he had like, it was sick. He had like 2 to 7 or 8 blinds, like the
My.
entire time.
Henrik Hecklin,
And
top of the chip counts.
He's just like, I mean, people just punted and stuff. Like I seen one, but well, one of the Japanese guys like made a crazy call versus me, and I got lucky and won. Like pre-flop, when Sean had like 4 blinds, and then we got heads up, and then he like won a bunch of all-ins in a row, and then it was
Andrew
like
Pantling.
he like built up a stack, and I was like, shit, this is. I ended up winning, but like it was. I hadn't played with him that much at that point, and I was like, what is this? And it worked.
Yeah,
he like it was sick.
He like survive.
Oh, there was a I remember there was a crazy hand where it was like me, one of the Japanese guys, and him.
Good luck, sir.
I don't remember the exact stacks, but like say I had 50 blinds.
Back up to more than 10
Like
bigs.
40, and Sean had like 50. 5
I mean, it's
in the big blind or
close for
something.
Jaffe, offsuit.
6 or something.
Flicks
I
in the
raised
call.
The Japanese guy.
The
rejects
GF
me.
in front.
He just folds, king queen suited,
Feel
in
like
the big blind for 5 blinds.
I'm somewhat
I
surprised.
end up jamming.
about
9 big
Fold
blinds.
42%.
So I was like, oh, I made like huge fold. But
Jack 9 offsuit.
king queen suited. It's like
He knows the percentages though, Will.
45.
9 of hearts.
Literally said 58%, 42%. That's pretty wild.
He's like,
Eh, 9 hearts.
He's like, I felt like you had a big hand.
Okay.
Dead on the turn. And GF on the spin. Back up to 19 bigs.
Yeah, yeah.
I raised 2 big blinds. Alex could have called in big blind. I folded.
Oh, one more.
I mean, he's got
Kinda
a bunch of-
rocky.
He's got some.
Uh-oh.
He's got muscle, but like he's
It says that.
Yeah, but he's run into
throwing
Ding Biao, fresh off that second place finish in the 150K.
Yeah, but so's that.
If
From
he
what we've
really
seen,
wanted to, he could become a cube.
can get pretty out of line, my
If he
man.
really wanted to, he could get his compound lifts to like fucking 1800.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Single raise pot. So's that checked
How much
over
could
to
that guy
Ding.
deadlift?
1,000 pounds.
It would be
Ding
crazy.
bet 9K. Sorry, 11K.
Should put him on a program where he gets to
So is
eat
that
as
cooled?
much barbecue as he wants, but he has to lift super hard all the time.
The program he's on already, eating wise.
Big bet from Ding here.
It's good to have him on the tour, though. Huh?
I know. I told him he's got to come. He just too. I don't think he'll be able to come again for a while.
See Phil Ivey. Juan Pardo. Ryan Kim. Who else we got? Put up 0.3. Ollie Shemian sat next to Jason Kuhn and Ren Lin. Stephen Chidwick. As we walk through the field, heading into the last break of the day. About 15 minutes time.
Oh yeah, that's right. I remember seeing him take her to chess tournaments.
Leon's on his second bullet.
No one's busy just
After
punching
flopping
kids
top
in the
pair.
chest.
Inferior kicker.
It's
to
hard
Nick
to-
Petrangelo.
He's more of a brawler than a strategy guy.
Who's this? Who's more of a brawler?
I'm not sure.
You a bit of a street fighter?
I'm not a fighter, Henry.
Lover, not a fighter.
Exactly.
Never been in a fist fight, Will?
I've never been touched before, Henry.
Wow. I mean, come to the KTV and you know.
No, thank you, sir.
No? Checks through on the Queen 10 for you. Never been touched, Will?
Not in a physically violent way.
I see what you mean now. Clement's the only player with a heart in hand. Petrangelo turning a pair of fives does check through. Leon Sturm spiking the two outer. 4 clubs to give him trips.
Yeah, this has been a disastrous table for Clemens. Would imagine Sturm is going to bet big here.
40.
Right on cue, Will. Comes with the overbet. Both players with a pair. Clement's the only one likely to put on the cape. Nines with the 9 of hearts.
And this kind of feels like it would just be out of frustration at this point.
Yeah, it's been getting pushed around a bit by Serzat.
Yeah, too big.
A few big spots not going his way. Nick Petrangelo with a similar spot, although no heart in his hand. It's Leon Sturm as well. I mean, if you're ever gonna cool down lightly, wouldn't blame anyone.
Good seat change for Leon. Only cost him 100,000.
Sounds like a pretty good deal. 100K position on the guy that bust you. Fresh starting stack.
I think most people would do the same. Threes for Ding now, gonna raise it up. Big slick for Seth.
Got Long in the chat saying, how can we buy these Triton jackets online? Great question, my man. Head on over to the Triton website, click merchandise, head to the store, or get involved. Exclamation mark giveaway. We are giving away some free swag. Note the flat call from Seth, by the way. Getting a bit tricky.
Yeah, obviously mostly 3-betting, but Ace King does do some calling. And this is in part why. These are the type of boards that the pre-flop raiser will attack. Would expect Ding to.
You think he's going to go for it?
He does block Ace-3 of hearts and Ace-3 of clubs, and just a board he's almost always going to be betting.
So far, the trap working to perfection for Seth. See if he wants to extend the rope.
36.
Does not. Wants to play for it all. Start building a pot now. Put hands like Ace Queen, Ace Jack in a spot for all of the chips.
It is a bit of a suspicious raise, though. I think Ding would expect most aces and kings to just continue with a call. But obviously nothing he can do.
Good.
Yeah, maybe Seth goes big there to just really try and level Ding into making a huge mistake. Make Ding go, hang on a minute, pal. I was the one that opened. You just flat called. To 169 entries now. The line has been set by Will, calling it 200. I think 200 is a really good shout, mate. We're like 30 away with 2 more levels of play today. So whoever busts in the next 2 frames, sorry, next 2 levels, and then also they have until the start of day 2 to reg. Coming back tomorrow to Big Blind 10K, so we might just see 200.
And Bucky is walking into it again. Tim's already got the best of him twice.
What's Mosberg thinking out of the small here?
I think all the options are on the table. Not surprised to see him squeeze, though.
This really does just showcase why these guys are so good at what they do. Spots like this, where most would think to just fold. Mosberg just correctly recognizing the opportunity in front of him. Queen 10, blocks 10, spot queens, blocks ace queen. Adam's going nowhere with the offsuit king queen. $110K out there to fight for. How does Mosberg proceed?
We're about to see some poker be played here. Interesting blockers for both players. Obviously blocking queens, king jacks, jack tens. It's all kind of out there, so the hands, even though they don't have a pair, they both interact with that jack a lot. I would not expect Tim to fold here.
King high squaring off against queen high in a 3-bet pot. 8 clubs on the turn.
That's a very action card. Gives Mosbach a gutter and Adams a flush draw.
Yeah, but surely Mosbach shuts this down now.
We will see, Henry.
What are we trying to get to fold? We block 10s, 8s turn a boat, 6s, 7s, wow. This is pretty wild. 90 into 160.
You know, when Fedor went on his initial run, a lot of the hands weren't televised, and it always felt to me like he was just having this next level of aggression. I wonder how much of that has transferred down to Mario. Hopefully we can get back and see the rest of that hand as you see Deep Heats, Mosbach, Punat, Alex Kulev, and Sean Winter. Just your average table here in the main event. And these will be your next feature tables. Yes, Phil Ivey in the house, Michael Adamo, Matthias, and the Swag Lord, Paulius. And look, Tim has called this. We're about to find out how much heart Mario has.
I don't remember anybody getting knocked out on this table. That's why I came.
Does finally shut it down.
And I would imagine Tim is always going to be all in here. Little does he know he has the best hand.
Value betting, you say, Will?
It's a merge, Henry.
Value betting the king queen high. Well played, sir. Tim Adams, 2-time main event champ. Up to 2-time starting stack now. You can see bluffing with the best hand, but just the willingness to tango.
Yeah, some really high-level poker. Tim kind of putting on a clinic here at this feature.
see that hand.
So we are going to be heading in to the final break of the day.
你敢再退群，我再发别的东西。
Looks like Tim and Mario will play another pot. Very comfortable call in position.
GF on the short stack. Suited with the 3 deuce. These hands could collide, I mean, not to state the obvious, but all kind of connected. Not on that flop though. GF does flop a piece, bottom pair, backdoor diamonds. Mosbok actually with the best hand. Adams with the betting lead.
Tim does have some blockers. Ace, king, aces, ace, 8 of diamonds, ace, 5 of hearts, but yeah, just too weak. And how does Mario want to play this? Bets the 4s, Henry, and he's probably going to get action from a 3.
Those look like raising chips. GF tired of being pushed around. Doesn't want to go into check call mode. Takes it upstairs to 31k. Nice little bounce back. Situational awareness there from number 1 on Azerbaijan's all-time money list. 171 runners. Day 1 of this 100k main. GF, no stranger to the highest stakes tournaments in the world and knows how to get it done.
你都係媽媽，即係送我男朋友。1分鐘之內你不回我給你的顏色。
Saw some people over on the rail. I want to say Mario's crew, I mean, super supportive. He's traveling around to the Triton stops.
They've been busy this trip.
They have indeed. Jaffe going to defend. Heads up affair between these two once more. Jaffe flopping best. Mateos with a gut shot. Power position opening on the button. King Jack Deuce Rainbow.
Type of board that will get Adrian in trouble.
Oh, hello. Little open ender. See how Mateus wants to play this one. Check back and try and realize. Does just really want to put the pressure on the weaker range from the big.
Yeah, I'd imagine we're going to see another barrel here.
It's a decent-sized one, 2/3. I know Jaffe's not going to be going anywhere. Top pair against Mateos. One of the most aggressive players at the Triton stops. One of the reasons why he is so feared. So does make the call. Sizable pot brewing. Jaffe can hold here. Get back up to around starting as the Queen of Hearts gives Mateos the king high straight. And rather than getting back up towards starting stack, it could be showers.
Disastrous river for Jaffe.
All of it. And I think Jaffe's going to be going into the tank. That was a relatively quick jam there, by the way, from Mateos. Normally one that takes his time with all spots. Don't want to read too much into the timing, but
this is just a disgusting spot for Jonathan.
Mateos just really rifled it in. No time wasted at all. Trying to think where the natural bluffs come from that jam so quickly.
Yeah, it's interesting because a hand like ace-5 of spades may check back the flop, may check back the turn.
So it has to be like the raggier 10x.
I want it to be ace-9.
Wants it to be ace-9.
Even that, though, he knows it's ambitious.
And like 10-7 of spades, we blocked 10-7 of spades.
Jaffe was effectively trapping with his king, but this is one of the worst rivers for him.
Yeah, I mean, it's turned into a bluff catcher for his tournament life.
And the 7 of spades is pretty bad. Could definitely see Mateos playing a hand like 10-7 of spades in this fashion.
Think long, think wrong. If Jaffe calls, it's going to cost him the 98K and another 106,000 to re-enter.
That's the first of 5.
Whilst Jaffe does take his time and say that Henrik Hecklin has taken the chip lead. Just shy of 1.2 million. Is this the event for Hecklin to turn it all around after a pretty rough trip out in Jeju so far? He's made the call, shows the king 7, and he's going to get the bad news. 302,000 chip pot going Adrian Mateos' way. Showers, one of the tougher opponents at the table. Jonathan Jaffe, unable to get away from top pair. Understandably so, especially against someone as competent and aggressive as Adrian Mateos. So with that, heading in to the final break of the evening. 8 levels played, 2 more on the clock. It's the Great Dane, Henrik Hecklin, out in pole position in this record-breaking Triton main event. 171 entries so far. Will, you set the line at around 200, I believe, the over-unders on that?
200 sounds good.
I like it. I think it's going to be close either way as we welcome you back to the break desk. Will Jaffe alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. We kind of predicted that that was going to be the frame where we see a bit of a bloodbath, and we weren't disappointed. I mean, these guys were getting after it.
Yeah, Adrian Mateos has a lot of blood on his hands here in Korea. I mean, just takes another soul out of the tournament. Brutal run out for Jaffe. He'll be back. Yeah, this is anyone's game. I mean, all the big names are here. I'm really excited to see how this tournament plays out. But, you know, we get down to these later stages. You need someone who knows math. So what are we going to do here, Henry?
If you bust now this stage of the tournament, are you automatically rebuying, or are you just waiting until start of day 2? Maybe call it a night, get an early night, get some rest?
I'm not usually in these spots, so...
I understand, man. Well, you're going to be getting an early night, getting some rest. We've got the man, the myth, Brian Rast, jumping in for the final 2 levels. We'll see you very shortly. Don't go too far.
Welcome to the Daily Dose of GTO Quiz of the Day. You shove 75% pot on the river. What value to bluff ratio should you use to make your opponent indifferent? 17% bluffs, 30% bluffs, 33%, or 43%? Find the answer in the Daily Dose of GTO, our free ebook designed to help you master GTO poker in just 5 minutes per day.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just sees the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
Bit of a legend, not gonna lie. Seen him in some very out of line hands.
Bucky a legend as well.
We went and had a look at the KTV.
How was it?
Elkie was throwing a party. Wantman and myself were in the mix. It was good. Good night. You were there, if I recall, for a bit, having a little sing-song.
Just wanted to have a song or two.
Yeah. Loved that duet that you did.
Little Coldplay, yeah.
That was strong. GF picking up a wheel draw. 29,500 to fight for. Pretty meaningful given that he's only playing 79k. He's going to continue.
Yeah, Hajiev, another one of these quote-unquote businessmen, Henry.
I mean, he's a very successful businessman.
Yeah, but these guys, at this point, they've put in the work. Very tough poker players.
The jig is up, is what you're saying.
Yeah, come on.
Legend, Ken Tong. This is why he's a legend. Because he just sees the King-9 of Hearts. It's like, no, the GF. Upstairs we go. Don't think this hand's over and done with just yet.
It's really not, but it's a great raise by Ken with Hajiev being so short. Puts a lot of pressure on his stack.
There's some like weird meta stuff going on here. The raise to 22, there's 2-2 on the flop. What am I trying to say? Got quad deuces. GF out. No, he does have time banks. Thought he was out of time banks for a second there. Raising the check raise.
He looks very suspicious, Henry.
He's one of those ones that isn't afraid to put money in the pot. He feels like he's being pushed around as he does. Come with the jam. Big fan of this. I mean, if Ken was potentially check raising a hand like 5s, 6s, 7s. Saves him playing a guessing game on turns at a shallow SPR. Nice little pickup, back up to 130,000. Still a long old ways to go, but a bounce back in the right direction. When I'm negotiating on the bulk lettuce price.
Exactly.
Yeah. With the local
or the shish kebabs, right? You gotta have those.
Yeah, I mean, if you buy in bulk, it should cut you a good deal.
Great read from Hajiev there. And Bucky with big slick in the small blind.
Any clues as to where the name Bucky comes from?
Maybe the Buckingham Palace?
I can see it.
You have much of that? Yeah, thanks.
Bucky coming with the 3x from the small. Adams with King 7 off. Both playing around 35 bigs or so.
And what's Mateo's chewing on? What do you think? Maybe like a human heart or something? Some nuts?
I don't know, but we've got a mouth breather at the table. It might be Wantman just breathing into the mic.
He's covered it up now.
A warm welcome back to continuing coverage of the record-breaking main event here in Jeju. 172 entries already, smashing the previous record set in London of 151, and it's the Great Dane out in pole position. Henrik Hecklund, after a rough trip, looking to close out day one of the main strong. Brian Rast jumping in the booth alongside myself. Brian, it's been pretty tame the first kind of like 2 or 3 frames, and then that last level, we just saw chips flying left, right, and center due to the fact that
you know, blinds are now up to 3K, 6K, stacks getting shallower, and players maybe looking to rebuy.
Yeah, you know, when you said the Great Dane, you threw me off for a second.
I know.
I thought maybe like Gus Hansen had all of a sudden come and tried to jump in the high roller.
Your
but
Great Dane
yes.
is Gus, but Hecklin, he calls himself the mediocre Dane, but I refuse to do that on air.
Okay. Well, I hope the action keeps up because I'm here. It's late. We all want to see some interesting pots. We don't want to see a nip fest, but you know, we'll see what. I mean, these guys are playing for a lot of money, so they're gonna play the way they see fit. But
They are indeed. If by chance it's a nip fest at the feature tables, you can click the link below, scan the QR code, check out the Triton Poker Plus app. You can go through all of the players on the outer tables, click into their names, check out the hand histories. People like Adamo out in the mix, Jason Kuhn, Punat Punsri, whoever it is that you enjoyed following along, can click into their names, see all of the hand histories that they're involved in, the players that they're battling against. And as always, you can watch the stream live from the app, as well as check out nosebleed cash games from previous stops. But for now, looking to jump into the final 2 levels of play today. As I mentioned, Hecklin leading the field with 194 bigs. We've got some fresh faces on the features. Kulev, Winter, Rob Young showing up late into the series as we throw it down to the main stage for the final 100 minutes of play today. Late reg closing at the start of day 2. We've got some names in the mix here. Adamo.
oh yeah, I mean, I recognize almost everybody. Chip leader at the red table, Paulie V, also known as the Swag Lord.
He's a tough customer.
I wonder if he has that same cool black hat on that he won. I mean, he already won a Triton title.
He did.
Here. Yeah, I was there. Matthias Eibinger, Phil Ivey, Michael Adamo, Sosia Zhang. The only person I don't know at that table was
Satubayev?
Yes. What do we know about him?
I mean, he's been in the mix, man. You know, he's been coming for the last couple of events, joined us in Monte Carlo, played all of the PLOs and the GG Millions, cash too.
I was just going to misread my cards, but I always misread them.
I mean, he has a really good cash rate.
He does.
2 for 4 at Monte Carlo, and he's 3 for 4 so far at Jeju. It's not bad. I mean, nothing to write home about per se, but he's in there cashing from Kazakhstan.
He was at my table on day 2 of the 25K. Lasted a bit longer than I did. Locking up 49K in that one. In the mix here. The tough table draw. I mean, as expected. In a 100K main. There's Adamo on his left. Ivy on his left. I mean, not the spot you want to be in, but for now, attention on this.
And another Paulius.
Who we got? Who's the other Paulius?
Paulie V.
Ah, Paulie V. Ah, Paulie V and Paulie P. There we go. Winter continuing on the button. Sizable C-bet.
Sorry.
Paulie P going nowhere with the wheel draw. 67K out there. Surely a turn card that Winter's going to slow down on. Snap check back. Top card pairing, 4 diamonds on board. See if Paulie P pounces on the snap check from Sean on the turn. You can see obviously that he does have the best hand, but probably doesn't think that. Goes to showdown.
Wow, nobody bluffed.
Friendly poker.
Yes.
Bit of a needle from Kulev. Just like, hey pal, you let him show down ace 3, it looks good. didn't say that, but you know.
That was kind of what friendly poker implied.
Yeah.
For sure.
Punsri fresh off his second title.
Right, a big hand.
The 50K. Nice to see Rob Young in the mix. This is a pretty stacked table. I mean, damn, dude. Up to 177 runners. Absolutely smashing the London record.
Yeah, this is a tough table here, for sure.
Cut off open from Winter. Arthur going to defend the suited king. He's also had a pretty rough trip. I mean, came 24th in the 150K with 20 places paid. Jacks against the chip leaders, pocket kings in a spot where the chip leader just going to be opening super wide. Took the 30 big blind rejam spot. Got showered.
Yeah, I remember that hand. I think was I here with you? Yeah, that was
flop top set, and then it came diamond diamond.
I don't like these cards at all. Sir? I don't like these cards, the texture at all. Why? They're too thin? Yeah, like
Just
those
turn
are
a
so
pair
much
of deuces.
better. Yeah, the feel. Yeah. These ones feel weird.
Pretty.
Reaching for probing chips. And it's a sizable probe. 38 into 33. With a real interesting combo to do it with, Brian. I mean,
yeah, it feels like this is a big bet for that combo, right? I mean, it's sizing up to the point where, I mean, he's not, like, as we can see, a better hand. I think it's hard to get a better hand to fold. A queen 9 or 8 that checks back flop probably calls.
Call.
The main goal of this bet, you would think, would be to clear out some overcard hands more than actually size up for a value sizing. Let's see what Artur decides to do on the river here.
yeah, it's very strange. I mean, I feel like a lot of our overbets would want to contain like a jack or a 10 or a decent club or heart. Paired board does now check it on over to Sean Winter. Happy to check back. Bit of breathing room for Sean.
Deuce, right?
Back up to 215,000. Yeah, that little look there, that glance from Kulev.
Ah, whatever.
A picture paints, what was it saying? 1,000 words or whatever. He didn't quite say, he didn't say anything, but it was also another one of those, what's that, King Deuce that you overbet with on the turn there, Artur?
Friendly poker.
Yeah.
No need to bet the flop, you know. It's all the same.
Especially when you know what will happen on the turn.
It's all the same, right?
Yeah, Kulev
That's true.
betraying right there what he thought about the turn bet.
What's the difference? You want to play my discards?
Well, this is great. Kulev's here to do my
Play
job.
my discards?
He can evaluate all the poker plays.
Anyway.
Where you been?
Huh?
Where you been?
I'm doing a little video. 14,000. 14,000.
I'm happy to answer your way anyway.
I aspire to be that rich one day, Brian. Just, you know, sit out of 100K. Rob, happy to ante away, he said. No antes in this one, just big blind ante, but he has a video to film. He needs to let the viewers know, that, you know, sorry, the fans know that he's on the TV table.
Who night you're playing like 450?
400.
400, thank you.
All right. Something for everybody, but Artur's the one who's going to be the most happy with this flop. Ooh. Not after that turn. Great turn for Kulev. who had checked this back in position, hit one of his best cards.
$48K out there.
Is the worst hand going to stab at it? No.
He was thinking about it, Brian.
Yeah.
Gut shot and diamonds for Artur. He won't be going anywhere. It's like 36K, 75% pot from the Bulgarian, who's had quite the trip.
Yeah, Artur has to continue versus this sizing. He does get to decide how.
I mean, they're super deep, right?
Yeah.
Both playing around 820K.
He's got a gutter
144
with the diamonds. Yeah, with the queen, kind of
44.
blocking queen jack against the flop check back. Where you think Kulev's going to be quite weighted towards one pair, even if it's a top pair of kings. Can we get him to fold a hand like king jack, king 8, etc. by the river? King 7, you know, all these suited kings that are open and cut off.
Punsri getting out the crossfire.
Unfortunately for Artur, Kulev doesn't have a one pair king. He's got kings up, which I don't think is ever folding. I mean, unless a diamond comes, maybe, but that in this case he would be folding correctly in that situation.
Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. One of the biggest pots of the day brewing, with one card to come between two of the tournament chip leaders. As Artur bricks. Does he just go for this here, Brian? Continue telling the story. I mean, no showdown value. The queen high.
And if he goes for it, will his sizing be big because he's mostly repping, say, the straight? You know, maybe you could say a set, but he's kind of doing it based off his queen blocker. Or just give up. He has 100 big, well over 100 big blinds right now.
Just showed down the king deuce after overbetting turn.
He did not bet the river there. But I mean, I think everybody here knows Artur's capable of it all. My understanding is he's one of the biggest online tournament winners.
I think he's had some
Yeah.
strong results over the last couple of years.
Okay.
Wow. That is huge. Was that B150? If Kulev can find the call here, he is going to be an overwhelming chip leader.
I mean, it's kind of sick because I don't think Kulev's beating any value with that. Like, because, I mean, king deuce. I mean, I don't think anything worse than kings up could possibly do this.
Yeah, what is it? One combo of king deuce flatting out the small would need Artur to be turning like jack 10, queen 10, hands like queen 8, jack 8.
And he might not check raise all those right on the turn.
Yeah, the pair plus gut shot wouldn't make much sense. I agree. The queen 10, jack 10 type combos. Kulev without a diamond in hand. Somewhat relevant.
Yeah, I think Artur, my feel for this is his value rate region is maybe sets in the straight. And I mean, 9s and 10s probably are 3-betting small blind cutoff at a decent frequency.
Especially this deep.
Yeah, so like deuce is really the one. Deuces and queen jack, and then, I mean, you can come up with a lot of bluffs, although many of them don't make a lot of sense. Hands like this do make quite a bit of sense, like ace jack of diamonds, queen 8 of diamonds.
you know, does he play worse than Queen 8 of Diamonds flat? Like, I don't think he has like Queen 7, and then that probably doesn't check raise turn if he did. Yeah, his just range is so narrow here, kind of.
These guys have played a ton online.
The king, do you feel like the...
Oh,
okay.
He's looked him up. Kulev scoops a 1.3 million chip pot.
Yeah, wow.
Two.
Up to
Nice call.
1.5 million.
It does feel like a spot where on a blank, like kings and nines just aren't folding against a guy who is capable. You know, and I'm sure Archer's probably trying to get him to fold weaker hands than that, you know?
100%, man.
Yeah.
And out of nowhere, single raise pot. See 1.5 million in Kulev's stack. Massive shout out once more to one of our sponsors, betacr.eu, where you can elevate your sports engagement experience. Exclusive action prediction options on Triton events. Get up to 15% free play, up to $250. And I know who my money would be on right now. The young Bulgarian, #1 on Bulgaria's all-time money list, making the call. As it looks like losing D. Pete's short stint at the feature table, being moved to an outer table. As Artur goes from one of the chip leaders, was 5th in chips at the start of that hand. Now down
This is your lucky table.
to less than
right away, huh?
starting stack.
14.
14,000. That's a lot of chips, Rob.
Straight back in the mix.
It is, yeah.
I got Peter, online crusher from Belgium.
Nice when you play King 9
Back
and you
at
hit
the
2
feature
pair.
table.
Natural 9.
Oh, yeah.
And the river bricks.
Yeah. Queen Jack or nothing. He's got a good hand as well. A Jack. Diamond.
Nine.
Yeah, it does seem like in those spots, it is kind of interesting. Like, I'm not sure there really is a difference between, say, King 9 and King 7.
Oh, okay.
Right. But I mean, does the 9 blocker? I mean, maybe it does block pocket 9s at a pretty small frequency, but you know, or let's say, but
it's tough, man.
King 9 just gets called way more than the other, even though realistically speaking, both of them are pretty much only bluff catchers.
Hold on, Brian, because the Jin turn card has rolled off once more for Kulev. C-bet 9K on the flop. Peter kept him honest. The 2 overs, backdoor diamonds, and finds himself in trouble facing the overbet after turning top pair.
This is probably curtain for Peter.
Feels like it.
Maybe there can be some rivers which slow the action after an overbet. Stuff like 9-10 Jack of Hearts. Oh, not that one.
Feels like the curtain call for the Belgian. Kulev on an absolute tear
Yeah, he's on a heater. This was NBA Jam after this pot. He's gonna get the he's on fire audio with the flames.
Snap call from Peter. Ace Queen is good. Showers for the Belgian going to be heading to the rebuy desk. And Kulev is up to 1.8 million, playing 7 starting stacks, just 9 levels into the day.
Lucky table.
Overwhelming chip leader.
Yeah, second is 1.2. There's only 3 guys over 1 million. Heckman 1.1. Second's Ilya 1.2.
No, 4.5.
And Kulev now up to 1.8. I mean,
yeah, 300 bigs.
It's a marathon, not a sprint. Guy's trying to win it in one day.
Now over to the other table.
Fun flop. Enough to keep both people interested. Ace of spades in hand. Satubayev, 2 overs, backdoor diamonds for Ivinger. Does check through. What a name, by the way. Shingis Satubayev. Sounds like the main character out of, I don't know, some book. Don't know where I'm going with this, but
well, that's the spot where you're supposed to drop like the perfect author who would write that as kind of this like really subtle genius literary reference that like 10% of the audience gets, but I couldn't think of that author either.
I'm not that well read, unfortunately. I wish I was, but.
Wow, and so we checked it down, and Ibinger makes the nut flush here. A spot where, if you're him, it feels like our opponent just has ace high and probably a better ace high at this point, quite a lot. So because of that, he comes for like 2/3 pot. Obviously small sizing for this, but asking to get paid by ace high, which Shingis obliges.
Perfect sizing from Ivinger. Correctly recognizing the type of hold'em Satubayev had. Gets paid.
Yeah, to me that felt like targeting bet sizing for sure by Ibinger.
Bill Ivy in the mix. 5-time champion. I want to say he took down 2 events in Cyprus last year. Yeah, he did. He won the 60K Turbo.
Loses a pot, but jumps right back in the saddle. Shingis will not be intimidated.
Frustration for Choi. 10-4-0 from the big.
Not going to hurt you too much, is it?
80 to 1, 1K?
99. You quoted 99. I'm going with your odds.
I'll give you 80 to 1.
I'm going with your odds. 99 to 1.
Okay.
I'll give you 1K now and you give me 100K back.
99. There's not much upside. Like, I'm making at best $10.
Oh, I'm big one.
Yeah, it's a fun sweat for you, isn't it?
Yeah, but I'm
Starting stack is 250K.
save chips here. At best.
Yeah. Looks like, yeah.
It's good to give action in life, you know.
So hopping in right now,
It's not like I'm making the full 1,000.
I guess you get, it's about 40 bigs.
Yeah, late reg closes, start of day 2 at big blind 10K, so
25 bigs.
Rob's trying to get some action down. I heard odds
Okay,
of
I know a bet you'll take.
99 to 1 being thrown around.
Even a tight-ass American can't turn this down. $100, 99 to 1. Why, you're tight, aren't you? Oh.
I'm literally making like $10.
Well, it must be worth more than 10K to have a good relationship with me and pay me out.
Rob trying to sell it hard. Paulie P with a disastrous turn card. Flop went check, check. He turns
white
top
king.
pair. Decent kicker. Sean Winters turned top 2.
Good to see you, man.
27,000.
I want to know exactly what Rob's trying to bet on, but doesn't sound like a good deal for Winter. Though I know a couple of bookmakers that will take 99 to 1 odds on most bets.
Sean's hand is good enough to check raise here.
Looks like what he's going for, Brian. Deceptive check on the river. Giving Paulie P some rope. Just in case he had air. We can see he's got value. Goes north of half pot. 50 into 92. Does Winter go for it all, Brian?
I mean, you know, he'll probably leave like 5K or whatever, right? But yeah. I mean, it's not even that big of a check raise. Yeah.
Don't want to be one to read too much into timing tells, but that was a pretty quick check raise. Struggling to think of bluffs that check raise that quickly.
I mean, there was a lot of time. Sean took time before he checked. Paulius took almost the full time to bet. And then Sean took another like 10 to 15 seconds. There are definitely hands that can make sense there. You know, 7-6 suited, 8-6 suited, 8-9 suited. Five four suited, 5-6. I mean, a bunch of kind of hands like that. Maybe not 8-9.
Paulie P burning through time banks, understandably so. Difficult spot after turning top pair.
I wonder, like ace-4 suited. There are definitely some bluff hands you can come up with, in my opinion. I think the way this played, Holly's kind of for value repping like a hand like what he has, you know, quite a lot. Maybe check back flop, maybe aces.
Unable to get away from it. Flicks in the call. Sean Winter up to 417,000. Pretty cold deck at this feature table since returning from break. Heading back over to the red feature table. Ibinger with a huge stack. Are you a card protector guy, Brian? I'm looking at Ibinger's, it looks like an 8-ball.
No, I don't bring something to protect my cards. I usually use a chip, right? I mean, that's what you mean, right? Like bring something to protect them? No. Do you?
No.
Yeah.
I don't even know if it's a card protector or just some like good omen. Some lucky charm. Under the gun open, looked up by Adamo on the button. 765 mono.
And this feels like a board which favors the button flatting in position in terms of range advantage, and I think Adamo is making a small bet based on that concept here.
The ace-4 sticking around. I mean, Adamo surely has a plan.
Yeah, sometimes small bets. I wonder if Adamo's also trying to get a feel for Ibinger with the timing for his call. Certain cards he's going to keep barreling on. This seems like a card he's going to barrel a decent amount. He should have more 8x. He has more flushes, and these are the hands that definitely want to keep betting, although he's choosing a very small sizing, but exactly the type of sizing that's targeting hands like the one Ibinger has. Like,
Really well executed spot there by Adamo.
yeah, getting ace-x hands to without a heart to fold for sure by the turn. And then we'll never see what his plan on the river was. That might have gotten a bit bigger if he decided to bet again on the river.
Final table bubbled 150K last night. A healthy stack late in day one here. Round 2 starting stacks. Troy looks interested, rightly so, with the ace-queen O. Starting the hand around 22 effective.
Yeah, 22 blinds, he can just move all in here. His hand is strong enough.
Never thrilled.
No.
From +1 against an under the gun open. So he does have a raise fold here. Players behind as well to worry about.
I mean, if he doesn't do that, maybe he just comes with like 30K. But yeah, this seems fine to me.
Gonna fold round to the blinds. Ibinger gonna get out of there. Troy gonna pick up a small one. But trending in the right direction. Up to 158K. 50-minute clock. Plenty of time to pick up spots.
I mean, picking up 4.5 blinds off of 22 isn't too shabby.
Nope, it is working. Took only 10 minutes.
20% stack increase.
Does it count if it falls after 5 seconds? I'm
There
done.
it is. That's the
One more
hat.
try.
Well done.
I'm not sure if
Paulius wore it again.
It does, because if she didn't start dealing, it would stay.
Okay.
It was because of the.
True. Yeah.
I asked him if I
movement
could
of the
buy it
table.
in Vegas, and it was very promptly met with a stern no.
Or maybe just blues are better than the red.
So like Vegas, what, like during the series, Vegas?
During the WPT World Championship.
Ah, okay, in December. Yeah.
Had a house with some of the boys off strip, and I was round there to just play some table tennis, play some pool, watch some poker streams, and yeah, so I was like, the reality is though, like, I couldn't pull it off. Couldn't pull it off, rather. You know, so.
Not with that attitude, you couldn't. You got to wear that hat with some confidence.
Yeah, that's like a Nick Schulman kind of hat, you know. The bucket hat shades combo, I mean, that's strong.
Yeah, I mean, that's why, you know, the Swag Lord, I think it's one of Will's better creations. He has some hits, he has some misses. That's one of the hits. Not a home run, but like a solid double.
Don't do it, Stanley.
It's a great price, but this type of hand only gets you in trouble.
Yeah, good man.
In this particular pot, it would have been pretty hard to win. I would have been curious what his percent was.
Especially against these two as well. I mean, there are weaker opponents you can kind of tangle with. Oh, Damo and Ibinger. So comes ace 8-8. Ibinger with the best of it with the sevens.
But it's bluffable if Adamo wants to get after it.
You know, 2 years ago, Adamo would have set this up for 3 streets. It's a changed man.
I mean, I'm betting on Adamo winning this pot right now. He's got only a pair of eights. His opponent, yes, could have him beat, but he's got outs. And his opponent has a lot of pairs in his hand, which he's losing to. So, I mean, this makes a lot of sense here.
Doesn't go big.
No. I think he's trying to pick a size that pairs might find a fold to, but might not. And then maybe he's like really getting in there in the live streets now because he's doing all these small bets. Maybe he's trying to get timing tells. I never really knew that that was a big part of Adamo's game.
When did you find out?
Well, let's see. That was kind of a long call right there. Oh. Well, that card's going to throw our little experiment into the muck because that changed things quite a bit.
Well, now he gets the value bet king high.
Yeah, now he's got a hand that might want to show down.
Try and get a call from like Jack 10. Playing the board. 65k out there.
Yeah, I like this check. Check and bluff catch, maybe. I mean, we. Probably bluff catch.
A look of disgust from Ivinger.
Nope. No 10, no 9.
Sorry. I get free.
Good to see him back though. After a short hiatus, as you mentioned earlier on. Always fun sweating at a Dharma deep run.
Yeah.
You never know, like the tournament could just be over in, you know, 2 hours whenever he's at like the final table. Or he can go from 1 of 9 to out in 9th. There really isn't any in between. You battled much?
No, I've only played at the same table at him. I mean, only maybe 1 or 2 times that I remember. And the one time I remembered, the first time was like right. It was early at the World Series, and it was in the middle of his run. And I just remember because people at my table were like talking about him.
As if he wasn't there?
No. He was at another table, then he got like moved to that table. And it was just very interesting. And it's like people made a few comments when he was there. After he got moved, because he got moved off the table, some guy like made a comment like, "Oh man!" So this was like a 25K, or it was like not a small tournament. And I actually like wanted to play with him because I wanted to see what all the hoopla was about. Here's this guy who everyone's talking about. He's on a rush. I wanted to play with him for a bit, but.
This one checking down to the river.
But yeah, you could feel the effect, like the aura, the effect it was having on other players.
Yeah, I mean, I remember, man. Yeah, it was the talk of the town, that's for sure. Check, check, flop, check, check, turn. Both players with top pair. Jang's kicker will play. Up to 185 runners now. This is insane how big the fields have been here in Jeju. Nice little pick up there for Jiang. Heading into the last level of the day. Very shortly, Alex Kulev leading the field. Just shy of 1.8 million. And you can lead the field over on GG Poker.
can sign up now, get a $50 Global Millions ticket with a min deposit, $20 using the code Triton_2024. But more importantly, you can come here and show us how it's done by qualifying into Triton events. All of you chat pros out there, you know, get involved, spin it up, join us in Montenegro, and come and show us you can walk the walk.
They're about 60 big blinds deep. Effective. Adamo with as dusty a holding as it gets. And he's going for it. And it's probably going to work.
JNT, currently in 6th. What a legend. #1 on France's all-time money list.
Oh, yeah?
Getting it done. I mean, this guy
I mean,
just loves it.
I mean, these tournaments, they just come down to an all-in, don't they?
Versus Kulov, yes.
3 flop, yeah? Ace king.
Well, he's cashed for 4.6 million at Triton over 5 caches. There must be a big second. Oh, there it is.
Yeah,
yes.
Main event, was it?
London, 125 main event, second place. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was in sick fashion, by the way. All in pre for like 98% of the chips in play. 9s against 8s. Adam spikes an 8 on the river.
Oh, like he basically should have won.
Yeah, like Adams had him covered by, I want to say, a blind, like a blind and a half. It was that close. Just spikes the 2-outer on the river.
No
Blind
problem.
Look at this, blind v blind. Pot size bet. No, I do apologize. No, it is a pot size bet.
This is a setup for some action here. Blind versus blind. We got top pair and a gutter versus a really cool double gutter backdoor. Ooh. And now they have the same double gutter, but Kulev just jumped ahead with the tippy top pair. Certainly good enough to bet again. We're now beating all 1 pairs on
81,000?
Whoa, 81.
This guy is just so tough to play against. This is the 3rd overbet we've seen in this frame, and we've only been live for what, half an hour?
Like Sean's might call this because, I mean, he has one of the 1 pair hands that can actually take heat having a 7, right? Little does he know he's just can't win, basically. Tough spot for Sean. You know, I mean, one of the things you're thinking here when you're facing an overbet is, I need a hand that can improve, right? And he kind of has a hand that can improve with the 7, and then might be good versus overbet bluffs that check back with the 8, right? Wow.
6-4 suited?
No.
Oh shit, and I was good.
It was the right fold, but I would bet he's. Oh, he shows his hand.
That is a 10, yeah.
I would bet a solver calls Sean's hand. What do you think?
I think so.
Yeah.
I don't think we're folding double gut shots with flop top pair.
Oh, man.
Especially against Alex. Like, Alex is going to have so many
I had a super good
gut
hand
shots of his own.
down with.
See?
I just
You
start.
save money.
applying a ton of pressure.
Yeah, but I had you
So-
beat.
Sean knew what we were knew it though. He just said I have a super good hand to call down with. So Sean, I think Sean knew it.
I thought
But
you
he just
showed because you knew I had you beat.
folded it.
Yeah.
Looks like Artur's bounced back a decent bit.
I have played quite a bit of poker with Sean
Yeah.
Winter, and he marches to the beat of his own drummer at the poker table.
Hold'em?
What?
Only Hold'em?
Yeah.
Or does he play mix games?
No, he plays. He doesn't really play mix, but he plays PLO a lot.
That's
he
right.
plays. He
Might
plays
need
Hold'em
another
and
bottle
PLO.
then.
He's
I
the
was
guy
drawing dead.
who
I believe it.
And I had
people
you
talk
drawing
about
down.
reading hands, and
So confusing.
he's the guy who I've seen make the most kind of
I'm not
like
gonna even think about that.
crazy calling somebody's hand, but not in like an obvious spot.
Yeah.
Right? Like sometimes, you'll see this and
I was just thinking.
people
I had a
read
really
the
good
hand and
hand to
call it out
call,
when it was
and
like
then call
kings,
all
but it
around
was,
the
it
river.
was like aces, kings, or queens, and you're like,
Oh,
you
I
guess
get
like
it.
The Daniel Negreanu
Yes.
King 9 suited kind of stuff. Yeah.
yeah.
No,
yeah.
call.
But no, Sean in just like really wide range spots will sometimes just. I've just seen him do it like a little too much there. It's pretty spooky.
Hey, you won.
Agreed.
So
He's so entertaining to have at the tables. Like, he's one of
Yeah.
the guys that I've always said, just get him on every feature if you can.
So yeah, so I mean, I think Sean probably knew he's supposed to call with that hand, but then just let it go, and it turns out he was right.
You want to raise the bottom?
No?
Why would I raise?
Yeah. But you don't have a lot of 10. You don't have a lot of 10x.
Kleenex?
You don't have a lot of 10x.
Oh, 10x.
And I bet the pot on the flop.
You don't have a lot of Kleenex. I was like, what the fuck does that mean?
You have a lot of Kleenex. Because you've been crying a lot.
Post-mortem going on between the two.
That was a good joke by Kulev right there. He's like telling him he doesn't have a lot of 10. I don't think Sean understood. Then Sean started playing with it. And then Kleenex, he's like, well, you do have a lot of Kleenex because you've been crying a lot. I like that. Kulev is kind of funny, actually.
Ranked #1 online player.
Really?
In 2023, I believe, or 2022, one of the two.
Like in tournaments, online tournaments? I
Yeah,
guess?
on
Yeah.
Pocket Fives was ranked #1. That's kind of when he started showing up to Tritons, was after that year. Unsuccessful bluff from Paulie Pete. Shake of the head. Raise of the eyebrows. Doesn't seem too happy with that one. Snapped off.
Where do
Artur.
you keep going? Never mind.
What's it got to do with you?
Heading into
I'm just.
Yeah, he's pretty young, 29.
who? Sorry.
Some of us all
Kulev.
have another job to do.
Same age as me.
And
Calls
it's,
Sophie at home.
It's 9 hours ahead of the UK, so everyone's in the office.
One's going up 4K, 8K final level of the evening. 100K main event.
No, I don't play anymore. I've retired.
Haven't already. Check out that
Retired
QR
play.
code. Download the Triton Poker
First
Plus
time I've
app.
played live poker since Bahamas.
Check out all the hands.
Really?
Oh, wow, Artur Martirosyan is super
Yeah,
young.
well,
He's
my daughter's gone to
26.
school now, so I
Yeah,
can't
that
take
one
her
really
with me.
surprised me when
Yeah.
I first found out. I thought
she's like
he was
4.
like late 30s.
No,
Yeah,
she's turned
he
5.
looks older than he is.
I used to want to take her with me, but I'm not allowed to now. So.
Oh yeah, she can't miss more than 10 days per semester or something.
No, her mother doesn't want me to take her out of school, so I can't travel.
Also,
with her now.
like if you had said one of Alex is 26 and the other one's 29, I would have
September,
definitely
Bahamas.
guessed Alex is 26.
It's for
and,
this
and
gentleman.
Artur's
It's okay.
29 for sure.
Raise to 18,000.
Well, everyone's just woke up in the UK. It's like it's 2:30 in the afternoon.
Oh, no wonder the economy's
It's not like there's a
struggling
lot
in
of
the UK.
It's not like there's a lot of action in poker tournaments, is it? It's not like a cash game where you're sitting there playing lots of hands. Just sit there.
Everyone's
It's not an
waking
ace.
up at
or not
2:30 in the
a pair, you just
afternoon.
fold,
I
right?
mean.
In what?
This in the tournament.
The two young guns are going to go at it in this one.
Or if you have queen
this
eight
is
or king nine.
This pot's all Kulev.
I mean,
you can just ignore the percentages there because they don't really matter.
I feel like you're about
King
to run a
nine
big bluff.
doesn't really have a good way to continue in this pot.
I'll do one bluff all day.
You're setting this up.
One bluff all day. I bluffed him.
Here you go, sir.
Thank you, sir. One bluff all day. It's not many bluffs for me.
Oh, the boys are
on the
having
Vino.
some wine.
Yeah.
I might not have bluffed you.
Vino level.
I thought you had a
Last
flush.
level of play. It's
I had a
record
jack.
breaking main.
King Jack.
Oh, you didn't bluff me then. I had King 10.
Oh, right.
Thank you, sir.
I'll turn my jack into a bluff.
Did you get a glass?
Because I thought you had, I thought you
No, Sean, I didn't.
They didn't give me a.
It looks like he's talking
Oh,
to
yeah,
us, right?
Straight.
King 10?
I wouldn't mind a glass.
I
You had the
know.
potential
Right
to
now
be a
in the
straight.
booth, that would be pretty
You
sweet.
didn't turn into one.
You should get a table too, right? You don't have a table?
I have a table.
I didn't just
James,
want to
any
call and you show me a,
red wine going about?
and you show me a bluff.
It's refreshing the
I
app.
didn't want to call and you show me a flush. So.
188 runners.
Oh, they're going to get 200. Reg is open till start tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this is pretty insane. Henrik Hecklin is in third with 1,027,000. Kulev's in first with 1.8 million. Has almost double what third in chips has.
Yeah, I know. It's quite the start to the tournament.
Yeah, it's to 70,000.
This is going to be, I mean, this tournament's already, like, I know all the small tournaments at the beginning. You know, guys, I mean, this is Triton.
Sorry.
15K, 20K, 25K, they're small, historically speaking, for Triton. But this is 100K.
I think you've been raising too many pots.
It's already,
I
I think it just
why you
broke
got 3-bet.
the previous record. It's going to break the previous record for sure. Whatever.
No,
like
it's
189.
already smashed it by like
Yeah.
38. The previous record was 151.
Oh.
I'm only playing
Oh,
ace
yeah, it's
10
already smashed
or
it.
pair.
Absolutely destroyed
So
it.
that
yeah.
means it's because Triton's had a bunch of
I've got a thing.
100Ks, and this is like way bigger than any other 100K Triton's run.
Ace 10
Yeah,
or
this is
better.
going to be like 5.5 million
And,
for first.
pair-
for like
pair
100K.
sevens in the bluff.
That's-
That's what I'm playing.
Strong range.
Yeah, the previous record was 179. Our producer just told us from Vietnam.
Get it all in and double
Rob,
it.
you're
Not,
about to
right?
run a
So yeah,
big
that
bluff,
was
man.
that was the number that we were using earlier, where that just
good
kept
for
breaking,
TV.
and this broke that.
I see what you
Mine's
mean.
not
Yeah,
on
that's
post
insane.
today.
I mean, like,
Oh,
I wonder if this is gonna get. I mean, what's the most 100K has ever gotten?
With a big black.
Because like the WSOP 100Ks don't get this many people.
Is it not?
I don't think so.
Let's have a look.
Oh. I might have just
No, you didn't
I
do
might have
anything,
just
bro.
intuited something that's it's speculated on something that
We'll have to have we'll get the Google machine out.
we'll get that confirmed by tomorrow, whether or not that's true, that speculation, because nobody has any idea.
Nobody, not even James and the production crew. We need to, the internet's down, so nobody can actually check Google right now. Why can I hear my voice? Is that Rob watching the stream?
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Win $5-6 million. You know, I mean, 100's a lot of money, but so is $6 million.
Alright, Kulev's just loving life. I mean, the 10-9-0 open from the hijack. The Jack 7-3 Rainbow gets the C-bet with the gut shot. Scoops in another one.
That's level.
Yeah, so this Kulev guy can play some cards, huh? Just coming with
Should've
the
just bought it today
the
too.
over bets
Same chips.
and everything. But then if he's a
got
tournament player, he must know
370.
short stack spots as well. That's pretty strong.
Very well studied.
Yeah.
It's like $50,000.
You know, it seems like he's
It's like
comfortable with the deep stack streets, but he's probably even better in the short stack streets if he's a tournament player.
Don't become number one on the country list.
You don't like men who wear earrings?
Without knowing a thing or two.
I don't like men in general.
Is that denial?
It is what it is.
Punat, you're having fun.
You know, you have COVID?
It's got kings
You wear
though.
that for no towels? Or?
Few reasons. 16.
Few reasons. What are they? Keep
Is that why
going,
you
Rob.
wear
Let's.
glasses?
We're gonna find out.
And you do it, yeah? You can't play with. You can't.
I wear them for different reasons.
Of course you do, Sean.
To look good?
No.
Me and my Kim, we're happy to play without disguises, right? You put your hoodie on.
I wear only because it's bright. Only on TV table.
5 seconds.
That's fair.
I'm okay.
I did that.
Should
I
take
never
mine
wear
from my room?
glasses at the table.
You're a time bank. We shouldn't charge him.
Are you worried about my health? Do you think?
Yeah. It's an interesting conversation, though, because
All my small chips of
my personal opinion, I'm just going to throw this out there right now. It's definitely controversial. This mask should not be allowed at the poker table. I'm just going to say it.
It shouldn't be allowed.
Why are you allowed to cover up your whole face like that? I mean, sunglasses is already kind of pushing it, but masks, like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Punat. I'm sorry, Isaac Haxton. I love you guys. You shouldn't be allowed to wear masks. I don't want some BS reason about the flu. Because no one was wearing it 4 years ago when everyone was getting the flu.
You would make it, but that's...
So.
And we're not gonna...
Man,
we're
you
not
and
gonna find
Helmuth
out.
should do lunch together.
I mean, you know why people are wearing it. It's to like cover up reads. You're covering up like your entire face. You know, I mean, they might not say it, but it's definitely why.
Yeah?
Yeah, in my
Fair.
opinion.
Fair. If I was going to give leeway to a certain culture, it would be Asian culture. The reasons being that before anything happened, if you traveled through Asia, you see people with masks everywhere. You know, Japan, China, Malaysia, Thailand.
Well, let's go see if prior to COVID, any of these people were
in
wearing
poker,
masks at the table.
I agree.
If you were, maybe you get grandfathered in.
Yeah, I agree.
But otherwise, sorry, Charlie. The rule, get out of here with the mask.
I think Rob agrees with you.
I also think probably you shouldn't be allowed to wear sunglasses. I would go there too. Like
That's
glasses is fine, but not sunglasses. Hat's okay. Hat's like the...
Like Sean's hat, yeah.
Yeah, like you want to block the light. It is true. The lights at the feature table can be a lot, but a hat does it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's my final frame. So we can get controversial. My flight leaves tomorrow at 11. Let's do it.
Listen, the truth is, at the poker table, part of it is looking at who you're playing with. You're there, get a read, you know.
Eyes
like,
jittering all over the place.
Like,
yeah.
what's the, I think there should be a limit as to how much you can cover up, right? We could discuss what that is. I think a mask clearly goes over the limit, right? What about a scarf? How much can a scarf cover? Or the Vogelsang thing at some point, whatever. Like, the point is there should be, this is okay, this isn't. Because we're all here playing poker. No one should get an advantage by covering up when other people don't. And nobody should get that advantage, in my opinion. I'll just make a statement here.
We need to speak with Matt Savage.
Really?
Yes. The TDA rulings.
Not a big hint.
Good fold.
Who's going to win the elections, Brian?
5-3?
Don't.
I'm not going to go there, though. I'm not going there. That was some bait right there. I'm gonna keep this about poker. This was like a poker take.
Who's listening to the stream?
Do you spread those out so you feel like you've got more chips?
Me?
Yeah, is that why you...
No, I just put. Oh,
I mean, listen, also, I kind of say it, like, I don't fault anyone for doing it. There's no rule against it, right? Like, think about it this way.
No,
like,
that wasn't.
Triton especially, they've made all these kind of rules. They even have, when there's like 2 tables left, the red 10-second time chip to prevent stalling. Like, everything for fairness. To me, this is just, you know, one more aspect of that. It is a little different about what the players are wearing, but at the end of the day, it's kind of the same thing, same concept. And it's gotten to the point where, you know, now it's years after COVID, and that's stuck on. And if we're going to do masks, which we definitely should, maybe we do sunglasses too, you know? To me, that's like less clear, but probably also fair.
Congratulations, Poonat.
You know, if you don't want someone to look at you during a hand, look you in your eyes and see whether or not you got it, then look away.
He wins 2 million.
Cover your head.
Just look down.
Yeah, do something embarrassing.
Stare at the board.
But you, I don't know about sunglasses.
2 million caches.
Jason, you're spying on me.
Is it 5?
Are you spying on me?
Oh.
It's a player.
Raise to 18,000.
Usually the third places stay under the radar, but the $2 million caches don't.
You know, I actually, like, really early in my poker career, I did wear sunglasses some. And then one of the things I realized is, like, in almost any cash game situation, it makes, like, 0 sense. Like, even in, like, Bobby's or, like, a public cash game, you still look like a, kind of like a jackass. Like, or, excuse my French, you just, like, it doesn't fit. Right?
What was
it's
your
like you're
go-to?
going too hard. So one of the things is like, okay, well, if I'm not going to be able to wear this when I'm playing massive cash games, right? Like, I should just learn not to wear sunglasses. Like, be okay with kind of that vibe of you're sitting there, people are looking at you, you're looking at them during poker hands, and you just deal with it, right? But I'm saying, like, early on, it was like, oh no, sunglasses, yeah, now people can't see my eyes or where I'm looking. Like, great. But then, you know, once you kind of realize, I don't know, it doesn't really fit in any cash game scene ever, I just trained myself out of using them. But yeah.
You go with the Oakleys, the Aviators?
I don't even remember, but yeah.
I'm struggling to kind of picture.
Whatever sunglasses I don't know that I even bought them specifically for poker. It was just sunglasses that I bought, and I just bring them in.
How long have you been here for?
3-bet pot between Punsbury and Arthur.
6 days before this trip.
Pair top kicker.
You hear from the
The
start?
number 1 on Thailand's all-time money list.
There's a lot, isn't it? A lot of poker.
Usually I don't like playing poker more than like 7 days in a row, but these are a lot of fun.
Did you stay and play the
Complete with
PLO in the short deck?
the Russian. Bonat chipping up nicely.
Yeah, my family's here. My daughter's missing a lot of school, so it's too much to stay.
Yeah, I went to the pool today. They've got a lovely indoor pool. I bet when the weather's nice, the outdoors are really nice.
Yeah,
the outdoor is actually very nice even now. Because it's
now you get to
the
watch.
outdoor. I didn't realise. I
The
tried
main event watch.
Yeah, it has a very nice view as well.
Main event trophy with the custom
Your child been?
Jacob & Co. Triton
She
X
doesn't know how to
collaboration
swim,
piece. You
How
can
old?
only win,
4.5.
Wow.
or only own rather, by winning
I didn't realise it was
Triton
heated out.
main.
Some lessons.
He's too aggressive.
We went swimming a bunch in Seoul. I was taking her every day in the hotel.
Is there enough to do here for the family?
Oh yeah.
I haven't explored or anything.
A lot.
Is the theme park open?
No.
Off season, isn't it?
They've been going off property.
Sea places. You just got the one?
Mm-hmm. You?
2.
How old's your?
3 and 5. Boy 3, girl 5. Yeah.
That's
How
a
old-
fun
how old are
age
you?
to have kids
52.
at that age.
So you had kids pretty late.
Yeah, 46 when I had
3 and
Your
5.
wife
Sean
must
went to
be
bring the
like-
family out with him.
She was like
Rob
30.
Young.
30.
Also travels quite a bit with the family. Not this time though.
No, they're younger, 30.
I've never been in that spot.
Yeah, I'm getting old now.
I never had a, you know, my
50 is the new
my
30.
son only started living with me when he was like 8.
Does it feel that way? After being
But I feel like
try and play football, try and
it's
play
gotta be
soccer or
tough.
something like that.
Like if you bring your family and 2
Everything
young
aches.
kids, especially 3.
Everything aches in the morning now. Go for a jog. It hurts.
I mean, you're on a tight schedule here sometimes, you know, like
long days, get back late.
Gotta swim.
If your family,
Yeah,
the kids get up early, they're making noise, all of a sudden you can't sleep in. Also, I don't know, like, for example, Sean, I saw him today at this gym and spot. Like, he came in, I probably ended up regging late because this tournament started at 2. But, like, he went in the sauna, he got in a workout, right? Like, that's another hour and a half, whatever. So it's like, you know, you're taking care of yourself. You got long days. You're playing poker for 2 weeks straight. Working the family into that can be tough.
It's tough, man, for sure.
Because, I mean, these things are demanding, right? I mean, that's like another aspect of these like long tournament series that I think goes a little underappreciated by people at home is you're playing poker a lot. You've got to take care of yourself. You know, you're doing something for 2 weeks straight. It really helps to get the exercise in. It really, really helps to make sure you're getting good sleep. Otherwise, you get run down. Your decision making goes wonky. So just having more people around, I mean, it's cool, but the problem is it takes away from something that's already really demanding. It takes a lot of your focus and your discipline with your time.
100%, man. I've got a lot of respect for these guys that manage to find balance. People like Jason Kuhn, who only travel now for Triton events and spend the rest of the year at home with the family.
It's 17,000.
This is gonna hit over it's gonna hit like 220.
Crazy, man.
215.
Wow, speculation of it hitting over 220.
Nice win any of these, but yeah, this one will cover you for 5 trips.
Yeah. It's not cheap, is it, to play these tournaments?
And a quote.
Yeah, how much it cost to play all these for Triton? $1 million?
Jake?
It depends on how many bullets you get in for, but
If it's an
on average you're in for probably 1.6.
It's an invitation.
1.6, so if there's like 700K buy-ins, then like 1.6 times that.
What are the odds on just not blobbing everything?
I think like 10%.
You're going to get something back. Have you known anybody ever come?
Yeah, I think like...
Quick look at the outer tables. Head into the final 28 minutes of play today. Henrik Hecklund, 3rd in chips overall. Looking for a trip saver. $190 runners. Steve Chidwick getting a little massage from Jason Kuhn. Dwyer. The cup of money. Some salt. What's going on over there? Salt, lemon, and cash in a cup.
18,000.
18,000.
So Sia Jiang with a really nice draw here. 2 overs, a gutter, diamonds. She's got nowhere to go. Could maybe potentially even think about raising. Yeah, especially given that she actually bet the flop win check too, and then Ibinger, it looks like he led the turn here. So in other words, he donked turn after check call flop. So, I mean, yes, he can have 5-6 and more 2 pairs, but she's still allowed to raise some hands. The sizing was quite small, and to me, Jack 10 of diamonds is a kind of nice draw to throw in that range. Balance it out with some strong draws. And this is one of the problems you run into here. But, I mean, call is fine. Just discussing another option on the turn.
Jiang just jack high goes huge. I mean, dude, I feel like you're just asking to be binned this deep in a spot where you never have 5-6. Don't have many sets, given that she just calls turn as well.
I mean, never. Maybe you could say.
All right.
I don't know. I mean, when people are deep like 50 big blinds plus, I don't know. Like opening 5-6 suited and like 7-handed under the gun or whatever is like not that big a deal in my opinion. But yeah.
But you're old school, bro. You look down at the 5-6 suited. I can make straights with this.
It's like what probably GTO is like. You're definitely playing 7-8, maybe 6-7 even. It's like not 5-6. It's like doesn't. It's just. Doesn't even really matter.
Good things can happen with 5-6, you know? You get the deuce 3-4 board, you cooler, ace 5. Rob's still watching the stream. Loves it. I've been thinking to put it on the cape here.
Yeah,
has an interesting hand to do it with.
The 10 is not a great card.
No.
Certainly. She can have 10-8 suited and Jack 10 suited, but something just doesn't sit right to him, which also makes sense. Like she didn't raise turn and now is going over pot on the river. Like, what hand is that? But there's definitely, you know, like king, queen of diamonds, pocket kings didn't raise turn, pocket aces.
I don't think you have it. What should I do?
Is like, is she betting this size with kings here, do you think?
Yeah, maybe not, though.
Yeah,
I mean, I think you can. Like, donk turn 33%, check river. Like, you definitely could, but maybe he thinks she wouldn't, right? And then if she's never doing this with 1 pair, it's like a call, right? Because it's really kind of hard for her to have better than 1 pair. Like, she doesn't always flat sets.
Bravo, Ibinger, bravo. That's a huge pick-off late in day 1.
Yeah, nice call.
Really thought that one through. Spidey senses were tingling.
Valiant effort from Socia.
Yeah, if you make the read in that spot as Ibinger that she's not doing this with one pair, then it just like the value to bluff ratio just gets way out of whack. Yeah, that's one of the things about like when a range isn't balanced, right? Like it's a bluff catcher and you can be like, oh, the 10, it's slightly bad, and it is, but if somebody's range gets out of whack and all of a sudden, let's say they just have way more bluffs than they should have, then kind of like all your bluff catchers just become calls, right? Like conversely, if it's the other way around where the ratio's out of whack and they just have too many value hands, then it's just like all your bluff catchers become folds. It doesn't matter if you have one with like a slightly better, blocker. So
I could use you whispering in my ear at times during cash game sessions where that crosses my mind, but then I still just click call, even though the guy is literally signaling to me that he has the nuts,
This is something that like the new era, like of GTO player, like they really need to learn this lesson.
Yeah.
Right?
That's
I mean,
not
listen,
real, is it?
knowing GTO and
Natural
block this, it's great. But at the end of the day, you're playing a human being, and very often, even like very good players, there can be spots
Crack kings.
maybe they don't know very well, or for whatever reason they don't even realize, or then you're taking bad players where their ranges are out of whack all the time. Now it's like exploiting them is worth way more than GTO if you can figure out how to do it. And then, in spots where
Pocket queens.
it's really close and you have kind of these 0 EV hands, just like the example we just gave, it's going one way or the other makes you a ton of money, right? And that's really one of the arts to kind of figuring out how to maximize your win rate. Because even talking to some of these guys who are awesome, I've heard some of them say too, it's like they feel like they make all their money from kind of going max exploit in a lot of spots, right? So even though maybe they do know GTO very well, it's like when to deviate, you figure out your opponents and you exploit them.
Yeah, there's a couple of names that come to mind immediately.
Yep.
It kind of goes back to that conversation from the other day, how I felt like on day one of the 25K, like there were a couple of online guys that in between hands were just like scrolling Instagram, bro. They just like weren't paying attention. It was just like, okay, I have my GTO baseline. That's what I stick to. I'm not deviating at all. I don't need to pay attention in between hands and stuff. It's like, dude, there's like so much going on,
Yeah.
But hey, man, they want to learn the hard way,
It's another part of the game. It's rich. There's a lot going on, and maybe some of them will get it and some of them won't. And the ones that do add that wrinkle, it's more than a wrinkle, add all those layers to their game, like they're going to be the crushers, right? Like some guy just trying to, even if he does a decent job, just like trying to do GTO all the time, he's not going to be a crusher. Somebody who can do that and, does a much better job because they're paying attention, reading their opponents, kind of figuring out where they're straying and then adjusting with the exploits. I mean, that person's just going to do so much better at the poker table. I mean, one of the things I don't think people realize is that in some live games, like you can get like massive win rates that I think like, the GTO school just doesn't even realize are kind of possible.
100%, man.
Yeah.
I can think of a few games. Fun hand developing here. Kulev defending, flopping top pair, point 3 continuing with the 8-7. King of clubs on the turn.
Russian wedding, yeah. Concert,
Point 3.
At the,
An opportunity to double barrel, which he does. Oh, okay. Kulev just pitching it. Nice little pickup there. Number 1 on Thailand's all-time money list, the 2-time champ.
Maybe decided he didn't like having the 9 of diamonds.
Yeah, in a weird way, you'd rather call with like Queen Deuce, right?
Yeah.
Don't want to be blocking like Jack 9, 10, 9 of diamonds.
15 minutes left on the clock.
Archer's gonna play this one.
Now you have to open it.
Nice little suited.
I mean, what?
No, it has to be done.
You have big chips, right? On the side?
Yes, sorry. It's hiding them from predators. Fold to the money.
No one's a predator to Arthur.
You want the blinds?
He did.
Why didn't you defend your big blind? I don't
I'm
know.
waiting for Jack's cross.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
True. It is a knotted range.
My
Especially
mom
without-
is watching and she's
Yeah,
like,
I know.
"Oh,
I
you
know. My
dusted
mom is
100
watching as well, to be honest.
Mine is
Fedor, that was a good call on the turn with the 9-10.
I saw that hand, by the way.
River.
Oh, Fedor's here.
Like, oh, you wanted to call with a 9 or what?
No, I thought that.
Here is in at the table, or here is
Yeah.
in?
Sean wasn't yelling
What happened after that?
to another
You're
table.
the only
Fedor
person
got
in the
moved.
world to win that pot.
Maybe.
What table this is? This is insane.
In that fashion.
Four-time champion
turn.
Wai Kin Yong,
Put him in on the turn.
four-time champion Fedor,
I mean, he really probably is.
number one on Bulgaria's all-time money list Kulev, you got Artur, Rob, Sean Winter,
You have to know.
number
who you're
one on
playing.
Thailand's all-time money list, Punat Punsri, Paulie P.
Can I put 4 or 5K chips? I can. I'm allowed to. Okay.
Was the sizings right on the report?
I mean, my 3-bet wasn't, I think.
It wasn't 8,500.
No.
But the
Don't
50's
do it,
right?
Artur.
Yeah.
Come on, stop it.
He knows he's not supposed to, but
Okay, good man. It's like, oh, I'm getting 8 to 1 on a call.
Sorry, I splashed the pot, but it was 5.
it can be tempting just to get in there, though. You know?
Nothing good really ever comes from it.
Yes.
Unless you get, you know, the king 5 board and ace king gets showered. Checks through. 10, 9, 6. 8 of diamonds on the turn.
Yeah, but every other time it's just king something else and you get showered. See,
Yeah.
that's the problem. Kulev with an interesting little combo to do some bluffing with here. This feels mandatory, basically.
Yeah, it's nice. Won't be shaking Wai Kin Yong though. Second pair, gut shot.
Not on the turn, but he doesn't have a very easy call if Kulev bluffs river. And I think he ends up bluffing river quite a bit.
Wow, he's just got to pitch it. 2-4-7 back. Not interested. Putting on the cape late in the day.
And you wonder if it has something
How
to
do
do
you
with
have it every hand,
Kulev's
Alex?
penchant for overbets as well.
The art of being lucky. I
That
could
always
you
makes
suffer
those
from the
turn
same
calls
condition.
even scarier.
Yeah, that's true. When
And
you
when he
just
doesn't
up
have
against
it,
someone like Kulev,
he ends up having
Just like
just rifles it in.
B125 river. You're just
Good,
okay.
good luck calling.
When you cooler him, he says, I got you beat on 5th Street.
That's where we get him.
Interesting
Nothing
spot
wrong
for
with being
Burnett.
lucky. Really.
Rob's open from the low jack.
Off of a little over 40.
I prefer wine.
Punat's actually the short stack here with basically 40. Oh, he's just jamming.
All right. Every time I've
You
raised,
you gotta stop opening.
Huh?
One more hand.
Five more.
It's usually 4.
5. 3.
4.
Fader with the hood and mask combo.
Feels
I've
like
never
4.
seen Fader wear a
I'm
mask at
surprised
the
you're in
table,
this
so
situation you're in.
yeah, maybe there's
What's
a
up?
bug going around.
Nothing.
I have had a bit of
What,
a,
where I
you
get
know,
aces in the big blind? Yeah.
I see what
Raspy
you're doing.
throw.
Listen, I'm just going to say that I don't think the players are doing anything wrong.
having
There's
over
no
4 big
rule
blinds.
against it. So
Both.
completely
Both
within their
surprises.
rights.
how many hands left? 4.
They didn't announce it.
What did you think with the ace-8 off? You didn't feel it? I don't want to say. No?
You mean when
Some
I have 4
previous
bigs?
hand history.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to say.
Top right hand corner, by the way, just saw
Okay.
the QR code.
When I had
The
ace
Triton
5 or
Poker
something,
Plus app.
I was leaning I was going to lose though.
All of the cash game streams available over there. We're talking
But,
nosebleed
like,
stakes,
it was like such
highlight
a good spot.
recaps from previous main events.
How many
You can also track all of the action from the outer tables. Do download it if you haven't already.
How many?
3. I was right.
3 more hands
Oh, that's
announced.
perfect.
Yep.
Does this count? This is one?
Yeah.
Oh, Rob, please don't bust. Don't bust. Don't do it to me. $16?
Every time I've raised them, 3 bell.
Hello. Hello, Queen, Queen 6. There are 2 very dirty outs in the deck that would shower Wai Kin Yong late in the day.
I mean, he's going to lose some chips regardless. I mean, if Fader doesn't even come with check raise here.
I mean, why would you? Just have the guy dead. Let him catch a piece.
Well, check, check, then. Oh, Wykin's going to keep betting. So let's see if Fader decides to raise here. It's kind of a weird, I mean, call out of position, lead river, check river. I feel like he probably comes with raise here. It's an easier way to try to win
71.
stacks.
71.
When you're Wykin, that's not comfortable at all. It's very uncomfortable.
Yeah, one of the problems that comes with double barreling a hand like Jack's, Fedor certainly going to have some 9-8 of clubs, 7-8 of clubs,
I don't
some
want that.
hands wrapped around at 6-5.
What can go wrong?
Fadel setting this one up nicely.
What can go wrong? That was like the perfect comment for Wyken calling right there. What can go wrong?
Could be heads up.
Clubs do break.
So now it's only about a 75% pot bet. Wow, they have the same amount of chips, actually.
We all want that.
I'd rather have ace.
Yeah, pretty easy all-in bet here. And Wyken
in the blender.
Yeah.
No club in hand. Trying to think of where the bluffs come from on the 8 of hearts. It does kind of complete some of the bluffs, like 8-9, 8-7.
9-7, 7-4 of clubs, like some hands either might check now because they hit the 8 or
Exactly.
make a straight. But hands, it is a card though that Fedor will follow through, like for sure. You know, like there are some cards maybe he doesn't follow through on, like a deuce of diamonds or a 5. Maybe he
the one chip flick in.
Yeah, I
Get
felt like
shown
he's
the
gonna.
boat.
I felt like he was gonna call.
500K pot. Late in the day, Fadel had him covered by just 2K.
It's just like one of those spots too, and at the end of the rebuy, you're just like, call. Oh well, I guess I'm rebuying.
Lucky Sean.
I rebuy and I get more chips than I had when I started the hand.
Yeah.
Hiya. Two hands left. It is Kulev.
And
flying
I'm saying
high.
that with no comment about it being right or wrong, but I'm just
Unreal.
that's like a real thing that happens in some of these spots.
Very
Beats
true.
me, yeah.
Like the rebuy psychology is a real thing in these tournaments.
I think it just
where
wins
like
kings.
you get to this spot, you have 150 left,
King of hearts, king of spades.
close spot. Well, if I call and win, I have, you know, two buy-ins, and if I call and I'm wrong, I just buy in again, and I have 40% more chips. I go from 150. I would have 150 if I fold. I have 250. And that 100K, well, you know, I mean, we're trying to win this thing.
Have to pray Bitcoin keeps going up.
Yeah. Just everybody has different calculus and different ideas for that, and some people don't think about that at all, but some people do.
Penultimate hand of the evening. Paulie P. He's getting after it with the 5s.
Rebuy psychology?
Yeah, it's like, let's play a big one, boys. Come on.
I mean, is this really a thing here? I mean, were there like 40 blinds? Like 5s 3-betting versus...
Just accept it.
This is like, this is a rebuy psychology play.
Is it the last hand? No.
Just enjoy the circus. He's hitting the mark.
Raise, re-raise.
Oh, there's a 5. Rob's going to be out on this one. And this 3-bet's way too small. He's calling for sure.
Paulie P playing a real funky hand. As Kulev flops top 2 on the 10, Jack 9 board.
This is definitely not the flop you're looking for when you 3-bet pocket 5s. This is
You gonna go play cash?
3 overcards that are connected.
This is, you know, what happens, man.
It's 1, start and restart.
Kind of
20.
up Schitt's Creek without a paddle. The lead from Kulev. Taking it down.
How they scream. Yeah, they sprint,
Finishing
but
the
you
day
didn't.
out strong.
I didn't. I had no pair. No pair.
No fair.
Banker. It's midnight.
Wow, almost 8
was gonna
starting
blast
stacks
off.
for the Bulgarian.
But I stopped
in
you
10
from doing that.
levels.
Exactly. That's like, okay, you bet to win, you win.
Absolute scenes.
There's a funny little. Alex
Exchange.
Kulev's been part of a lot of funny
as well.
exchanges.
He's a funny guy.
Yeah.
16.
So this is it. This is the last hand.
Yeah, but I have kings.
Let's just take it post flop. That's all I want.
Kings are 7-3 off.
Well,
maybe ace queen suited.
Alex with a very honest comment that he would like to go post flop with threes.
Here comes Fedor.
Darth Vader is into the game.
Last hand of day one. Record breaking main event field here in Jeju. Last hand with me calling the action in Jeju.
No, that's it.
Got an 11 a.m. flight, dude. Might see me in the cash game streets, but you know.
It's been fun.
Thank you, mate. I've really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it.
Party.
You guys got a long old trip ahead, but
How do you feel about this one?
it's been a while since we shared the booth as well,
Yeah.
you know.
Did you do it all of 23?
Yeah. I think last time was Cyprus for us.
Yeah,
if I'm not mistaken.
I did all of 22 and
You've been winning, you know, Players Championships,
Yeah,
Hall,
no.
Hall of Fame.
Last year
Congratulations
was a
on
good
that, by
one.
the way.
Thank you. Well, this flop isn't too interesting because no one has anything, and I don't even see anyone continuing versus Fedor's very likely bet here. Yeah. I mean, even B25.
You have my ass, I guess. Diamonds.
Not a pair of threes.
Fedor
I have 1 over 1 under.
scooping
I need to
in
lose call 3.
the last hand of the night.
Jack deuce diamonds. I need to lose.
Showering
Kind of
Wai
like,
Kin Yong,
fucked up
the
position.
flopped full house.
What do you think?
Bagging
What's your
548,000, good for just north of 2 starting stacks, but it's the Bulgarian,
Oh, not a
Alex Kulev, bagging 1.9 million.
Wow.
Just insane. Second in chips, Ilya Nikiforov with 1.3. Henrik Hecklund in third with 1,067,000. So Kulev bagging almost double what third in chips is bagging. 192 runners, late reg open until the start of day 2 tomorrow. Brian, real fun frame that. A lot of hands for us to kind of digest and dive into the weeds, and also just get to sit back from a poker fan point of view and just enjoy the show sometimes. And I think these guys really did put on precisely that, a show.
Yeah, no, Alex Kulev has definitely impressed, you know. I mean, he plays interesting hands. He chooses really cool bet sizes, kind of puts people in the blender. And, yeah, it was a pleasure to watch him ply his craft, do his thing.
He's got the quirky one-liners to back it up as well.
Oh, yeah, his table presence was good. Yeah, that was unexpected. But, yeah, he's funny.
Prize pool currently stands at 19.2 million. You know, the question remains whether we're going to cross the 200 runner mark tomorrow, assuming 5.56 million up top on this one. Going to be huge. Back tomorrow with Ali Najad, Nick Schulman, and Will Jaffe. But from Brian and myself tonight, good night. And if you haven't already, before I leave for one last time, click that, you know, little QR code up there. Get on the app and we'll see you tomorrow, 2 p.m. local time. Good night.
Good night.